a lot of colors in the courtroom, in the front at least. I think Keratin Matthews takes the cake for the suit today. We've also got the Christina Weaver fan account in the building. Shout out to Miss Weaver.
Now Williams. Hey,
thank you for the super chat. Love the Chuck
content.
sneaker emoji. Okay, then Kel says, why so long? Is it just me, or is she more concerned with Woody than the co-defendants? What else do they have? This is going nowhere fast. I think she just doesn't want to deal with any witness being here for a long time. She just wants us to move forward. And I also think she doesn't like the lack of certainty from the state. So if they definitively said Friday, that might have been a different story.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all had a restful evening last night. One thing I meant to tell y'all yesterday, but I'll tell y'all this morning, if there's ever a time that y'all feel like you need to stand up and stretch or just move around while we're in the testimony, feel free to do that. I mean, it shouldn't be distracting to anybody. And I know, believe me, I know that sitting all day long can kind of get uncomfortable sometimes, so just feel free to do that if y'all need to. All right, Ms. Hilton, you can go ahead with your examination.
Thank you, Sentinel. Smash that like button.
Good morning, Mr. Cooper.
Good morning.
Now, yesterday when we left off, you were speaking about this infinity that was rented by Thug that you gave to Threat, I guess the day before Donovan Thomas was murdered. Is that correct? Yesterday when we left off, were you speaking about the infinity that was rented by Thug that you gave to Threat the day before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall yesterday talking about giving an infinity to Threat? Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, do you recall testifying about giving the infinity to Threat? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And you said that you gave Threat that infinity after you and Little D from Cleveland Avenue spun out that infinity on the highway. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what you said yesterday?
How do you think
I
you
didn't
woke
tell
up
you that
feeling
yesterday.
today?
I said I gave Threat the car yesterday.
Okay. Did you also talk about you spinning out the car on the highway yesterday as well?
I don't recall.
All right. And when you gave Threat the car, that was at the studio off of Northside Drive?
I ain't for sure which one it was, but
Would this be the studio that's 675 Metropolitan Parkway?
Metropolitan?
Yes.
No.
Is this the studio that?
I don't recall which studio it was.
Okay. If you saw a picture, would you recognize it?
Recognize what?
The studio.
Yeah. No.
When you dropped the car off to the studio, do you know if Thug was inside the studio?
I didn't go in.
Okay. But do you know if he was there or not, although you did not go in?
I didn't allow it.
Do you know if he was there?
I don't know.
Back in 2015, how often would you go to the studio?
Not much.
Okay, when you say not much, what does that mean?
I like to be in the streets.
Okay, so how often would you go to the studio?
I just said I don't know.
Okay, would it be once a week, once a month, every couple of months?
I don't recall.
Now, you said that you gave Threat the vehicle, you said you gave Threat the Infinity, and you don't know what happened next. Is that correct?
I said I gave Threat the car,
Okay.
and I left.
Do you know if Threat gave the car back to Thug?
What?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. This was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I don't recall.
Yesterday, didn't you testify this was the car that Thug rented?
Shit, I guess I don't know. Like,
You don't know if Thug rented the car or not?
yesterday you asked me, did I go to a rental car place with him?
Yes. And what was your answer?
What did I tell you?
You tell me.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, once you gave Threat the vehicle and you left, when did you find out about Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
Did anyone tell you that Threat killed Nut?
Didn't?
Sustained.
Why did you bring up that you gave the Infinity to Threat? Why did you tell me that yesterday?
Because I did.
Okay. And why did you tell me that?
What you mean? Why did I tell you that?
Yeah, why was yesterday the first time that you ever mentioned giving Threat the Infinity?
Because y'all sitting here like y'all know what y'all talking about when y'all don't.
Okay. So why didn't you tell the police that back in 2015?
Because I ain't trying to go to jail.
Why would you go to jail for giving someone a car?
The same way y'all take me to jail for everything else.
Okay. But is there a crime to give someone a car?
Sustained.
Why did you think you would get in trouble for giving someone a car?
I don't recall.
I mean, maybe just because it was wrecked.
Were you trying to insinuate because you gave Threat the car that Threat must have had something to do with Nut's murder?
Huh?
In telling me yesterday that you gave the Infinity to Threat, were you trying to infer that Threat must have had something to do with Nut's murder?
I don't know what Drake did.
Okay. So why did you tell me about giving Threat the Infinity?
Because you put me up here to tell the truth.
Okay. Is there some truth? Did Threat kill Nut?
I got to answer that?
Yeah. Do you have an answer?
I don't know what Drake did.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell the police that Threat killed Nut?
No.
Okay. Did you tell police that other individuals killed Nut?
I'm going to protect Drake.
Okay. But you didn't protect the other people that you talked about?
Me and Drake been friends since 2001.
Okay. Are you closer to Shannon than you are to Threat?
I'm closer to Drake than I am any person in the street.
Okay. But when you were talking about who you were close with, you never mentioned Threat to the police back in 2015. Is that correct?
That's my partner in crime.
Okay. But in 2015, when they asked you who were you closest to, you never mentioned Threat, correct?
Right? Because I know the police trying to get me.
Okay. But you talked about being very close to Little D, correct?
Because the D is a pretty boy.
You talked about being very close to Shannon, correct?
Because Shannon is a pretty boy too.
Okay. But all the pictures, do you remember the pictures that we showed you back in June?
Right?
They only had you, Shannon, and Little D primarily, correct?
This one, I'm not on that other type of time.
Okay. Do you have a lot of pictures with threat?
Yes.
Okay. Back in 2015.
We have a lot of pictures together.
Why would you tell on Shannon and not on threat when you're talking about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Because telling is being honest. Lying is lying. I'm gonna protect. Threat.
Why would you make up anything on Shannon when you said to the police,
It's
those
easy.
are your friends, even though they're pretty boys, those are your friends. So why would you make it up as to Shannon and not tell the police about threat?
Because the thing is, if a person ain't do it, they ain't do it. So no matter what I tell the police, they didn't do it. So I ain't gotta be like, okay, I'm telling the truth by saying they did it. Okay, they didn't do it, so the police can't lock them up for something they didn't do. But if I say threat did it and threat actually did it, then it's a different story.
Are you telling us that threat did it?
I ain't said threat did nothing.
Okay. So did threat kill Donovan?
I don't know.
Are you now bringing anything about threat because he's deceased and now can't come in here and defend himself with whatever it is that you're saying?
I'm up here to tell the truth. You going back into the past and I done told you 1,000,000.5 times that I don't lie. So you put me up here to tell the truth. The truth of the matter was I gave threat the car.
Okay. And that's all that you did was gave threat the car.
That's all I recall.
And you gave him the car at the studio. And once you gave him the car, what did you do?
I don't recall.
Did you go home to Deshaun's house?
I don't recall.
So how is that you recall giving threat the car, but you can't remember anything else that day?
I probably geeked up.
Geeked up when, now or then?
I don't do drugs now.
Okay. So how is it today? You can remember that you gave threat the car, but you can't remember anything else you did back in January 2015.
I don't recall.
You don't recall what?
Nothing.
Okay, so you don't recall that threat that you gave the car the threat?
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to answer truthfully, Mr. Copeland.
I think I just said I don't recall.
Now, yesterday you testified that Gaither and the police were out to get you. Is that fair? That you said that yesterday?
You told me yourself that they did me wrong.
I asked you a specific question.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that in 2015 you would call Gaither if something happened in the streets?
Because I'm playing on her.
Okay. But isn't it true that in the January interview that you met with Gaither and Dennis, you called her to let her know that they were shooting at you?
Because I ain't no telling what I did back to them.
Okay. And it was after you called her that you went to the studio.
I don't recall calling no Gaither telling her anything. I don't recall.
In the interview, didn't she tell you, I waited up here for you because you called me?
I don't recall.
And that she was actually getting ready to get off of work, but since you called her, she waited for you.
I don't recall.
All right. Isn't it true that in the February interview, after you were shot at and your daughter and your child's mother was shot at, when they told you you needed to give the gun to someone, you said, I'm going to call Gaither and I'm going to give it to Gaither?
I don't recall.
Isn't it also true in May of 2015, when you were originally detained at the Dunbar Center with the gun, that they took you over to Turner Field because you asked to speak to Gaither?
I don't recall.
No. And that Gaither met you at Turner Field, correct?
Listen, that's a lie.
She didn't meet you at Turner Field?
You got the police report. The police they got me said that every time they get me, they got to notify the gang unit to come get me.
Did you?
When they touch me.
So you did not call and ask for them to speak to Gaither?
No,
Okay. And did you meet with Gaither at Turner Field?
no, I was in the back of the police car in handcuffs.
Did Gaither meet you at Turner Field while you were back in the car in handcuffs?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, that day, did you get released
And, huh?
from Turner Field? Did you get released?
Yeah, I guess.
Did you go to jail the day that you met Gaither at Turner Field? Did you go to jail that day?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay. You didn't get arrested for that gun at the Dunbar Center until June of 2015, correct?
I guess.
And isn't it true that even after you got arrested in June of 2015, that once you were in jail, you called Gaither multiple times to speak to her from jail?
I don't recall calling her from jail.
You don't recall having Deshaun call Gaither multiple times for you?
I don't recall.
And then she want Gaither to come and meet with you at the jail so you can give her more information?
Speak on the facts. If she want that gun and she keep asking me for a gun and I ain't giving her the gun, what make you think I'm getting her truthful information? If I trust her so much and I always call her, why I won't get her the gun? It's self-explanatory.
Didn't you tell her you didn't give her the gun because Shannon had taken the gun to Miami? Or taken the gun while he was on tour with Doug?
No, I don't know what I don't told her, but I'm not gonna give her no evidence on me.
And wasn't Deshaun actually frustrated with you because you wanted to call Gaither so much and she didn't want you to call and speak to Gaither?
Cause Deshaun knew what I was doing.
I want to go back to the February 20th interview. Now, I just asked you about Detective Gaither and speaking with her. Isn't it true that in the February 20th interview, you told Detective, you know, I had came down here and talked to Officer Gaither and somehow word hit the street. I told Gaither a lot of stuff, but it did not get out. But just this time, it hit the streets. Now people looking at me sideways. Do you recall telling the detectives that?
I don't recall nothing I told. I don't recall what I don't told the detectives. I tell them anything that what they'll go for, or what I think I can convince them to go for.
And did you also tell the detectives the detectives told you that you needed to actually keep in touch with Gaither and lay very low. And you told them, I'll keep in touch with her and I'm going to give her the gun.
Did I give her the gun?
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what did you tell the police?
I don't recall what I told them, but I would have told them anything to get them out my face.
Now, back in 2015, did people believe that you were the reason that you were a bad influence?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure.
So I don't know if he's represented today.
Back in 2015, did you tell police that you were the reason that Thug's name kept coming up?
I'll
And-
allow that. That's okay. thought that might be a different
So
question.
he
but
might
you
have
can
really
ask that
woke up
question.
feeling different
Thank
today
you.
for a reason.
In the February interview, did you tell the police that you were the reason that Thug's name was getting involved in all of this beef and drama with YFN and If Gang?
I don't recall nothing. I told the police.
Okay. Did you say to the police, I heard someone say I'm the reason. They said that I pulled Thug into this. I'm the reason they bring Thug name up. Thug having something to do with it because of me. Folks going around saying I'm trying to mess up his career. How the hell am I messing up his career? I had nothing to do with it. I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going. Sorry. I had nothing to do with this. I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going on.
I would tell the police anything to get them out my face.
Okay.
And one more time, Melnick's law license suspension is unrelated to this case. It's from a custody case in 2019 where he didn't notify the client of court dates that were important. And obviously,
Now, after
you know, you
this
can see how long
February
that took to play
interview,
out.
Were you then arrested later on that day on a probation violation?
Y'all locked me up so many times. I don't keep record of this stuff.
Okay. Going back to the pictures from yesterday.
So thank you, G Lander. Your G almost matches Hilton's outfit.
I'm showing you 378 Yankee Charlie 1 and 378 Yankee Delta 1. Is Yankee Charlie 1 February 20th, 2015?
How I supposed to know which one of them is it?
Look at 378 Yankee Charlie 1. Do you see that on the paper?
Okay,
Do you see the date that's on the top?
Friday.
What's the day?
Friday.
What's the
All right,
date?
we already established yesterday it was February 20th, so
Yeah.
just ask the question.
Looking at both of those, is one you're in the jumpsuit and one you are not in the jumpsuit?
Right.
Okay. And is one on the February 20th and the other one on February 21st?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. So after you left your interview on February 20th, were you arrested on a probation violation?
Huh?
After you left the interview on February 20th, were you arrested on a probation violation? The next day, are you in
Oh,
blue
yeah.
jumpsuit?
You said when I left,
Okay. Do you remember when you were arrested?
the papers got the next day. I don't know if it's the same day or the next day.
Okay. But when you came back, you spoke to Detective Gaither on the second time on February 21st, correct?
This what it looked like in the picture.
All right. And during that interview, she was trying to get you to tell them what happened regarding the shooting of your child and the shooting at you, your child, and your child's mother, correct?
I recall.
Okay. And during that interview, you actually begin the interview not talking about the shooting, but talking about what was happening between If Gang and you, because people thought you killed Nut, correct?
I don't recall. What I told the investigators, I was just saying whatever come out of the top of my dome to get them out for me.
And during that interview, did you then again reiterate to Detective Gaither that you did not kill Nut and you didn't have anything to do with it,
I
correct?
don't recall what I told no investigator.
And you also began to tell Detective Gaither again what occurred the night that Nut was murdered, once you learned that Nut was murdered, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
Okay. You also told Detective Gaither in this interview that you learned from Little D that Nut got killed.
That's what I told the police.
Is that what you told Detective Gaither?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators. If you call me in here to tell the truth, you got to stop going back into the past.
Okay. And you also told her about being at Carver home at your baby mom's house that earlier in the day that Nut got killed, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told Who you say I said this to?
Detective Gaither.
I don't recall. Then I said the gate.
And matter of fact, you told her that you came down on your own that morning to let the police know that you had nothing to do with Nuts murder, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
And so Kayla is not in Georgia right now. She's in Texas. So I don't know about Woody having someone in the courtroom. And that really just makes me wonder about
Now,
yesterday, that
did you
protection
also talk to
question.
Detective Gaither about your fear of being labeled a snitch?
I don't recall.
When she asked you to tell her about who shot at you and your child's mother, you told her, I try my best, man, to just because if I help you tell you anything and make it even worse. And she asked, what makes it worse? Now I'm a snitch. Now this and that.
I don't recall.
And she asked you, you worried about snitching? And you said, I just want to get out of jail and just stay out the way.
I don't recall.
Now, you also talked to Detective Gaither in the same interview about trivia as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told Detective Gaither that trivia provides a lot of information about Kel to Muntul,
I don't recall.
and that's where you all get a lot of your information regarding If Gang, correct?
I don't recall.
And that's because Trivia was dating Shell Kel and Muntul, correct?
I don't know who she date.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither that Trivia was dating both Muntul and Shell Kel?
I don't recall nothing that I made up to the police.
Now, we just talked about you calling Gaither the night that they were shooting at you on the highway. Do you recall yourself today calling Gaither the night that they shot at you on the highway?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you recall Detective Gaither in this interview asking you who shot at you, your child, and your child's mother?
I don't recall.
And that you told her that the person looks like you think it was Tay?
I don't recall.
Do you also recall telling Detective Gaither in this interview, which is now February 21st of 2015, that after they shot at you on the highway, that people from the opposite gang posted it on Instagram? So people from If Gang posted it on Instagram?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell Detective Gaither you had concerns that if people learned that you were talking to police and it gets out, it was going to make this stuff get worse for you? You're staring. Are you going to respond?
I don't recall.
Okay. In this February interview, did you tell detectives that you knew it was Tay because you knew what he looked like and that you used to play ball with him at Carver?
My right-handed guard, Tay never shot me and my child and my baby mom.
I asked you, did you tell detectives?
I don't recall.
and that you had concern because you had brought him to your house before?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, didn't you send Detective Gaither a picture of Tay from Instagram telling her that this is the person who you believe shot at you?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, when you were speaking with her, she said to you, you can start out by who is it? You sent me this picture. Which one is it? And you responded, it's the guy standing by in the brown.
Say that again.
When she asked you if it was the Instagram picture that you sent to her when you were identifying Tay, she asked you, you can start out by who is it? You sent me this picture. Which one is it? And your response was, it's the guy standing by in the brown.
I don't recall.
As it relates to being a snitch, did you also tell Detective Gaither that you were concerned being labeled a snitch because other individuals were being tortured because they were considered being a rat?
You done?
Yes, the question is finished.
Being a snitch is someone who telling the police the truth.
Were you concerned being labeled a snitch because you were telling the truth to the detectives back in January 2015?
I done did so much stuff in my life. Being labeled a snitch, I don't recall.
Okay. Specifically, you told her, I see how boy is living. And she asked you, how's he living? And you said, hell, he gets tortured everywhere he go. He a fucking rat, this and that. And I turn around, I'm in the same shoes he is. I don't know if he did whatever he had going on. I have not done none of this. It's just like, only reason I know this much information is because I be around so many people. I get the word.
It's cap.
Okay. And when we say it's cap, what does that mean?
I don't recall.
Earlier, you said that the person that you be with the most is Threat back in 2015, correct?
No, I say this my best friend.
That's your best friend. In this interview in February of 2020, when you were asked, who were you around? Isn't it true that you said, it's only two people I fuck with, Shannon and Little D. If I'm not with Shannon, me and Little D, we together all the time.
I wasn't gonna tie myself in with Threat.
Why? At this point in time, why?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you said, matter of fact, yeah, we together all the time. The only two I've been with.
I don't recall.
Everybody shout out to Resist Impulse. I feel like that has to be a long exam, right?
Now, you saying that you were lying to the detectives. When they asked you for the gun, did you tell Detective Gaither, listen, Gaither, I tell you, I'm not going to lie, man. I'm going to get you the gun. He didn't want to give me the gun. This and that. I told the detectives, give me a couple of days, and I want to get the gun for you. And isn't it true? Is that what excuse me, do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall telling her that. I don't know what I tell Gaither anything, but one thing I ain't gonna do, I ain't gonna be no fool.
Okay.
I'm not giving myself up.
And isn't it true that in June, you finally gave Detective Gaither the reason why you could not give her the gun?
Because she caught me again, right? I don't recall what I don't say in no interview, but I'm not stupid to get a police no gun.
right. That was definitely asked yesterday, like everything else so far, but that was a much more stern and hilarious, notable answer.
Especially Gaten.
Oh my God. This is why the defense isn't objecting, because this is great for the defense.
In this February 21st interview, did you also tell Detective Gaither again about this meeting with a man named Mo, and he gave you 97 days to live? Did you tell Detective Gaither about this meeting?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true? You told Detective Gaither. Mo said I have 97 days to live. If I ain't dead in 97 days, they gonna shoot a Mechanicsville until they kill me. The word come back to me. Moon Tung seen somebody downtown. They were If Gang. He's like, damn, what up with y'all? What y'all got going on? Niggas like, it was a misunderstanding, bro. They made it seem like we come to get everybody. We beefing with the whole If Gang. Nah, it's just Kel and everybody up under Kel, and they all beefing with me.
But I was posted up in the middle of my neighborhood every day.
Okay. Were you all beefing with the whole If Gang?
I don't recall.
And when you say we were beefing with the whole If Gang, were you talking about YSL?
I'm from Canterville.
And guys, the MPRE,
Now,
in my
during that
understanding,
interview in February 21st, do you recall another detective coming to speak with you about an unrelated issue?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall someone coming in and talking to you about another murder?
If you say,
Okay. And during that interview, she talked to you about being a part of YSL, correct?
I don't recall. What I talked to with any of these police is about, I just know that I was trying to get them off of me. And I'm finna make up whatever, if they bring up whatever topic, I'm finna make up something to get them off of me. I'm a victim in every situation. I'm an innocent in everything I do.
Do you recall her asking you, you was Billy Blood? And your response was, I was, but. And she didn't ask you, what are you now? And your response is, that's the point. They got mad because I didn't go back with Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL.
I don't recall saying that.
yeah, so Resist Impulse is taking this professional responsibility exam. Hopefully his brain isn't clouded by watching Hilton in Love
And then you also
months.
continue to say that the Inglewood family people were also mad at Little D because he used to be Inglewood. And when he got in, excuse me, strike that. You also continue to say that Inglewood was mad at Little D as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And that when Little D got jumped by MDC, they laughed at him because they thought YSL should have helped him out in the club.
YSL is not a game. So you can't, y'all keep trying to attach that to things that go on. If YSL was a game and you saying that I was Billy Blood and Lady was If Gang, how the hell, excuse my language, how would all of us be YSL if we all supposed to be this and that and that? It don't make sense. If you're a gang, you only gonna be one thing.
Doesn't
I think he
YSL
knows
have both
better than
Blood
Hilton.
and Crip gang members?
YSL is a record label.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
Y'all keep locking me up.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
No,
When you got out of jail and you were doing your rap videos, were you signed to YSL?
I was signed to somebody else.
Okay, so you've never been on YSL, the record label, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So when we're talking about you was Billy Blood, but now I'm with Thug and them, I'm YSL. Billy Blood is not a record label, correct?
But when you speaking on gang,
Is Billy Blood a record label?
All right, Bill, he didn't seem to be answering. Go ahead and answer the question that's on the floor.
Is Billy Blood a record label?
I don't know what Billy Blood is.
So when she asked you,
Saying it wrong?
She asked you was Billy Blood. You said I was, but
I'm talking to the police, so I don't recall what I don't say to them. But when you're trying to say gang, it's a difference. When you put that gang on things, you go into where I was. I was a 30 deep gang member. You can't say I was a YSL gang member. YSL was never considered a gang.
when
Y'all making it a game.
when you responded, I didn't go back to Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL. Did you say I'm part of YSL, the record label?
Listen,
It might be harder to get on YSL than join a
it's not a
street
gang.
gang.
You know what I mean? It don't matter how y'all try to put it, how y'all trying to see it. A gang is these people right here, everybody right here, and everybody. You can't put Crips and Bloods together and say that this is a gang. Because if the Crips and Bloods get into it and everybody just saying that, they YSL, they got to pick what they're going to choose. You can't say, like when I was down the road and then people like, oh, there's Woody. He be with Young Thug, such. And the Blood's like, well, he not Blood. And then the Crips like, well, so when they get in, it don't make sense. Y'all got to get that. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all in here trying to make something more than what it is. It's not.
Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. Ask Duke.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. And is Duke a part of YSL?
Ask Duke.
I'm asking you.
But we speaking on gang.
I asked you a simple question. Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. I'm not a Crip. Never was.
That's not what I asked you.
I can't tell you who's a Crip and who's a Blood.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I know I'm a civilian.
Overruled.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if Duke is a member of YSL?
I don't recall.
Also, in
pick
this
the popcorn
February
back up,
interview
Anthony.
with Detective Gaither, did you also speak to her about the gambling house shooting that occurred in Lakewood?
I don't recall.
Did you tell her the whole time it come back on Kel and them? Because there's a little gambling house we go hang out and gamble. We go there, we gamble, we come out and leave, Kel and them in the bushes. Kel, Stewie, they never mentioned the third person name. They in the bushes. They start shooting at us and they shot so many times. Shit, I was just glad to be alive.
I don't recall.
And when she asked you what gambling house, you said in Lakewood. They shot so many times. So damn near shot everybody's car. But they missed everybody and grazed one person across his back. But when the police came, he had already left. Couple people left, but it was Kel.
I don't recall.
Thank you, Cutthroat Radio Podcast. Top of the morning, Hilton, shut up.
And in fact, you told Detective Gaither the reason why you found out it was Kel is because he got into it with Gucci Red, and she came back and told you all that it was Kel that shot up the gambling house.
I'm talking to the police. I'm going to tell them anything to get them out my face. I don't recall what I don't told them. So you keep asking me the same these questions about what I told the police. Ask me about what's going on today. I don't recall about no lies I don't told in the past.
Back in 2015, were you afraid to come to court to testify if you had to against Tay?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Back in 2015, when you had this interview with Detective Gaither, were you afraid that you would have to come to court to testify against Tay?
Miss Hilton, you know I'm not afraid of nothing that's walking on this earth.
Okay.
You know that.
Looking at that interview, did you tell Detective Gaither, if I describe him in your case, I will have to come to court?
I don't recall what I don't told the investigate, whatever you call them.
And then you also asked Detective Gaither if
She's
you
trying to get
point him
these videos
out,
in,
meaning
guys.
Tay, that's going to make it in his discovery packet.
I don't recall nothing. I don't told the investigators.
And matter of fact, Detective Gaither said to you, I mean, if you identify him, you a victim. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say it's not going to eventually come out.
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
And you told her, man, I know if I do this, shit just going to get worse and worse.
Ms. Hills, I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And you continue to say, nah, I'm worried about he get locked up, he get the discovery, see, I circle his picture and put my name on there, and he gonna send it to the street, say I told on him. And they gonna put it on Instagram and Twitter, and they gonna tell everybody, and then I'm gonna just be like, boy, then nobody won't be around me.
But the God honest truth is he never shot at me.
But back in 2015, your concern was if you pointed him out, you'd be labeled a snitch, correct?
No, my concern was that they locked him up for something that he didn't do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't recall, you know what I mean? I don't recall what I don't told the investigators, but telling them the truth be the last thing I ever do.
And matter of fact, you kept asking, I'm gonna have to come to court, correct?
I don't recall what I just said to the investigators.
And at that point, she tried to encourage you to pick him out of the photographic lineup, correct?
I don't recall.
And then you asked her, what do I have to do then? And she asked you, what you have to do then what? And you said, after I snitch. And she said to you, it's not snitching, it's telling the truth. If you call it snitching, you circle the person you know that shot at you.
It's snitching when you tell them the truth.
And that's what your concern was, correct?
Not if y'all sitting here trying to make me say somebody shot at me that they didn't shoot at me. But if this way it's gonna take, because they keep saying here, you gonna let people shoot at you while you got your child? I'm tired of you keep asking me something. I don't know who shot at me. If I knew who shot at me, I don't recall.
And Dee Dee makes a great point here. Why are they even keeping him on the stand? Even with the videos, inconsistencies equal doubt. How can a jury decipher his truth from his lies? It's essentially a tug of war. They need him to establish key elements and details about this Donovan Thomas murder. And also, they're using him to try to establish that there was activity being done in furtherance of YSL as a gang. It's all they've got to try.
You said that everything you told the detectives is a lie. But didn't you also tell detectives that every time you hung around with Young Thug, he told you he was going to show you some new shit? That he's going to show you a new way of life?
I don't recall what I done told the investigators.
Was that a lie?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
Did Young Thug tell you at some point in time back in 2015 he was going to show you a new life?
What the hell? My life was all right. So I don't recall him telling me that.
Did you travel with Thug on tour?
No, I never traveled with him on tour.
Did you ever travel with him on a plane?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you ever go to Miami with him?
Yes, I have.
Did he ever give you money to post up in the club?
Nope. I want to pay somebody your money.
Did you tell the police that he would give you money at times to flash in the club?
I tell the police, what you don't tell them this is my money? They gonna want to know where I got it from?
Did you also tell the police that Thug told you to have your girl find a place in Cobb County so you can lay low for a while and that he was going to help you out and pay for it?
I tell the police anything to get them out my face at the time. I don't recall what I done told them.
Did Doug offer to pay for some place for you and your girl to live to lay low?
Did he ever do it?
That's not the question I asked you.
No, I made it up. I don't recall what I don't say. I don't know. I don't even know if I said that to the police.
So are you saying today that Thug never offered to have you to lay low and pay for a place?
Thug never did nothing for me besides let me travel with him to his concerts, shows, whatever you want to call it.
Didn't you tell the police after they asked you this question? They asked you, Thug can't get no money to get your girl to move? And you said, I know he will, but I'm in jail. They asked you, I mean, what? To send words, to send word. If he going to look out, he would. Sorry. I mean, what? To send word is to send word. If he going to look out, he will, jail or not. And your response is, he said, find somewhere in Cobb or Clayton County. They won't come there. He said, don't bring anybody to the house.
I don't recall nothing I don't told to the police.
Thank you, Jen, for giving someone a membership. That was really nice. Okay, so Love is just hanging out at the back table.
Now, you said that you was a member of 30 Deep. So 30 Deep a gang?
Nah, I just said that, but
Was 30 Deep also known as the Blue Jeans Bandit?
I don't know. That what y'all labeled it?
Have you ever heard 30 Deep be a reference as?
I don't recall.
What Bloods are a part of YSL?
Huh?
What Bloods are a part of YSL?
What you mean? What Bloods are a part of YSL? You can't. I don't recall.
Do you know what other Crips are a part of YSL?
I don't recall.
And remember, so far, Hilton hasn't done anything to refresh recollection except those 5 images of him sitting in different interviews, those photographs.
Earlier, did I hear you clearly when you said YSL has Crips and Blood, so it can't be a gang? Did you say that?
'Cause you got to understand, if you're a gang, right? So you a Bloods. The Bloods won't let you say that you YSL or you 30 Deep or you MDC. You gonna even be Blood and whatever that is, a Crip or whatever that is. You can't be two, 3 different things. Like, where they do that at? Who your loyalty gonna be with? If you claim you 3 different gangs, anything liable to go down.
Is your loyalty to YSL?
Is what?
Your loyalty
My
to
loyalty
YSL.
to myself. You keep saying YSL. YSL ain't got nothing to do with me or the streets.
I think Hilton's legitimately flustered. Like, worse than
I just
before.
asked you whether or not Thug gave you money to flex on the stage, and your response was he did not give you money, correct?
I tell the investigators anything. That's what my response was.
Okay. In that January 28th interview, did you tell them Thug gave me money and I'm on stage flexing the money?
I don't recall what I told no police.
And as it relates to Miami, in that same January 28th interview, did you tell the police Thug had a show? He took me to a show with him. Thug had a show. I think it had to be in Miami because it was on a Sunday. We flew to Miami on a plane. While we in Miami, they was like in the club, this and that.
I don't recall what I done made up to tell the police.
After this February 21st interview, did you go to jail?
Can you say that again?
After you were finished with this February interview, did you go to jail?
I don't know what you,
After you left that interview, when you're in the blue jumpsuit, did they take you to jail?
huh?
After you left the interview on February 21st with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you go to jail?
Did they take me back to the jail?
Did they take you back to the jail?
I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay. And were you released in March of 2015 from your probation matter?
After y'all false arrest me,
Were you released from jail in March of 2015 from
Look at Love's
the
face.
I was released, I don't know when.
Okay. After March of 2015, before June, did you ever go back to jail? Between March of 2015 and June, do you recall going back to jail?
I went to jail every time the police saw me.
Okay. Did you ever go back to the Fulton County Jail between March and June?
Huh?
So back in 2015,
Right.
you got out after this probation violation, correct? You got out of jail, correct?
Yeah, yeah, I got out.
Okay. And we know the next time you went to jail was in June because they arrested you at your house, correct?
No, they locked me up at Deshaun house.
Excuse me, at Deshaun's house, correct?
Right.
So I'm asking, between the time you were released in March and the time that you got arrested in June at Deshaun's house, did you go back to jail at any other time between when you were released and when you got locked up?
Yeah, I think I went to jail like 3-4 days after I got out.
Okay. And was that in Henry County?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how long you stayed in Henry County?
It went no day or nothing. I stayed in there for a little minute.
When you say a little minute, would that be about a month?
Probably, yeah, I think so, a month. Another time y'all false arrested me.
That was in Henry County, correct, that you got arrested?
Yep.
You know, Henry County's down in Fulton County, correct?
But how did, I never been here in Canada a day in my life, so why they locking me up? Because y'all told them to.
That's right, Dublin Mug.
That's a
Woody of
different
all
county,
people is
correct?
going to bring down Fulton County
Y'all all
corruption.
work together.
Is Henry County a different county? Okay. Now, during this time between March and June, were you still being accused of killing Nut?
I don't know.
Did you still believe that people thought you killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Also during this time, isn't it true that you thought that Thug was trying to kill you as well?
Huh?
Between March of 2015 and June of 2015, did you believe that Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
When you get arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated. Is that fair to say?
Can you say that again?
When you got arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated, correct?
I was.
Okay. You were upset that people were blaming you for something that you didn't do, correct?
No, I was upset. Y'all kept locking me up, and I was trying to get it. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell the police you were upset because people kept blaming you for something that you did not do?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
And you also told the police that you thought Thug was trying to kill you, correct?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
Okay. And it was during that June interview that you gave it all up, didn't you?
Gave it all up.
That you told about everything that happened the night of Donovan Thompson's murder.
I had enough time to I don't recall.
Okay, is she going to ask to show something to Copeland finally? Refresh his recollection? Or are we just shuffling through papers? And Victor Mann wants to know, do Love and Hilton color coordinate? There's been a few days like this where it seems like they might do that.
And in June, that interview started at 9:00 in the morning after they arrested you at Deshaun's house, correct?
If you say so.
And you were arrested at Deshaun's house for the gun that they found at the Dunbar Center in May of 2015, correct?
I think so.
And also when you got to Deshaun's house, you had another gun in the house for which,
I ain't have none.
okay, they found another gun in Deshaun's house, correct?
That's what they said.
Right. And they brought you into headquarters to speak with you, correct? They brought you to headquarters to speak. You shook your head. Was that a yes?
Yes.
And in that interview, Detective Gaither was present, correct?
If you say,
Detective Dennis was also there?
if you say,
Okay. Did you also speak with an ATF agent?
if you say,
Do you recall speaking to an ATF agent?
I don't recall none.
Okay. And at some point in time in that interview, Thorpe came and spoke with you as well, correct?
Did he?
At some point in time, do
Okay.
you recall Thorpe coming to speak to you as well?
All right.
And then you also spoke with some internal affairs officers, correct?
I guess.
And this interview lasted at least, again, 9 hours, correct?
Felt like longer than that.
And when you first get into that interview, you tell Detective Gaither that you have not been hanging around Shannon.
Can you
correct?
say it again?
When the interview talk starts, you tell Detective Gaither that you had not been hanging around Shannon anymore, correct?
I don't recall what I told the investigators, but believe me, if I'm not going to tell them the truth.
Okay. And you initially start the investigator saying that they're trying to kill you, correct?
Can you say that again?
You told the investigators that they were trying to kill you,
That who was trying to kill me?
that Thug and them were trying to kill you.
I don't recall.
Do you recall, did you ever text Thug's sister, Dolly, to ask her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detectives that you texted Max and asked her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall what I done told these people. But I'm not going to tell them the truth. Keep telling you that.
And were you concerned that they were trying to kill you because you had told on them?
If I done told them, they would have been in jail if they did anything that I was telling on them about.
Did you tell the detectives that they were trying to kill you because they think you told on them?
Man, I'm like that.
Okay. Matter of fact, Detective Gates asked you, why is everybody in the world trying to kill you? And your response is, they think I told on them.
You get in front of the police, play stupid, mislead them. I don't recall what I done told them. That's why I can't tell you, yeah, I remember telling them this. I don't recall.
Okay. And you actually provided the detectives with Dolly's phone number, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And Dolly's phone number at the time ended in 1990, correct?
I guess. I don't know.
And I'm calling her Dolly, but you actually called her Max, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told the detective that her name is actually Dolly White on Instagram.
I don't recall.
And Bernadette Durkin.
And
This
you
is
told
why
the
we're getting I
detectives
don't recall
that
instead of
you
I don't
called
know.
her and you asked her, your brother trying to get me killed? What the hell have I did to him?
I don't recall nothing I done made up and told the police.
Because if it's
And her
possible he really
response
doesn't
to you
remember.
was just stop listening to everybody.
I'm delusional like that.
If you're delusional, why would you need to tell the detectives about a text message?
Because it's just how I am. I'm going to justify myself. I'm already think ahead of time. I'm already try to make myself be prepared. I don't recall what I done told these people. I told you time after time after time. I done made this stuff up. I done made it all up. I done made it all up. And you still want to ignore it.
And when the detectives asked you, why would they be trying to kill you? You said, listen, when Nut got killed and police called me down here, I came down here and I told them, look, I don't know what the hell's going on. These police acting like they think I killed this man. I keep telling them this.
So they were trying to kill me. If he got killed in January and I got locked up in June, I would have, if there was truth, if they was trying to kill me, so they mean they were trying to kill me, and you said if game was trying to kill me, why ain't nobody kill me? Because last time I checked, I was in Mechanicville every single day. So y'all gonna go off without a lie to the police? Then at this point, we wasting time right now.
Isn't that one of the questions you asked the police? I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm always in Mechanicsville.
Keep it on. I don't know what you talk about. I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
And also, when they asked you, who thought you were talking to the police or snitching, you told them that Thug was right there. Thug was there every time that you answered the phone to talk to the police.
I had to be the stupidest person in the world to answer a phone for the police in front of anybody. Why would I answer the phone in front of anybody with the police? That don't even make sense. You can just tell the police anything, they're gonna go for it.
Okay. But did you tell
Okay.
the police that you would answer the phone in
I don't
front of
recall
Thug?
what. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in front of Thug? So that's why they think you were snitching.
So they think I was snitching, and like you said, I was still around them. And you want them to be killers or whatever you want them to be. Why I didn't die? Why I'm not dead? Why?
Didn't you ask that same question to Detective Gaither?
I don't know what I don't ask them, but it's just
And you said the same thing. I'm in Mechanicsville every day. So if they want me to be killed, why haven't they killed me yet? That's the same question you asked Detective Gaither, correct?
you telling me or you asking me?
I'm asking you that, what you also told Detective Gaither.
You asking me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you can't pick and choose what I'm telling the truth about or what I'm lying about. I can't say the word what I'm trying to say because you don't want me cursing.
Okay. So the point is, did you tell Detective Gaither the same thing you're telling here is, why haven't they killed me yet? I've been in Mechanicsville every single day.
I tell the investigators anything so that I'm innocent, I look innocent, and I ain't guilty of nothing. Are we clear?
I understand what you're saying today.
Okay.
Let's talk about what you told the police back in 2015. Back in 2015, because you still haven't answered this question. Did you tell the detectives the same thing that you're saying here today, which is, I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm in
Just handed a
Mechanicsville
giant
every
note
day.
to Atkins.
So, what you saying?
I'm answering that question. Did you tell the detective the same thing you're
I
saying?
don't know what I don't told the investigator. I asked them that 30,000 times already. I don't recall what I don't told them. But what I'm telling you is, if somebody gonna kill me or somebody wanted to kill me, it wasn't hard to kill me. I was outside, still ill.
All right. During the same interview, you were concerned that Thug did not want you hanging around him anymore, correct?
I'm talking to the police. They're trying to tie this man into me.
Okay. Did you tell the police in that interview, he did something, he got rid of me? And they asked you, what do you mean? He ain't want me hanging around him no more. I'm like, what the hell? You feel what I'm saying? What the hell? This N-word don't want me around? I get to asking Shannon and them, and Shannon's like, I don't know.
If they wanted me dead, they knew where I laid my head at. They could have easily called me and be like, come here and kill me if they were living like that.
And then they asked you, why does it matter to Thug if he talking to the police or not? If he had no say-so with what happened with Nut, you know what's going on? And your response is, between us, I want to say they had something to do with it. Who was they?
Don't
All of
pull.
them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Don't pull them in my shenanigans. I keep telling you that. Y'all got me here to be truthful.
All right. And when you said all of them, and Detective Gaither asked you Thug and who? And you said Shannon and Beezy, all of them been acting funny towards me.
I don't know if you know, which you already know, that I don't run behind nobody. So when the investigators are questioning me, I'm going to say whatever to spin them to get them off of me.
Okay. And at that point, they asked you, how long have you known Shannon? And you said, longer than Thug has. And they asked, have you known Shannon for a good part of your adult life? And you said, we went to school together.
Because I knew my motive. My motive was to put the blame on them to get it off of me.
And then they asked you, you tell them, I'm going to tell you the truth. They did it.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the police.
And you said, I can't say who did it. And they said, who was they?
You finished?
Mhm.
I don't recall nothing I told the
finished?
police.
And your response was, I can't say who did it. This is how I know did it. Thug and them don't know which one did it. I was at the house. And you begin going into what happened on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
You told the police back in this June 10th, 2015 interview, baby mama, she woke up. And I'm like, where you at? She at the Family Dollar on Auburn. And she's on the way. And you're telling the detective, this is the night of the murder. Do you remember this?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And he
Hi,
said,
Milla.
is it true? After that night, the murder happened, I called Thug. He always answered for me. I FaceTime him. He hung it up. I'm like, damn, I called D. And D like, where you at?
I don't recall nothing I told the police. I made it all up.
And they clarified, D, is that the Mikion?
You asking me?
I am.
I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
And then
I
she
don't
said,
think
yeah,
she
the
can
Mikion.
recognize
I don't
truth.
talk to
No matter
I don't talk
how
to the
she
one from
pronounces it, I
Cleveland.
just don't think she can
D.
recognize it.
I don't talk from D on Cleveland.
Oh, I
I'm
recall.
about to get
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you want to take a break?
No, you good.
Okay. I'm about to get this car, this white Charger. Do you recall telling the detective that you were going to get your brother's white Charger?
I tell the investigators anything, long as it ain't telling on myself.
Okay. He said, all right, I go to my brother's house. He gonna give me the car, and I pulled up to the green store.
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
You then told him again, I called Thug. I ain't called D, and he didn't answer.
I think you just asked me that, and I just told you I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
Okay. You then tell the detective, I pull up at the green store. I talked to Little Reddy, me and Little Reddy talking, and D said he was on Cleveland. So then you went over to Cleveland.
I don't even know who Loretta is, but I don't recall nothing I talked to, none that I told the detectives or whatever y'all want me to say.
Okay. You then tell the detectives that you leave from Mechanicsville and you pull up to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And do you recall going to the McDonald's?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And you told the detectives when you pulled up to McDonald's that D was with Bentley and them, correct?
I don't recall nothing.
And is Bentley OG Bentley?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And when they asked you who else was with you, you told them Nard. And you said, hold on, I think I'm lying. It was a white Jeep. It was Nard, D, Bentley, Shannon, and Ye. And all of them were in the Jeep.
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
Okay. Do you recall being at the McDonald's and seeing the Mikion, Nard, Bentley, and Shannon in a white Nitro?
I don't recall nothing.
And this was the Nitro that Bentley has.
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And do you recall D getting out of the vehicle and getting into your car?
I don't recall nothing.
And you told the detectives that D got out, and when D got out of the car, he got in the car with you.
I don't know how many times I keep telling you I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that when D got in your car, he told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
Is it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Demekion said they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
And when he said that, that's when Nard got into your car.
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And is it true that once Nard got into the car, you stopped talking about the murder with Demekion?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
I don't recall.
Okay. Once Nard got in the call, did you have some concern about why D stopped talking?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told the detectives when Nard got in the call, I'm like, D stopped talking. And I'm like, why the hell D stopped talking? I ain't say nothing. I'm in the car riding.
I don't recall.
While you were in the call with D and Nard, did Moontum call you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it true that you told the detectives Moontum FaceTime you and said, Nut just got shot, boy?
Nothing I said was true. Why you keep asking me, is it true? I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
And your response to Moontum was, I'm like, I just heard it, boy. He said your name on Instagram. And you said, I'm just getting out of the house. I ain't had no parts of it.
Yeah. I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives? That after once Moontum called you, he said to you, I just heard it, boy. He
Ne-
said your name.
I'm sorry.
He said your name on Instagram. I'm just getting out of the house. I didn't have any parts of it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you who was Nard.
I don't recall.
Do you know who Nard is?
When you asked me that back there, what I told you?
Do you know who Nard is?
No, I told you back there. I didn't know who Nard was.
Have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall nothing. I don't told the investigators.
My question to you is, have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall.
And when they asked you who Nard was, is it true you told the police that Nard was locked up?
I'm trying to make. I don't recall.
And they asked you what he was locked up for, and you told them what he was locked up for.
I don't recall.
Then they continued to get more information. When Nard got into the car, you said, D, stop talking. Once you left McDonald's, where did you go?
I don't recall. I don't even recall going to McDonald's. I don't recall nothing that you talking about. I don't recall no lie that I told the investigators. You got me here to tell the truth, but you keep asking me about some lies I don't made up.
Isn't it true that you told detectives y'all got on the expressway?
Nothing I said is true. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told the detectives that they followed you, that you were following the Nitro up to Thug's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true then you said you followed them to Thug's house, and you said once you dropped off Demekion and Nard at Thug's house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall going to Thug's house the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you told the detective? So we followed him to Thug's house. He stayed downtown at the Sky House.
I don't recall.
Did Thug stay at the Sky House back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that once you got to Thug's house that Nard got out of the car?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you told the detectives that once you got to Thug's house, Nard got out of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Is it true that when Nard got out of the vehicle, Demekion told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Is it true that's what you told the detectives, that once Nard got out of the car, Demekion told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall no lie I told the police.
And isn't it true that when Demekion told you they just killed Nut, he pointed in the direction of Thug, Nard, and Shannon, who was getting out of the car?
I tell the police anything get them out my face.
And
I do not recall one thing I told the police.
And isn't it true you told detectives, your response is, I'm like who? And he just pointed towards Nard and them.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you then told Demekion, you know what, I'm not going to get caught up in all of this?
I don't recall.
After that, then they asked you, why do they think that you did it?
I don't recall.
And your response was, because me and Kel get into it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you, what does Nard have to do with it?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, this is what I want to tell you. I think Thug and Nut had problems with each other.
I don't recall.
And weren't you telling the detectives information that you learned from Demekion?
I don't recall.
And they actually asked you if Demekion would come down there and talk with them, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told them, I don't think he's going to come down, because when you gave them Demekion's number the first time, Demekion never called them.
I don't recall.
And you actually told the detectives you encouraged Demekion to call the police.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, I told D, I love you too much. I helped you. These niggas not for you, bro. And you going to go with them.
I don't recall.
Didn't D tell you that they hid the car and the guns after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Isn't that what you told the detectives, that D told you that they hid the car and the guns?
I tell detectives anything they want to hear. If they go for it, they go for it. I don't recall.
And didn't you tell the detective it was a gray car?
I don't know. I don't recall what I told them.
And you said you knew what the car was because you had saw the car on video.
I don't recall what I don't told them.
And they asked you whether or not it was a Pontiac. And you told them that it was not a Pontiac.
I tell them anything. As long as I throw them out, that's all that matter.
You also told them that it was a rental vehicle, correct?
I tell them anything to throw them off.
And although you're telling us today that you said anything to throw them off, isn't it true that you told the detectives, I promise you, I ain't lying. I hate jail. I'll be damned. The nigga tried to kill me and my child.
I do hate jail. And I would tell the police anything to throw them out.
My question for you is, isn't it true that you told the detectives, I promise you, I ain't lying. I hate jail. I'll be damned. The nigga tried to kill me and my child.
I don't recall.
I'm confused for these parts where maybe he did give I did this because I lied to the police. What segments of the statement was that relating to?
Take a break. It's about time for our morning
Great.
break. Let's
Perfect.
take 10 minutes or so.
So we actually have some paperwork in front of him, some transcripts. That's like one step in trying to refresh the recollection of a witness to try to get something actually introduced into the record beyond just stating it in your question. And again, yesterday we saw the 5 photographs of different jail interviews. For the most part, yesterday and today, the answers he was given was, I don't recall. And if he has a reason where it might be truthful that he doesn't recall, then, you know, you don't really just get to bring something in unless you really think he's lying about not recalling. What she should be doing is step by step. If she wants to get a specific segment of a statement brought in through the video, put on the record. Oh, we have Love has an issue. Okay. But you would think that on specific lines where she gets an answer besides, I don't recall. Your Honor, may I approach? Give him that part of the transcript. Have him look at it. Do you see when the statement was given? Maybe the document says the date of the transcription. He can say yes or no. If he says no, you don't see the date right there, keep asking him. Lay it out. Then ask the judge permission to introduce, the video portion of that thing that you're trying to talk about. But the thing is, I feel like they just don't have it prepped. I feel like they didn't go through their video statements to try to segment out the parts that they might be able to get in question by question. They just wanted to play the whole thing out of laziness. So, in a way, I think it's better for the state to just try to ask these questions and not even try to introduce the video. It's really weird. There's just something like odd about how they're doing this. Yeah, don't help them. I think it's too late, but it's like, I really just think it's laziness. You miss a lot of I don't recalls. A lot of I don't recalls. And then Hilton really focused. She started today off, and if you watched the beginning, you saw it. But Hilton really started off today refocusing back on what Woody, that cliffhanger that we got about the mention of the infinity, and tried to pull it back in her court, her side of the court, by asking, well, didn't Thug rent that for you? Why would you give someone a wreck? Like, trying to turn that infinity story around. I don't think it's that effective. Don't think that was that effective. But you can tell the state was concerned about that being mentioned out loud in front of the jury, and they're probably concerned that the jury was tuned into that a little bit, just like we all were. But other than that, really just a lot of I don't recalls. A lot of I don't recalls. And then I think she messed up in this recent portion, this whole McDonald's meeting. She could have tried to make him look at the transcript a little bit more, go line by line. You don't remember saying that? You don't remember being there, talking to this person on this date? He may have very well kept saying, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. But she would have had a better chance to try to get that part of the interview played. And that part of the interview deals with him knowing that everybody got together after the killing of Donovan Thomas. So I think that has come and gone. She missed her opportunity there. That's a key part because that's where they got their information on who could have been present when Donovan Thomas was killed and thus who may have participated in it. So I really don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know if anybody knows. You know, I think I'm giving her grace by saying she's too lazy or they're not prepared to have the specific segments of this video to bring in. So they have to try to deal with around that. But yeah. And yeah, it's just going line by line, but he keeps giving logical answers when he answers, makes her look foolish. The I don't recall, and of course I don't recall because I made up anything back then. So he's also giving a reasonable justification for why he's saying I don't recall, rather than for us to only be able to think he's saying I don't recall because he just doesn't want to answer. He is giving a plausible reason why he might not recall something from many years ago, really. But if I lie all the time, how could I keep that straight? Let alone remember the conversation in general. So even if you put the piece of paper in front of me, it might not really refresh my recollection because I don't remember saying that if I wasn't telling the truth in that moment. I made it up on the spot and I forget it 2 seconds later. You know what they say, people can't keep their lies straight. Why would you be able to recall them? And again, appreciate you guys for all the super chats. While we have the sidebar, let's take advantage. Resist Impulse, who is taking their professional responsibilities exam, which maybe we should send Hilton and Love to go redo that. He's taking that later today. He might be taking it, depending on his time zone, he might be taking it in like an hour and a half or so. So send some good vibes to Resist Impulse. And I had answered this question in the chat. I know one of my favorite highlighting I see from the channel Potentially Criminal. He uses an extension called Page Marker. It kind of like works funky on my computer, so I can't do it, but he never has problems with it. Awesome, awesome extension that lets you highlight on screen. And then if you're ever looking at a PDF document, there's usually an option within your browser, if you put it in a web browser, to click a print button to expand it. And that, for me, has a built-in highlighter function. So that's what I use. And then if I'm doing something offline, not on a live stream, I do it all in Adobe. Bernadette Durkin, I tried to get to this earlier, but I couldn't find a cutaway into the stuff, but we just spoke about this a little bit. Can they bring in the videos with the way Woody's testifying? Love your channel, Kat, and hi from Ireland. I think they're doing a poor job at laying the foundation, especially with the pragmatics of having these long interviews. They're just not laying the foundation for specific bits to bring in a specific part of the video. I don't know if she's going to try at some point to say, Your Honor, we move to admit this whole chunk of video. And I don't know how the judge would feel about trying to admit all of that when we've had 2 days. We're approaching 2 days. There's no way this questioning is going to start moving any faster. Imagine by the end of today, after 2 days of questioning like what we've had for the last day. Hilton asked the judge, and then can we play this video that I read into the record for the last 2 days? Can we watch all the things I've already read? I just don't think Judge Whitaker, I don't think the discretion will be weighed because of a real admissibility reasoning, but the sheer gall of the state to just be disorganized with their approach and waste time with their approach. I think Whitaker will take an issue with that and not allow them the leeway to do that. So, but shout out to you all the way from Ireland. And then Truth, thanks for mentioning this earlier in the chat. We had pulled some information on it. Thugger Daly and Joseph Papp had both talked about it. If you guys are joining late, Melnick's license, his license to practice law has been suspended for 6 months. It's unrelated to this case, but he's obviously not able to continue to represent Woody. I don't know if he was in the courtroom all day yesterday, but this decision did come down today, so it wasn't in place yesterday. So still don't know what went on with that question with Woody yesterday. Am I protected from federal prosecution? And we didn't hear anything from Melnick in the gallery. I mean, I don't think any of us really have clarity on what's going on with that. Someone did say that there's, some case out there that suggests the feds don't like to override if a state grants immunity to someone, even though that doesn't technically grant them federal immunity, the feds still don't like to play with that. But I don't know, I wouldn't, if you asked me if I was the defendant at risk of something like that, I wouldn't trust a gray area like that. So personally, I don't feel like we have clarity. Doug Weinstein did clarify on X when I posted the immunity order that we've looked at from one of the state's responses. They had attached it as an exhibit. He clarified that that's still the same order. And that order only mentions Georgia Attorney General and district attorneys not being able to prosecute. So, but yeah, so with Melnick's suspension, nothing to do with Kenneth Copeland, but I am still really curious about some of the bombshells that we got mentioned yesterday about Threat and the Infinity. And we're still unclear about what role Woody or where he was during certain time frames. But Melnick, not related, just to keep clarifying that air, because it is really like a crazy, crazy coincidental timing. I don't think the state was responsible for it, but they might have known it was coming. They might have known it was coming. Because you can kind of see the Supreme Court calendar and maybe guess when a decision's going to come down within a certain calendar period. So they might have seen it coming, but it was something that happened back in 2019 where he didn't inform a client of court appearance dates. So thank you for the super chat. And yeah, right in line, Bernadette says, I'm worried about Woody having no attorney there. And, personally, I saw it in the chat too. I don't think it's just me, but a lot of us were wondering why he didn't say anything yesterday afternoon. So I'm not sure if he was in the courtroom all day, but we know we didn't hear him pop up and say anything to clarify with that federal immunity question. So, still one of those things that I have no clarity on. I can only speculate and raise some questions, raise my eyebrows a little bit. Theory says, I don't recall nothing I told investigators. Woody, I need you to keep the I don't recall. Well, he's done a great job so far. He's definitely given more I don't recalls than an answer that wasn't I don't recall. Like if you put all the answers that aren't I don't recall next to I don't recall, the I don't recall list is like this, and then the other answers are like maybe like this. So thank you so much for your super chat, Theory. Chance, this is great. So the prosecutor's triangle of doom, right? So imagine you have 3 points. Almost like a cycle, but it's 3 points. I don't recall answers. So they're trying to get interviews admitted. But Woody's already laid it out that everything he told them, told the APD, Atlanta Police Department, during these interviews was a lie. So great. You might finally find a way to get something introduced, whether through your questioning, your leading questions, or because you actually get the transcripts and you lay the foundation to bring them in. But all of the resistance that Woody's putting up, it's not just I don't recall. It's I don't recall because I lied. I was untruthful back then. Of course I'm going to lie to the police. Here's a really reasonable reason why I would lie to the police. Why would I have them looking for me? Why would I give them a gun? Am I stupid? I'm not stupid. And I think Woody, when he gets animated with those answers, it's very compelling. It's reasonable and it's compelling. It's not just a reasonable answer that he's throwing out there hoping it sticks. It's a reasonable answer that it seems like is coming from his chest when he says it. And I think that's very compelling for the jury. And it's one of those reasons, why is it the strategy of the state to repeat the same questions? Because some of these answers have had more oomph behind them from Woody. So I really think there's a good reason I think he could come off as credible for these particular answers. Why would I go home and get a gun to hand it over to a detective and get myself caught up? Like, how would that not be a reasonable answer, a credible answer? So that is a great, great visual to picture it as the prosecutor's triangle of doom. Thanks so much, Chance. And you were amazing too, AI Designs. I saw it was the avocado sticker. I think it might have cleared already now by this point. But thank you so much for sending that. I think the stickers are really, really cute. And it's always good to see you in the chat, AI. And then Mike G says, they gave someone in Detroit 12 to 15 years for lying to the police after beating his case. Oh, wow. So I'm assuming acquitted, right? He had an acquittal for whatever that crime was, whatever he was on trial for. But then he does, that's a long sentence. They pin him with lying. Interesting. And that's crazy because you don't really see people get prosecuted for false reporting or lying all that often. So when you do see someone prosecuted for it, kind of makes you wonder of the motive and the fairness of the pursuit of such a prosecution. Because I think in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if it's something you've watched a case, any case, and it's frustrated you or you've gotten pissed off because someone was clearly lying and there were no repercussions for it. It could be a witness, it could be a detective, it could be, whoever you want to be, a party in the case that was clearly lying and there were no repercussions for it. But then you see something like this and it's like, interesting. They pursued that and he got stuck with 12 to 15 years. So thank you so much for the food for thought, Mike. Tywayne says, Woody's showing the state their own loopholes. Yeah, that was actually, so this was a bit earlier, but that was a pretty interesting exchange where, the whole idea that I tell the police anything, the police believe what I tell them, they don't know what they're actually looking for, but they run with it. And then with the I don't recall, he knows to say I don't recall now. He did not say I don't recall quite as much back in June. He gave a lot more I don't knows. Or I think there were a few times where he just denied doing something rather than saying he didn't remember or didn't know. Like, I don't recall if I did that. I don't know is a little bit different because it's easier to establish someone should have knowledge about something. But when you say flat out, I didn't do that, now they can, that's easier to contradict. He did a little teeny bit of that in June. He did a good amount of I don't knows in June. And he didn't use quite as many I don't recalls back in June. But today and yesterday, it's the bulk is all I don't recalls. So he definitely figured out that process, going back to the prosecutor's triangle of doom. He definitely figured out how to block that loophole. All right, I can just say I don't recall. And as long as I give him a reason, a believable reason why I might not recall something. With Adrian Bean, it was what did he say about the E? How did he word it? It was really funny. He was like, I'm suffering from Molly. Was it, I'm suffering from Molly? I think that's what it was. Like, there's his reasoning for not actually recalling. It becomes believable that he actually might not be able to recall, instead of him just saying it for the sake of saying it. Both of those witnesses gave a valid, possible reason, whether true or not, but a valid one. So, but yeah, very interesting to watch. Woody ring Hilton, throw Hilton for a loop. Thank you so much. Jennifer Atkins, thanks for becoming a member. And also, M9W, is that Canada? Are you from Canada? But thanks for becoming a member. Heart of Inspiration says, good morning, always good to see you. I think Woody is being truthful. I think that Steele is going to allow him to state on the stand the Brady info he told Hilton. This case is over. And guys, you know what's crazy is if Hilton takes all the way till Friday and then the jury's out next week, it'll be 2 weeks before we get to Cross, and I really want to see Cross. I really want to see Cross. Thank you so much, Heart of Inspiration. Bryson Medlock says, Love smiled when Hilton got frustrated. Remember to go back and look. And I had bookmarked that. So I do want to go back and kind of see, because I noticed she made a weird face. She kind of she was sitting, it was like her side profile, and she went like just smug, like looked down all smug. And I thought that was interesting. I didn't really know if it was kind of about her colleague or if it was her being annoyed with how Copeland was answering. All right, we get some camera movement. But I definitely noticed it's interesting when they do finally pan back at Love. And we get to see a little bit. We didn't really see her on camera much today, but the second it panned to her, she's making a face. So is she making faces throughout the day as she's still sitting pretty close to the jury? She shouldn't really be doing that. Army Nurse, I'd seen this earlier when Henry County was mentioned. Thanks so much, Army Nurse. Not Henry County, that's my county, good lord. So everybody disavow. We don't want to bring down Henry County with all this mess. Thank you so much, Army Nurse. And yeah, that was okay. So this is the part. So all y'all work together, and then Love giggles. Yeah, we might need to rewatch that because it's an awkward thing. Why specifically did you laugh at that? All right, we are back. Thank you also to Sherry Aguilar gifting 5 people memberships. That's so awesome. This channel is approaching 500 memberships. I got a notification like on my dashboard that I was at like 430 members. Like super, super awesome. That's like incredible to think about. So thank you so much, Sherry, for supporting the channel and for helping 5 people get access to member emojis. Oh, she lost her smile real quick. Thank you, DJ's Life, for the super sticker. She asked for permission to drink her ginger ale, cracking the can. She got the bubble guts again. Maybe that's why she's at the second table.
It scared me. They got words on it. Hmm. Oh.
Oh yeah, when cross comes, the defense will definitely ask questions. But I think they'll get a lot with a few questions. And that's true. They're not just disorganized, they're just spitballing. So they didn't even try, they're just winging it. And you guys are recalling the Johnny Depp trial and Karen Reed, Central Park 5, as some of these cases where just being frustrated about someone telling something that was false reporting.
Mr. Copeland, back in 2015, were you mentioning any of Thug's songs? Was your nickname Woody mentioned in any of Thug's songs?
Huh?
Did Thug mention you in any of his songs back in 2015?
Back in 2015?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know.
Do you recall telling the detectives that he put your name in these songs and he doesn't know, you don't know why he put your name in these songs?
I didn't like him rapping about me.
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Huh?
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Cause it's my life. Like, don't be lying on me.
What do you mean by that?
Don't be lying on me.
Are you talking about in the rap songs?
Yes.
What did you think were lies that he was telling on you in the rap song?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what the verse was or what he said in the rap song?
You know, speak no English. No, I don't recall.
Now, back in 2015, we talked about the gun that you had, the gun that was at the Dunbar Center.
I ain't had no gun.
Hey, was there a gun that was in a H&M bag that they found at the Dunbar Center?
That's what they said.
All right. And isn't it true that Quindarius Zachary or Little D from Cleveland purchased that gun from you, for you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives when they asked you, how did you get possession of that gun? You said, I got it the day he bought it for me.
I don't recall.
And you asked, and you said, yeah, he bought it for me. He bought it out of the pawn shop for you.
I don't recall.
And that you paid $1,000 for that gun.
I don't recall.
And you purchased the gun because you thought you could defend yourself.
I don't recall.
Did you think that you were able to defend yourself because of the retaliatory shootings that were happening back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the detectives that another detective told you you had a right to protect yourself,
I don't recall.
but that you couldn't take the gun if you were at the club, but if you were at home, you had a right to protect yourself?
I don't recall.
When you were at the Dunbar Center with the gun, were you trying to sell that gun?
I was at Dunbar Recreation playing basketball.
Okay. And while at the Dunbar Recreation Center playing basketball, did you have the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had a basketball.
Isn't it true that you also had the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had my shirt off. I was playing basketball.
Where was the gun at?
You tell me.
Isn't it true that the gun was sitting on a bench and the basketball court in an H&M bag?
I was playing basketball.
And isn't it true that you were trying to sell that gun that day, that you had it at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I ain't have no gun.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that you gave them the gun to sell and that they were going to sell the gun, that you were trying to sell your gun that day that you got caught with the gun at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I tell investigators anything.
Matter of fact, isn't it true that you told the detective, when I was locked up, I called one of my partners and he was like, get some money, can you help me out? He was like, yeah. When I got out, they brought me the gun back. And I was like, I don't want it. I was still trying to sell it. That is why, that is what I had, you know what I mean? When I got the gun, I got it from the green store. I went up to the park to go play basketball, but I was waiting on them to come and get it. Little D and them, so his brother pulled up. They actually waiting on who to come and get it. You talking about Demikian or Quindarius? You said Little D from Cleveland. He was supposed to pull up and get it.
Cap, I tell the investigators anything to get them off me. I didn't have no gun. I didn't know nothing about the gun. When they said something about the gun, I was confused, shot, lost. That's why they let me go that same day.
And matter of fact, they wanted to make sure that they were correct, that you were both talking about the same gun. And Detective Gates said, I'm talking about the one from the Dunbar Center. He said, that is what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Sorry. That is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday, and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Detective Gaither wanted to clarify that the gun she was referencing was the gun from the Dunbar Center. And your response was, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday, and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say it one more time?
Sure. Isn't it true that Detective Gaither wanted to make sure that you both were talking about the same gun So you clarified for her and said, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County on Monday, and police got me for the gun on Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
I don't recall.
Now, back in June of 2015, were you still hanging with both Shannon and Demikian in June of 2015?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in that interview, 1 minute D is with Shannon, and then when D's not with Shannon, him and me are together?
I don't recall. Nothing I told the investigators. I would tell them anything to get them off of me.
Back in 2015, did you get all of your information from Little D from Cleveland? Excuse me, Little D from Mechanicsville.
Say that again?
Back in 2015, because you were locked up from parts of time, did you get all of your information from Little D from Mechanicsville?
I'm Mr. Make Believe. I make it up. I don't recall. Nothing I done made up. I keep telling you that.
Mr. Make Believe.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in the same June 2015 interview, I get all my information through Little D, and they clarified which Little D, and you said Mechanicsville, and they said, so Demikian, and you said yes.
I don't recall. Nothing I don't say. Whatever I made up to the police.
Okay. Do you recall saying that he's always in the midst of everybody? Everyone talks through him. You know what I mean? I can always just ask. I can call Lil D right now, and he will sit here and tell me what's going on.
Nah, I don't recall nothing, but I do know that I tell Lil D what to say. So if I told the investigators go ask Lil D something, it's because I don't told Lil D to be prepared for it.
Now, in 2015, did you know someone by the name of Valerie or V?
Who?
Valerie.
Who?
Did you know someone by the name of Valerie?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that it was Valerie who told you that Thug wanted to kill you?
I don't recall. Nothing I done made up to the police.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Valerie got into a car while you were at a baby shower and told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
That wasn't true. I made it up. If I did say that, if I didn't say it, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
Isn't it also true, though, on a jail call after June 10th, 2015, you told Max that Valerie told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
Because I told you one thing, I don't recall.
Okay.
He just gave up mid-question, mid-answer.
Now, is it true? Well, let me ask you this. After Valerie told you or that Thug was trying to kill you, did you try to reach out to Monte or Yak Gotti?
No, I don't got nothing else to say.
Oh, okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives in this same June 2015 interview, you saw Monte and Detective Gaither asked you which Monte? Your response, Yak. Like day before yesterday, went to the graveyard. When I seen him, he was at my cousin's house. I was like, damn, man, we grew up together. They asked you, what is Yak's real name? Do you know? You said no. Detective Gaither, you said you grew up with him. Your response, I just know his first name, Monte. Don't know the last name. You said to Monte, MFers told me that Thug planned on killing me. And Monte's response to you was, hell nah, bro, I never heard that. He denied it. He said, person was never, you said that people will never say it. Word was, I was talking to the police too much. You feel what I'm saying?
So once I was released from Henry County Jail, everybody was asking me, did I hear the song? I mean, everybody was telling me that Thug had put out the song Halftime. And the police wasn't targeting me again. That's why they got me the next day. I was mad. I was like, damn, this nigga telling on me, putting me in his song. So I was mad at him, and I started plotting against him. I was talking to one of my friends, and I was telling him, hey, man, this nigga trying to make it seem like I'm out here. Ooh, I said what I said to my buddy. And yeah, I didn't like the simple fact that he was saying stuff that it had nothing to do with him and his song. Like, why is you rapping about what I'm doing in the streets? Like, they done got nothing to do with. So, yeah, I was mad with him, and I was plotting on him.
When did the song Halftime come out?
Man, this song was old, but when he put it out, the police started making it seem like it was a new song, and then they started trying to use that song to say that this and that and third.
Is Halftime the only song that mentions your name?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know this song made the police come after me, and I didn't like the simple fact of it. I didn't give nobody permission to say nothing about me in no song.
Why do you believe that the song made police started coming after you?
Because that's what they said. They said it. That's what the investigator told me.
What did the investigators tell you?
I don't know.
So is it your testimony that the investigator said, hey, because your name is in the song, we're now coming after you?
What I do, go to the grave with me. You hear me?
Oh my gosh.
Well, yesterday you did disclose that you and Threat shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop.
Yeah, you got me frustrated, and I ain't mean to say that.
Okay.
That adds to credibility for him.
Do you
saying it
recall
yesterday.
asking the judge if you could say it?
I was frustrated.
Okay.
This isn't helpful to the state, but they might seem to think it is.
Now,
Maybe I'm
they
missing
asked
something.
you, why would Thug be nervous if he had nothing to do with anything? And your response is, y'all keep saying my name. They saying me and Thug. That's what I keep saying, but I had no parts in it. Are you talking about the fact that you had no parts in killing Nut?
I don't recall nothing I said to no police.
Now, isn't it true that
Nothing I say is true.
Okay.
No.
up until June of 2015, were you trying to keep what you knew about Nut's murder to yourself?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Prior to this interview in June of 2015, were you trying to keep what you knew about Nut's murder to yourself?
I don't know what you mean.
Isn't it true that you told detectives, this is what I'm telling you, this is what I'm telling you? I'm asking you, with the murder, I'm trying to explain it. I act like I never heard about it. I act like I never told D and none of them, period. So I just kept it to myself.
Yeah, I tell so many lies and different stories to the point I don't even know. I don't have a clue what I don't see. All I know was I'm innocent. And today I'm innocent. And Threat innocent too.
What are you innocent of?
Anything.
Okay.
What he wasn't
Are you
innocent of
innocent
yesterday.
did you not kill Nut? Is that what you're talking about?
Now, ask me that how many times now?
Because I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay.
He doesn't trust the order. He doesn't trust the answer he got yesterday.
Were you back in 2015 concerned that Thug had stopped talking to you? Excuse me, back in 2015.
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Back in 2015, were you concerned that Thug was not speaking to you?
No.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives, he's not talking to me, period, and you're talking about Thug? And they asked you, he's not talking to you for a reason because he thinks you're talking to us. And your response is, he not thinking I'm telling you nothing. He just thinking I'm talking to the police a lot because he heard my conversation with the police.
I'm talking to the police, so my only motive is to throw them off. You know what I mean? Like what I got going on ain't got nothing to do with him, but they want to keep tying him into what I got going on. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw it off on him because I was mad he put that song out saying this and then the third. That don't got nothing to do with him. So he never did that. So I'm gonna put the blame on him. Don't throw me under the bush. I'm gonna throw you under the bush. That was my whole motive.
Now, with your name inside of the songs, were you concerned that he was putting your names in songs? You thought he should be putting Shannon's names in the songs?
So for one, the song was old. Halftime was old. The song been out since like 2014. You know what I mean? I wasn't mad about. I was mad about the timing of when the song was released, because the facts are the facts. I mean, I don't shoot nobody for that, man. So when he put it out, I didn't care for the song, but when he put it out, the police were trying to put this murder on me, and they was targeting me. I don't like the police keep bothering me. So I just didn't like I didn't like the timing of when they put that song out. When their label, whoever put it out, I didn't like the timing of it.
When you said the police were trying to put the murder on you, didn't the police have you come in every single time for you to tell?
Can you say that again?
You said the police were trying to put the murder on you.
Right.
When you went in each of these times in early June, in January through June, did you ever get arrested for Nuts murder?
What you mean?
You said the police were trying to put the murder on you. Between January and June of 2015, did you ever get arrested for Nuts murder?
No.
Okay. So during the time that you kept going into the police, did they ever, at any of these times, arrest you for Nuts murder?
They were discombobulated. They were so confused. I kept spinning them. But when he put that song out, they was like, "Yeah, you did it."
In any of these interviews that you had with the detectives, what detective said you killed Nut?
Hey, I don't know.
Okay. So isn't it true that none of the detectives ever said that you killed Nut in any of these interviews from January to June of 2015?
Couldn't it just make it look like the detectives suck at their job?
Shit, I don't know.
But isn't it true that that's what you told the police, that everyone is putting your name in it?
I don't know. I don't told the police so much. I don't know. I don't recall what I just said. I just know I was trying to get myself out of it.
And isn't it true that the police allowed you to tell them what happened the night of Nut's murder?
Yeah, you see what they played on me. They sat right there laughing, ha ha ha, whatever. And just why I know they playing on me, but I ain't finna tell them myself. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep spinning them until what they let me walk out. Every time they let me walk out, I would laugh and walking out.
And is the lyric from the song that you were concerned with that Thug says Little Woody will pull up and pop at your noggin?
What you mean?
Is that the verse that you didn't like?
I didn't like the fact that the police tried to make it seem like that song was made to say that I pull up and did this to this man.
Correct. What I'm asking you though is that the verse you did not like?
That's
Little
the
Woody-
song I didn't like.
Okay. Is that the specific verse in the song?
I didn't like the timing of the song. I didn't care about him rapping about me popping at people nuggets because it wasn't true. But then when he put the song out, when they put the song out, it was an investigation on me, and y'all kept harassing me, and that's why I didn't like.
Okay. At this time, what investigation was on you regarding this song?
I don't recall.
Okay. Because isn't it true that there was no open investigation regarding any of the shootings at this time regarding you?
How I supposed to know?
when you spoke to the police, did you come in the first time to clear your name, this next 2 times as a victim? When you first went to go speak to the police about what happened in 2015? I'll rephrase, Your Honor. When you first came in January 2015, didn't you come to clear your name?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. The next 2 times, both in January 28th and February 20th, you came as a victim, correct?
How I supposed to know?
And when you came in February 21st, you came because you had violated your probation, correct?
You keep saying I came. They took me. It's a difference.
All right. And then in June, you were arrested because of the gun that was at the Dunbar Center.
That y'all placed on me.
None of those times were you accused of shooting and killing Donovan Thomas, correct?
Y'all charged me and like what? One of them, y'all did put them charges on me.
But I'm asking you, between January and June, when you were talking to the police, there were no charges against you for killing Donovan Thomas.
You said no. I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. Going back to the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, isn't it true that when Little D got into the car, Little D told you that it was Nard, Shannon, and Yak who killed Nat?
Objection, has to answer.
Okay. And that they used, isn't it true that they used the car, the rental car that Thug rented?
I don't know. I don't recall nothing I lied to the police about.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives the car they used was the rental car that Thug had?
That,
Objection, has to answer.
There was.
Isn't it true that they asked you if you knew the make and model of the car?
today, right now, as I'm right here, the truth is I never seen none of them people who I mentioned the night that that's supposed to happen.
Okay.
I told the investigators anything, and they went. Gator and them went going for the stuff that I was telling them, so I had to try my best to convince them. So guess what? I went ahead to do? Fuck it, I'm about to put it on these niggas because they closer to me. They'll go for it. I don't just trying to get them out my face.
They asked you where Thug rented the car from, and didn't you tell them that he rented from the airport?
So you gotta say a little truth and put it with the bullshit.
Okay. Is it true that he rented the vehicle from the airport?
I don't recall nothing. I'm tired
A
of
lot
answering
of
these
people
questions at
go
this
to the
point.
airport for rentals.
You keep
'cause
asking me
if
the
one
same
is
thing
out,
over and over and over and over.
Okay.
if one
Isn't it true
one
that
is
told
out,
the
you can go to
detectives
another.
He rented the car from the airport.
I don't tell the police the truth.
Okay. Would it surprise you that we actually got the rental car records from the airport, that where Thug rented the vehicle from the airport?
You didn't hear me say I take a little bit of truth and put it with the rest of it to convince them.
Okay. Isn't it true that once D told you that they killed them, you asked why did they do that?
It's true that I ain't stupid as y'all think.
Okay. And he told you he didn't know.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you asked Demekion, was he with them when the murder happened?
I don't recall.
And his response was, no, he wasn't there.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
The truth is, you asked me about lies. I don't say it in the past, and I'm sitting right here trying to be truthful, but you keep trying to go into lies that I can't keep up with. I remember.
Isn't it true that Demekion told you that Bentley went and hid all the stuff?
I never get into business that don't have anything to do with me.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives, that D told you that Bentley went and hid the stuff?
I tell the detectives that anything to get them off of me.
Isn't it true that Little D told you that they initially rolled past the barber shop and that's when they saw a nut?
Hell, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't that what you told the detectives that Little D told you?
I don't recall nothing I done told the investigators.
And isn't it true that Little D told you that when they saw Nut, they switched cars?
I don't recall nothing I don't lie to the investigators about.
And Isn't it true, that's what you told the detective, that they switched cars?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that Dee told you that they switched cars and Thug got into the Pontiac with a girl?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Why would I be wanting to know if any of this they took? I don't even want to know because I don't. It's nothing to do with me. So I'm making. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detective, that the Demekian told you that Thug and the girl, they got in a Pontiac?
I don't recall.
And when they clarified who all was in the Pontiac, you said Demekian, Thug, and the girl.
I don't recall.
And is it true that you told them that they switched cars at the gas station?
I don't recall.
Would it surprise you that we have surveillance video from the gas station?
The hell if I know?
Okay. And would it surprise you that it shows the Pontiac and the Great Infinity at the gas station?
Do it show me?
You told me this is what Demekian told you, correct?
Man, you hear me? I don't recall nothing I don't say to the investigators.
Now, isn't it true that you also told him that Doo-Wop was there as well?
Who?
Doo-Wop.
I don't recall nothing I told to the investigators.
And isn't it true that you told the detective that, again, that you FaceTimed Thug that night?
I don't recall nothing I told to the investigators.
Thank you, Moses, for the memberships.
On
There's
the
some new
night of the
member
murder,
emojis today.
did you tell Deshaun what Demekian had just told you?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that after Demekian told you what happened, you called Deshaun and you told her the truth?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives that they could call Deshaun down to the police department and talk to her?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you told the detectives, you told Deshaun, if anything happens to me, tell the police what I told you.
I don't recall.
Now, what is the reason that the Thug and Nut have a personal beef?
He's behind you. You can ask him that.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Nut and Thug had something personal against each other?
And I told the investigators anything. I'm pretty sure I probably told them a different lie. You can't go off of what I don't said to them people. I don't remember what I said to them.
Isn't it true that Nut and Thug got into a beef before you and Kel got into it?
Hell, I don't know. Ask him.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives they fell out before B and Kel got into it?
I don't recall. Then I told to the investigators.
And when they asked you, did you know what they got into it over? You said you weren't sure.
I don't recall.
And if you were trying to lie, couldn't you just make up something at that point?
Huh?
If you were trying to lie, as opposed to saying you don't know what their beef was over, couldn't you just have made it up at that point?
Just like you got to understand, like the pressure gets so real. Like, man, I don't know. Y'all just had me now questioning me. I don't know what I don't have a clue what I was saying.
Now, isn't it true in this June interview, you also told them about the fight at Club Crucial that Monday before Nut got killed?
Man, I'm pretty sure in that interview I made all type of things up to say.
Now, in this June interview, would that now be the 5th time that you told them about this fight at Club Crucial?
I don't know. If somebody do something to me, I'm gonna remember that because I'm gonna be a victim.
Okay, so if you were making stuff up, why did you keep on consistently telling them about?
I said if somebody did something to me, I'm gonna be a victim because once I be able to do something bad to them, I'm gonna be justified.
Okay,
Okay.
so you told them about these events leading up to the night.
I told them about events that involve people doing something to me. I don't know what I done told them.
Now, on the Monday night after You got beat up and you ran outside
You said I got beat up?
by Shell Cal.
I'm listening.
And you went outside afterwards, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police in this same June interview that when you went outside, Thug was pulling on your shirt like there go Bloody J right there?
I don't recall.
Okay. And next thing you know, you heard Shannon heard Shannon was near you when Thug said there go Bloody J right there.
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true that you then told the police that Shannon and Monsul then jumped on Bloody J?
You keep saying, is it true? I keep telling you, I don't lie to the investigators. So nothing I said was true.
I'm asking you, isn't true this is what you told the investigators?
I don't know what I done told them.
Okay, isn't true that in January you told them that some of your buddies jumped on Bloody J, but you didn't go into specifics?
What you getting all aggressive for?
Isn't it true that you told them in January that your buddies beat up Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Okay, but now in June you got with more specificity of who those buddies were that beat up
I
Bloody
didn't
J.
hear you.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
In June, you now told them with specificity who beat up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that on the night that you and Shell got into it at the club, when you came outside while they were beating up Bloody J, Yak got stopped by the police that night?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told the police that Yak got stopped by police that night?
I don't recall what I done told the police. If I told the police he got stopped that night and he got stopped that night, that's me again trying to put some truth with the rest of it to convince them that I'm being truthful.
And is it true that you told them that night he got pulled over and locked up with a gun?
I don't know. He right there. Ask him.
Is it true that's what you told the police?
I done told the police anything to get them out of me.
Is it true on this same night of Club Crucial that after Yak got pulled over that you saw Thug and Nard get into a car?
I don't recall. Nothing I told to the police.
Okay. I'm asking that what happened that night.
What you mean what happened that night?
On the night of Club Crucial, did you see Thug and Nard get into a car?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told police that you saw Thug and Nard get into a car?
Ain't no telling what I told the police. I'm not going to tell them the truth. I know that.
And when Thug and Nard got into the car, did they pull onto a side street?
Thug behind you, ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall. Nothing I told to the police.
I'm asking you, did that occur?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told the police? That
I don't
Thug-
recall.
All right. Isn't it
We're
true
getting a
that you
courtroom
told the police
pan.
that Thug pulled on a side street?
I don't recall.
Once you pulled on this side street, did you and your brother pull up next to them on that side street?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the police that you and your brother pulled up beside them on the side street?
I tell the police anything about Thug to get them off of me.
Now, back in 2015, on this same night at Club Crucial,
I didn't hear your date.
on this same Monday night at Club Crucial,
I
did
don't
you
remember the date
see
anyway.
Nard? Did you speak to Nard and Thug while y'all were on the side street?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told him that you spoke to Nard and Thug while y'all were on the side street?
I don't recall. Nothing I told to the police, but I know it is a long way from the truth.
Okay. And that either Nard or Thug said that they were waiting for Bloody J.
Who is that?
Who's Bloody J?
Yeah. I mean, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
Isn't it true that you said that you heard a gun cocked back from inside their vehicle?
Told you, I'm going to tell the police anything, get them off of me. I'm not about to tell them what I done done.
Okay. And that the person that you heard with the gun was Nard?
Just a lie. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you hear Nard with a gun?
Huh?
Did you see Nard with a gun in the car?
I didn't see none that night.
Okay. So you do know who Nard is?
No, that's what I'm telling you. I didn't see Nard that night. You keep asking me about Nard. I don't.
How then can you say you didn't see Nard that night if you don't know who Nard is?
Because it's nothing. Just no. Hold on. You got me talking fast because you frustrating me again. I don't know Nard personally, but I know who Nard is. I didn't see Nard in the car with no gun. Like I said, they jumped on me. I had a knot, and I was mad, and I was gonna get my get back. I did not leave I left by myself with the people that was in the car with me. And no, you do not need to know who was in the car with me.
Was your brother one of the people in the car with you?
No, my brothers, I don't know where he was.
Okay. Why did you tell the detective that your brother was in the car with
Because
you?
I went to tell them what I was on.
He keeps eliciting the same type of thing. He lost it. He wanted to get his get back.
Did
Not
you
helpful
also
to
in
them.
this same June interview also tell Detective Gaither and Dennis again about meeting up with Kel at the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall no lies I told to the investigators that I don't told them.
Would this now be again at least the third time that you told detectives about this Cascade skating rink incident with you and Kel?
I don't recall.
Again, did you also in this same interview tell the detectives about the gambling house shooting?
Man, listen, I said that tell the detective a whole bunch of bullshit and let them figure it out. Let them go run, chase their tail. I don't remember nothing I said to them. They sat right there and listened to all the stories I had to tell, and I'm telling them, I'll say whatever to let me out of jail. They go for it or they don't. And guess what? They sat right there, let me talk and make up all this stuff about these people. And, you know, that just was it. I don't recall nothing I said specific, but I know that I think I said that if I did in one of the interrogation, I say anything if y'all let me go. I do anything if y'all let me go. That's my motive.
Isn't it true regarding the gambling house shooting? You gave a little more detail during this interview.
I'm gonna give details if I'm gonna victim.
Isn't it true that you told them, you know, I kept closing my eyes, but they were shooting behind us and the wall was blocking us. They blocking off the van. It hit through the car, every car in the parking lot. After that, everyone happened to get up. There was kids. There were 4 little boys. They seen Thug and wanted to ride. The little kids, we were looking in the bushes, making sure no one was lying in the bushes. They called the police and stuff. Everyone was wondering where Thug had went, but Thug had already left by the time the police came.
See, even you fell for it. See, you take the little bit of truth that I tell and put it with all the bullshit that I said. And you're highlighting like you said, the details of it. That really took place, but you're trying to put that with all the fairy tales that I made up.
So what part took place? The actual shooting at the gambling house?
The shooting, I don't know. I didn't never see somebody shooting at us. But if the police question me, I'm trying to convince them that I know what I'm talking about. So it's easy to say shell kill. It's easy to put people's name with crimes that, because if he did it, why y'all don't lock him up? If I say I seen him do it, why y'all don't lock him up and charge him for it? So I don't know what or who did what. I just know that I'm trying to convince that these police that I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm so sorry. She's frustrating me. You ready? Okay, you listen. All right, I'm trying to convince the police that I know what I'm talking about. And the only way I can do that is telling them something that I know that they know. They know that this gambling house got shot up. So if I tell them this gambling house got shot up and these people did it, they'll go for all the other bullshit that I'm trying to cover up. You feel me? Okay.
You good? You good?
She said, yeah.
All right. Now, earlier I asked you what studio that you go to. Do you recall telling the detectives that the studio that you go to is the one on Northside Drive? It's Metropolitan in the Lofts. Do you recall that being the studio that you would go to?
I don't think I ever been to the studio on Metropolitan. I don't recall going to the studio on Metropolitan.
Back in June of 2015, did you believe that Thug turned everyone against you?
Huh?
back in June of 2015, did you believe that Thug had turned everyone against you?
That's why I would tell the police anything to get them off me. If y'all watch me like y'all would, y'all would see that nothing ain't changed. But the lies I told the police.
So my question is, in June of 2015, did you believe Thug was trying to get everyone to turn against you?
What do you need to do that for?
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Thug turned everyone against me?
It's true that I tell the investigators anything that they want to hear. They want to hear about Thug. So I'm about to sit right here and gas them up. I'm about to sit right here and say he killed 19 people, all type of stuff. I'm about to
19.
sit right here and make him look like the worst person on the earth so that they can believe and let me go.
They're gonna
And
run
at no
with that
point in
and
any of
look.
these interviews did you ever tell the police that Thug killed Nut, did you?
Shit, did I?
At any point, did you ever tell any police, if you wanted to make him look so bad, at any point, did you ever tell the police that Thug killed Nut?
Shit, I don't know. I think I don't recall. I can't say what I told him. I can't remember because you trying to trap me up. I can't remember if I told them that he did it. I don't.
Isn't it true?
I know I was gonna get it off of me.
Okay. Isn't it true that what you told the detectives, which is what Demekion told you, was that it was Shannon, Nard, Yak, and Doo-Wop?
I don't recall what I told.
Sustain.
Okay. Isn't it true that you only told the detectives what D told you?
I don't recall what I told them. I thought that D was gonna back up my story, so I was trying to throw the blame on D to get it off of me.
Okay. And isn't it true that D only told you that the people who shot the shot were Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Doo-Wop?
Objection has to answer.
Overruled.
What's going on?
I'll repeat the question. Isn't it true that D only told you that it was Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Doo-Wop?
Like I told you in that back room back there, D never told me none of that. I made it up.
All right.
I don't recall.
We need to take a quick break.
Okay.
Dun dun dun.
What's a quick break? I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
You said 10 minutes? Can I go out?
Yeah, but be back in 10 minutes, okay?
I'm gonna be right there.
All right.
Are we actually recessing or are we taking a quick break to say something to somebody? Look at Hilton's face.
Sorry, we had a juror with a nosebleed, so they're gonna go deal with that.
Oh, dang.
Hopefully it won't take very long.
It's probably because of the
We'll
cold,
break
dry
until I
air.
get word that they're good to go again.
Oh my God, a nosebleed. And I know nosebleeds could just happen with dry air, right? Like it might not be anything crazy, but guys, a nosebleed. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. I thought maybe we were taking a break because it was getting heated because lunch is right around the corner, right? If she takes her 12 noon lunch, we're only 30 minutes away. So I was like, does she want the conversations to settle down a little bit? She want to give the court reporter 10 minutes or something? Juror has a nosebleed. Oh my gosh. Mark Lyon had asked, and you guys can vote in the chat, after Woody finishes cleaning house in the Atlanta courthouse, should he run for mayor? Mayor Copeland. Maybe the Honorable Mayor Copeland. Imagine Woody as a judge, making decisions, having the discretion. Thank you so much, Mark. King Divine, this is a great question. So their proof for everything is phone numbers? And what's the problem with relying on a phone number? You don't know necessarily who's using the device. People change phone numbers strategically, on purpose, use different phones for different things. So part of that, and this is earlier in the day, but part of the questioning was, I think, was it for Dolly? It might not have been about Dolly, but I think it was about Dolly, but it was about somebody else. And did their phone number end in number, 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 number? And he's like, I don't know. And they're trying to establish that it was somebody for sure that was texting him, and he knew that that person was texting them, and they were texting that person back and saying specific things on this day related to a specific circumstance to corroborate that when Woody back then was saying something to the detectives, he was saying it because of personal knowledge, not just to lie to the police, because he would have been saying it in this phone conversation with somebody else. But, they didn't even get him to say, yeah, I have their number. I recognize their number. No foundation there. So, and that's possible. If they haven't already talked about it, it's possible that they'll try to get something like that in through Detective Dennis. So, but yeah, their proof is, we have a video of this Pontiac. And do you guys know this Pontiac, this gas station surveillance video, which they have a surveillance footage video of this gas station? Can you see people getting in and out of the cars? Because that makes a difference, right? I mean, we know that previously in the call, a 911 dispatcher got word that maybe there was a woman in the car. Maybe that woman was really young thug because he has longer hair, being misgendered and misidentified. So at the same time, if this Pontiac surveillance footage isn't clear on showing, like, here's the two cars pulling up, and here are the people, you can tell, you can see their faces getting in and out of the cars and tell exactly who they are. It's a little bit of a dangerous thing for Hilton to be wording the questions that way. But we didn't get an objection from the defense, so. And then, okay, so you can see them clearly. Yeah, so there we go. But no crime scene photos. But you can't see all the cars. So we'll have to see. And, Detective Dennis getting back on the stand, that's going to be interesting because it will be a new judge deciding what's actually able to come in. Yeah, and it's at night. So they went on break because a juror had a nosebleed. And the judge can say something. I'm surprised. I feel like as we approach Friday, she might do a little bit more like, come on, move it along. Like, get to your point, make your point, prosecutor. But I also don't think, like, at this point in time, especially knowing we're a few days out from where they expect to finish direct, I don't think she's going to corral that just yet, because that could upset the defense. The defense could be okay with this going on and on and on. And yeah, never forget that according to Fani, Celebrate isn't reliable. Speaking of cell phone information. And then G. Lander says, the more Hilton talks, the less credible she sounds, and the more Copeland talks, the more credible he sounds. And I agree, and I think that that's just really wild that that's the point that we're at. Like, Hilton will keep asking, and I get that there are multiple interviews where the same scenario may have been discussed more than once. So, but it gets lost in the sauce. What interview are we talking about? What date was this? And it doesn't really matter because Copeland's going to say he doesn't recall no matter what the date is. But hearing several times now, I think like 3 different times, someone sucker punched you on the back of the head and you wanted your get back. And, Woody takes issue with the idea that someone beat him up. He doesn't like when someone insinuates that. He wants to make it clear, I don't run from anybody. I make people run from me. And each time, Hilton has gone through another interview where that same incident is talked about. She asks these questions again, and she doesn't really have to. These questions that will make him say these things that make him seem like the hothead, the one who would be likely to go and do this. These things that someone else is being charged with. And to me, it really does make his story, some of the things he's saying, seem more credible, and it makes Hilton sound lost. So I don't see the strategy. Maybe she doesn't realize it, and maybe she just doesn't know how else to proceed, and this is all she's got to work with. And then Bryson Medlock, I'm assuming you mean because of the way she's asking the questions, to be reading a line of the transcript. Bryson says, "Hey Kat, do you think the judge will allow Hilton's testimony?" So it's coming in, but she hasn't requested to play these segments that they relate to certain parts. So Hilton hasn't made the request for it to be allowed. And maybe that's strategic. Maybe Hilton realized that nobody could hear or pay attention to those videos anyway. But, and I saw someone in the chat mention that this is maybe buying time. Maybe they aren't ready for a witness to be called a couple weeks from now. They want more time to figure out their next 30 days. So if they stretch Woody out, they don't need to disclose as much for the next set of witnesses and evidence for the following 30 days. So that could be a possibility too, that she's doing all this long-winded, repetitive questioning for that reason. I don't know if we're going to see these videos, because I feel like if we already saw them last time Woody was on the stand with the same amount of time passing, she should have tried to introduce them by this point. She hasn't. Heart of Inspiration says, "I think Judge Whittaker is buying her vacation wardrobe and supplies right now." Yeah, we did a poll. You guys were voting in the chat. 1 for Shine, or Sheen, and 2 for Temu. You know, they have all these commercials about how to pronounce Temu, and I still pronounce it wrong. Thank you so much, Heart of Inspiration. That was a fun poll in the chat. You guys, some people said 1 and 2. She might be like a Gap girly. Like, you know, you get those like blue, tan, khaki, gray, white capsule style wardrobes. She might be a Gap girly. Jason Bowers, thanks for the 5, says, "If I were Woody, I would say to repeat the question to everything the prosecution asks. Double the time on the stand and drag this out." There you go. There you go. Drag it out, make it seem more relevant. Maybe the repetition makes certain things stick to the jury's minds. You know, they're going to focus on Thug and the girl in the car at the Pontiac at the gas station, because they want to tie Thug into this by any means necessary. We're getting back into the things that you heard from Demiki and Garlington. We're going to get a lot about that. We're probably going to keep questioning on that for like well into the afternoon, I would guess. But yeah, drag it out. If you got nothing else, drag it out. Buy yourself some time to prep the rest of your case so Judge Whittaker doesn't get mad at you. Because we heard yesterday that they still were late in disclosing some evidence over to the defendants. And the judge almost got mad at the defense for filing an objection to something that the state wanted to admit, as if their objection was late. But it was really disclosed late. So maybe they're buying more time to plan it all out. Aussie Tank says, "She seems to be asking the question over and over, just in a different way each time." And almost some of it, you had sent this about 10:24, about an hour ago. So sorry I'm late. But some of the questions felt like deja vu. They were so similar. And the answers, too, a little bit sounded, obviously I don't recall, is easy to repeat. But some of the things that Woody said seem like the exact same answer, or at least close enough, but maybe more emphasis behind them. And thanks for becoming a member, Bryson. And then Spiritual War sent a $4.99 super chat with no comment. Thanks so much. Dante said, "I hope everyone has Tylenol for the headaches today." Yeah. I think maybe Hilton might need a Tylenol. She definitely looks like she's getting frustrated. I still can't get over hearing Love crack that ginger ale in the background. V. Irving says, "Hilton teaches trial techniques at Emory Law." So remember, not only does Hilton have experience, but she's leading, she's mentoring, she's teaching, she's educating a future generation of attorneys on how to be a trial attorney. So she could be teaching things like how to conduct direct examination on a hostile witness. She could be teaching the same things that we're watching her do on the courtroom floor right now. Eternity, thanks for becoming a new member. Love your picture. Christina Weaver fan account says, "How do we feel about the defense strategy here?" And I'm assuming you might mean they're not really putting up that many objections. We did hear a couple ask and answers about, key questions that maybe it would have been good not to have the state be able to repeat, or would he be able to repeat an answer to? But it was very sparingly, very, very sparing with the objections here. And yesterday I saw a lot of people in the chat say, why isn't the defense saying anything? Why isn't the defense stopping her? How is she able to do this? And today I don't really see that many questions. So I think the general consensus is the defense letting it go, because these questions that Hilton's asking and the answers that she's getting aren't really so harmful to the defense. And maybe objecting would make it highlight, oh, why doesn't the defense want that part to come in? That's really interesting. Let me think about that part more. So, and then let's see. Torres Hughes says, can you find out how the jury is responding? I will defer to infamous Sylvia when when she's in the courtroom. She's doing the stream, like she's streaming the camera views, but she's also, she has her time to look around. So when she does her recaps at the end of the night, she always does a conversation. So there's a link to her channel. I usually see her start at 7 p.m. Eastern, around that time. So about 2 hours, hour and a half after court starts to recess, really on Whitaker time, like an hour after. So that would be a great place. She does do conversations about, I only really see one juror taking notes or paying attention, or one juror looked like they were falling asleep. The juror perked up when so-and-so stood up. So things like that. Really good insights from infamous Sylvia, because she's actually inside the courtroom. And then Bryson says, thanks again. Did you notice Love's smile while Hilton was frustrated? I went back, very visible. That's a mean lady. It was like, I'm still wondering, did we only see that because the camera happened to be panned? And that is the moment that it happened? Or is she doing that all day? And we can't see it because the camera's not panned. So this is going to be, if we tie these two together, we need infamous Sylvia to tell us what Love is doing in there. Is she just sitting there making faces all day? Because we know when she's actually within the camera frame throughout a day, her body language is noticeable. She's frequently making certain movements or expressions that are visible, even though it's kind of like the backside of her head. Like, we can still kind of see her cheeks go up, her head shake a little bit. I think we noticed that one moment maybe because that was the only time one of the only times the camera panned her way. But yeah, it was noticeable. Positive Q says, so 8 hours of I do not recall. Their case is not what they thought it would have been in 2015. This RICO is a joke. And I really think investigators took whatever they wanted, tried to run with it. Then they'll feed those things to their witnesses. So the witness will be like, well, maybe that could be what happened. That might make sense. And then they'll take that speculation or, just general reasoning, not personal knowledge, but just general reasoning, as if that witness is giving them personal knowledge. And then they just keep trying to build a case out of that. And I still really can't tell if the state knows who killed Nutt. I'm honestly questioning if they know that it might have been somebody else that they're not charging, that at the very least played a key role in the murder of Donovan Thomas. And they don't care because they've already come too far. So I think they're going to keep steamrolling ahead. I think that we're only here because they're able to use RICO. I'm interested to see more about the Drinks murder play out. But this Donovan Thomas thing, if this was supposed to be like the pin in their case that made it all some big thing, some big prosecution, I don't think that they're solving the problem. Truth says, blanket/total immunity. In such cases, the witness might be protected from both state and federal prosecution. I still think that the order was problematic. I still think the order was problematic. And I don't really see that it was blanket immunity if it was we can't use the things that you testify as a lead to then go investigate you and prosecute you for something like that. We could still technically prosecute you if you find a different lead to uncover that information that shows that you did something. But we can't start. We can't use your testimony as the lead to follow a trail to find something to prosecute you for. So I don't know if I know that different immunity deals exist, but I just don't have confidence that what they explained to Woody yesterday might be true. And that exchange probably about 30, 45 minutes ago was really interesting where, Woody's like, why do you keep asking me about Donovan Thomas? How many times are you going to ask me that? And suddenly he wants to say that he's totally innocent, that threat is totally innocent. Yesterday, he was a little bit reluctant to start saying, he started hinting at things. Then he asked, like, am I good to say this? Even from federal prosecution. He got his weird yes from Hilton. The judge didn't say anything different. So then he started to say that, threat was in that infinity. He gave threat the infinity. All of these weird little bombshells yesterday that suddenly today both of them are totally innocent. So I don't know if he overnight realized maybe yesterday he thought he had blanket immunity. And now he doesn't trust what they told him in court yesterday. So I don't know. I think I'm confused. I think Copeland is confused and unsure as well. And it probably matters more for him than it matters for me. All right, we have some movement in the court. And then Twan had to run out to go to his daughter's preschool orientation. So you might not be hearing this anymore. I tried to chat you. Thank you so much. We need a quick date besides I don't recall when you get back. We'll try. We're all going to troll Twan when he comes back and say, I don't recall what happened while you were gone. Moses Dupree says, throw in the damn towel meme. We need to... Should I get a towel emoji? We're putting member emojis in today. Should we get a towel emoji in here so you guys can throw towels? Thank you so much, Moses. Rod Factor, good to see you. They should hold Hilton with contempt with that ugly purple outfit. It is very vibrant. I can't pull off colors, though. I'm like a black, brown... Like, my wardrobe is like... Anything that I have that's colorful, I barely wear. So, I can't speak. But yeah, that is a very colorful, vibrant outfit. Thank you, Rod Factor. I always love seeing your t-shirt on the screen. Bama Rose, thanks for becoming a member. And again, Moses Dupree, I had blurted it out midstream, but thanks for gifting the 5 memberships earlier. Recuse Judge Glanville. He's getting heated and talking too much now. Talking about Mr. Copeland. And then he wound it down for the court reporter. Did you see how he changed his whole demeanor and energy? And then grabbed the microphone. He's like, I'm sorry. So he calmed it down. He reined it in. Recused Judge Glanville. Peter Ortiz says this DA's office is a joke. Is it true? I think we might be getting as many is it trues as I don't recall. Maybe even more is it trues than I don't recall. I'd say we should do a counter, but that would be like every few seconds we'd have to count something. Thank you so much, Peter. Garrett S. says Fannie Mae, quote, suspend Hilton for 6 months after this mess. Yeah, and the 6-month, guys, that's a reference. Milnick just had his license suspended for 6 months. It's unrelated to this case, but it's weird timing. The decision from the Supreme Court came down today, but it's involving something from 2019. He didn't tell his client about court dates, court appearances. So it's a little bit crazy that today he's suspended, and yesterday he was in court to make sure Woody would be good on the stand. Now, Kayla's not, she said that she's in Texas right now, so she clearly can't be in the courtroom. So it's unclear if anybody's actually in the courtroom to protect Copeland, even though they had someone in there yesterday. So maybe that's why he's changing his tone, answering a little bit differently. Thank you so much, Garrett. Carson, this was funny. Woody has single-handedly crashed closed captions. Now, those are wrong a lot, but they have been extra entertaining, trying to keep up with the things that he's saying, for sure. And then Carson also said that the state's star witness is a professed liar. And not just a professed liar, but lie all the time. I lied about that. I lied about this. Probably lied about what I told you the other day. I don't ever tell the truth. I lied to the police. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how I grew up. Thank you so much for your support, Carson. Cutthroat went all the way there. Cutthroat says Hilton's up there looking like Barney. Well, there's no green underneath, right? She's not wearing a green shirt under it. I actually thought Love's coloring with the ruffles was kind of nice today. But she's off screen, so it doesn't really matter. Thanks for becoming a member, Pierre. And then, yeah, Pierre says they need more street smart state questions. And when I saw this comment, it got me thinking, what were these one-on-one conversations like between Hilton and Woody? Like, where she was trying to build rapport with him. What was the vibe of those conversations? Because I can't imagine Hilton actually building rapport and actually truly relating to Kenneth Copeland. Especially not after yesterday that, oh, I'm sorry for your loss. And then moving on. Like that disingenuous, I'm sorry for your loss. When it was mentioned that Threat was killed. She just... What kind of rapport do you have with somebody if you just give a weak, disingenuous, I'm sorry for your loss? But yeah, thanks so much, Pierre. And then also, Mr. Copeland, everything you said in all the interviews about my client was a lie. Defense passes the witness, Your Honor. No more questions. I mean, it could be effective. I'm sure from some of the attorneys we'll see that. Max Shart, it's stylistically his style to be a bit more long-winded with his questioning. Plus, the things that Copeland said implicate his client pretty strongly compared to some of the other co-defendants. So, for specific charges, not just, overt acts or RICO as a blanket. So I think with Shart, we will see some longer questioning, and he's got to be careful. He might have to be a little bit careful with that he doesn't say the wrong thing, have the jury too focused on something. I'll be interested to watch how Shart approaches this, because that's a big deal for his client. But yeah, I think some of the other attorneys, you might get some concise, all right, one question, couple questions, quick answer from Copeland, and that's all they need. Dave911 says, "Me no speak no English. I'm spewing my drink if he says I don't recall in Spanish." I think the chat started saying it in Spanish. Thank you so much, Dave. And then Peter, thanks for becoming a member also. And then Eternity said, Whitaker, this is not what I signed up for. Yeah, I really don't think she's going to enjoy if this direct questioning keeps dragging on and on and on, and she starts to suspect that we are not going to get done with direct examination by Friday. I do not think she's going to be okay with that. And again, the reasoning is the fluidity of the case, the scheduling, the speed at which we're moving, the efficiency. I don't think the issue will be any other thing but that. Thank you, Eternity. And then Sandmon, always love that owl picture. Thank you for the $1.99. And yeah, so again, this Melnick story is tearing us up today. So Melnick was suspended, but it has nothing to do with this case. Nothing to do with this case. The timing might be really coincidental. He absolutely was suspended. It's 6 months. The Supreme Court of Georgia released their decision today. So that's why he was able to be in court yesterday, but he's not in court today. It's an instant, it applies instantly. It will automatically be reinstated when the 6 months is up. He doesn't need to do anything. But it relates to a separate case. 2019, he wasn't telling his clients when they needed to appear for a court date. Or a client that they needed to appear for a court date. So it is true. And it's shocking because of the timing of it. But it's still technically not related to this case. And so thank you for April Pitts on that, and also Clock It Got Him. Attorney, I still think this is a good theory. Thanks for the super chat. Hilton's buying time until next week's delay. And Blue Sky says, what criminal witness has really cooperated on the stand? I think it's tough, but I do think there are people that actually act like snitches. And, Woody's definition of snitches, I think, is really accurate. You're not really a snitch if you're a liar. You're a snitch if you tell the truth, that someone doesn't expect you to go and tell somebody else, right? So I think there are actually a lot of cases where you get snitches on the stand, which might be a little bit different than, I'm a criminal that lied to cover my own butt and then I'm still lying on the stand. I'm obviously not going to cooperate because it still benefits me to continue to lie or be unclear or point in the other direction. Because I still don't want a target on my back, even if maybe I have immunity and someone tells me I'm good, that it's fine. Because just because, even if he had blanket immunity, feds can't touch him, let's assume that. Someone else could get mad. Yesterday he was concerned that Threat's family would be upset if he started talking about Threat. And that's reasonable. So I feel like it's more likely for an actual snitch to cooperate on the stand than for someone who lied and actually participated in criminal activity that somebody else is getting blamed for to cooperate on the stand. Because they still need to be careful that they don't trip themselves up, get themselves in hot water, put themselves in the line of fire of street justice, and what have you. So thank you, Blue Sky. And Terry Hobson, I think this is true too. So he's actually messing up talking about Woody by getting emotional and giving drops of information. They're going to use it to bring in other things. He's not the only witness. That's why I think when we get to Detective Dennis, especially since we heard yesterday, Love thinks she should be able to, and clearly plans to bring in that Operation Planters PowerPoint. We're going to see more of this stuff. And what they're really going to try to do is just find one or two pieces of information that, if Woody was saying it back then, it would be highly unlikely that he was just making that up. So if he was saying it back then, the other things he's claiming to have made up, if he got this weird little detail that someone probably wouldn't just conjure out of nowhere, he might have also been telling the truth about the other things he said in these interviews. So that's the angle the state's trying to take. It really depends on their organization with the future witnesses if they're able to do that. I think they can find a way to use a statement that Woody gave one way or another. But will they actually cleanly and in an organized fashion get another witness to tell the story in an organized manner that the jury will digest it? So thank you so much, Terry. Garrett says, Hilton's new Emory class is how to blow a case in a day. That sounds like a fun class, actually. I think it's really effective to learn from other people's mistakes. So it might actually be a good class. Thank you, Garrett. And hold on. Have you seen Woody's 2020 music video? Lil Woody Homicide. It's of him and Threat quacking nut. It's on YouTube. It's very interesting. Let me go and watch some of that stuff because a lot of the footage I've seen was just like general clips of him in a video with a bunch of people, and they're making, they're doing the hand gestures like they're shooting at somebody. But definitely didn't go out of my way to listen to any of the lyrics, so maybe I should do that. Definitely think I'll do that. So thank you, Michelle. I'm going to keep this one starred so I remember. And then Patrick Taylor says, does Woody have help there today? I don't know. I don't think he does. Does Woody have help today to help with the asked and answered? And all the slightly rephrased questions. That's why Woody's losing his short temper. I do think that this is why we're getting a slightly different... the joke is that he woke up feeling different today. And I think it's because he might not have an attorney there, and he might be questioning what he might have understood his immunity covered yesterday. Like, just crazy. I don't know. And remember, it was a big deal to Glanville to have him represented. And now, my guess is that he's not sitting there with representation in the room with him. And now he's saying, I'm innocent of everything. Like, Albert says, since Hilton deemed him hostile and has stated everything he said to detectives in the interviews, won't the videos be cumulative? So, a little bit, but at the same time, there is a difference between showing the demeanor, right? So, and honestly, even with an audio, there could be a difference. It could add something new. But seeing the demeanor of when he said it, there's extra things that the jury could take away from it. So cool, she's read the transcript, but the transcript doesn't give that context. So there is a way that if someone does object that it's cumulative, they just need to argue, well, no, it shows how he's sitting, it shows how he's throwing his arms up in the air. There's things that they can get from playing the same statement through the video that they couldn't get through the transcript. However, there's still the question of, what are they going to ask to bring in? What specific parts? There's no way. I would be so shocked if Whitaker allowed them to just play a long spans of video. And again, I say that because Whitaker likes time management. I'm not saying that because of how I think she would apply admissibility issues using her discretion. I think it would just be to not waste time with this long video playing. But I do think that a judge would side with someone saying, look, this video, unless there's something prejudicial in it, if it shows demeanor, it would add something that just reading the transcript wouldn't show and will allow you to play the relevant segment, the short and concise segment. So thank you so much, Albert. Cam says the cross will focus on him being coerced into testifying, making sure the jury knows why this has taken hours and redos. And why? I mean, I get that he said he's innocent of everything today suddenly. If I was the jury and I remembered him questioning, like, am I protected? Can I say this? Yesterday, I would just assume that he was saying he was innocent today because he was worried about being prosecuted for something he told the truth about yesterday. I would think his sudden switch bolstered what he said yesterday. And as a juror, you have the right to weigh things how you want to weigh them, how you think that they should be weighed, what you think is credible when or why not. But I do think if the defense gets up there and the larger part of their questioning is back in June, those things you were saying in June, why is how you testified in June, not all the way back to police in 2015, but June of this year versus July or August. Why were you a little bit different 2 months ago? Oh, you maybe felt coerced. You were in a room with a bunch of people. You tried to tell the state about the infinity, but they didn't want to talk to you about that. In fact, they didn't really want you talking much about what you told us on August 12th about Donovan Thomas and about threat in Donovan Thomas. They didn't want you to talk about that stuff, did they? Did you get the impression that if you talked about those things, you would be charged with perjury, which you're not protected from, right? You understand it's a compound question, but you understand that you're not protected from perjury, right? So did the state tell you that they would charge you with perjury if you talked about certain things? Okay, what were those certain things? And I do think that Copeland will be forthcoming in answering questions like that. I really do. I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't be. And that could be really effective because that would obviously explain to the jury why we haven't been here for 2 months. Like right now, they might just think they're not there because something happened with Glanville. He's sick. I don't know if they see him like entering the court and they're like, well, Glanville's fine. He's still here in the courtroom. I don't know. But it would make it a little bit more easy to confirm in your own thoughts. Like, oh, the state messed up and did something. That's not good. So yeah, definitely interested in seeing Cross. Thanks so much, Cam. Iron Rabbit says, I don't recall why the super chat, but it must be right. I just don't recall. So we're just super chatting. Thanks so much, Iron Rabbit. Use the I don't recall emojis, you guys. There's a couple new emojis in there that I put up while we were live today. So there's an Uno reverse card. So that's good when someone flips the question back on the person asking the question. We got a little young Doug in there. Doug Weinstein. And then there's one of Kenneth Copeland, but there are a lot of faces of Kenneth Copeland. We could probably make a whole row of Copeland facial expression emojis. So I'll have to work on that. Thank you so much, Iron Rabbit. Good to see you. As Satchel says, I can see where the legal community will call this the Woody defense. Just the persistent, I don't recall, and then I'm innocent of everything. Thank you so much. Good to see you. And then Annie Bailey Brown, you're right. Hilton seems like the defense's secret weapon. So thank you so much for your super chat. Mason Martin says Threat and Woody probably killed Nut. And we had done a poll yesterday, and I still think that looked like that for sure. I think there's enough for a jury to think that a different culprit besides the people charged here could be responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas. I definitely agree, Mason Martin. And again, maybe I'll change my mind. But I think the state still has the uphill battle on that incident. At least their theory of what happened. Marlena Mack, good to see you. Are we still dealing with nosebleed or lunch? I don't know. As you know, I can imagine Judge Whitaker being like, guys, it's 12, so we're just going to take a lunch. Let me zoom out. Sometimes a long crime chat will know. Oh my god, the whole chat is asking about the Melnick suspension thing again. That's gotta suck. Like, that could have been under the radar. That could have been under the radar if he wasn't, like, launched into spotlight because of this case. Oops. Okay, so we are on lunch. Thanks, Drea. We're doing lunch. Christina Weaver fan account says I just bought Woody lunch. Yeah, you gotta keep him having that energy up. And so Melnick, I'm gonna pin the post again. Melnick was suspended for 6 months. Georgia Supreme Court brought down that decision today. That's why he was in court yesterday, but he has not been there today. So it looks like Woody has no representation today. In 2019, he failed to tell a client about a court appearance that the client was supposed to be at, and it looks like it resulted in a default judgment for child support amounts. So, just weird timing that it came down today while Kenneth Copeland's on the stand and seems to be unsure about his immunity deal still. And so let's pull this back up. And then, yeah, are we on lunch till 1 then? Which that's kind of good that she didn't, the nosebleed and then still an hour 25, hour and a half for lunch. Do you guys want to, I don't know exactly how far back now. I know it was like an hour into the day. We panned out to see Love. She was making faces. Is this one?
I mean, what? And you're
told to the police.
Now you said that you was a member of 30 Deep. So 30 Deep again?
Nah, I just said that, but
Was 30 Deep also known as the Blue Jeans Bandit?
I don't know. That what y'all labeled it?
Have you ever heard 30 Deep be a reference as?
I don't recall.
What Bloods are a part of YSL?
Huh?
What Bloods are part of YSL?
What you mean? What Bloods are a part of YSL? You can't. I don't recall.
Do you know what other Crips are part of YSL?
I don't recall.
And earlier, did I hear you clearly when you said YSL has Crips and blood, so it can't be a gang? Did you say that?
Cause you gotta understand, if you're a gang, right? That so you a Bloods. The Bloods won't let you say that you YSL or you 30 deep or you MDC. You gonna even be Blood and whatever that is, Crip or whatever that is. You can't be two, three different things. Like where they do that at?
Hold on, is this her writing? Do you guys remember when she gave Atkins that long, like the yellow legal paper? Like a giant note? Is this where she's starting to write it? Because it looks like she's writing at the top of the page. She just looked like she went in right now. Look at this.
Right? That so you a Bloods. The Bloods won't let you say that you YSL or you 30 deep or you MDC. You gonna even be Blood and whatever that is, Crip or whatever that is. You can't be two, three different things. Like where they do that at? Who your loyalty gonna be with? If you claim you three different gangs, anything liable to go down.
Is your loyalty to YSL?
Is what?
Your loyalty.
My loyalty to myself. You keep saying YSL. What YSL ain't got nothing to do with me or the streets.
I just asked you whether or not Thug gave you money to flex on the stage, and your response was he did not give you money, correct?
I tell the investigators anything. That's what my response was.
Okay. In that January 28th interview, did you tell them Thug gave me money and I'm on stage flexing the money?
I don't recall what I told no police.
And as it relates to Miami, in that same January 28th interview, did you tell the police Thug had a show? He took me to a show with him. Thug had a show. I think it had to be in Miami because it was on a Sunday.
Oh, hold on. The caption said Doug had a show. Look at the caption. Young Doug. Oh, buffer. Yeah, but this is, Love is noting. So I'm confused though, Asiatic ass. So your point is good. Okay, I killed the, where are we? So that way I can go back to it. We're about 2 hours and 18 minutes back from where we are for lunch. So let me fix this. But it seems like the questions weren't initially, he wasn't initially answering the question about YSL. He was answering about the
And
blood.
earlier, did I hear you clearly when you said YSL has Crips and blood, so it can't be a gang? Did you say that?
Cause you gotta understand, if you're a gang, right? That so you a Bloods. The Bloods won't let you say that you YSL or you 30 deep or you MDC. You gonna even be Blood and whatever that is, Crip or whatever that is. You can't be two, three different things. Like where they do that at?
So personally, I take this as him saying, that's why you sound stupid, Hilton, because you're trying to say that, you know, YSL is a gang, but then you're also trying to say that YSL is made up of members of different gangs combined. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to call YSL a gang because why would they allow that? But I also see that Asiatic Az is looking at it the opposite way, that YSL can't be a gang, and they are possibly rejecting people that were affiliated with these other gangs, because that wouldn't make sense. Then they really wouldn't be a gang. So maybe Love is seeing it the same way Asiatic Az is. And then I think we're going to have the Doug caption come up where they say Doug is about to go on tour.
Who your loyalty gonna be with? If you claim you three different gangs, anything liable to go down.
Is your loyalty to YSL?
Is what?
Your loyalty.
My loyalty to myself. You keep saying YSL. What YSL ain't got nothing to do with me or the streets.
I just asked you whether or not Thug gave you money to flex on the stage, and your response was he did not give you money, correct?
I tell the investigators anything. That's what my response was.
Okay. In that January 28th interview, did you tell them Thug gave me money and I'm on stage flexing the money?
I don't recall what I told no police.
And as it relates to Miami, in that same January 28th interview, did you tell the police Thug had a show? He took me to a show with him. Thug had a show. I think it had to be in Miami because it was on a Sunday. We flew to Miami on a plane. While we in Miami, they was like in the club, this and that.
I don't recall what I done made up to tell the police.
After this February 21st interview,
Yeah, so I didn't hear it that way, but I definitely see where Asiatic Az and Frodo's Dojo are coming from. Frodo also took it differently, and it kind of makes sense why he added in after. Hilton wasn't really asking quick questions. Woody was filling in the silence gaps by saying, well, YSL's not a gang. Like, I keep telling you YSL's not a gang. So Frodo could point out, and I think this could come off this way to a juror, I think Woody messed up. It sounded like he included YSL as a gang, hence you cannot be YSL and a blood. He tried to clean it up, but it was too late. So I took it as YSL is a thing, and, it wouldn't make sense for YSL to be a gang because there's people that are part of YSL that are actual gang members somewhere else. So therefore YSL cannot be a gang. That's how I took it. The first thing he said before he added in YSL's not a gang. That's just where I'm coming from. But I think, Love did really start writing notes here that could be what that big note paper she handed to Atkins is talking about. The same thing that Asiatic Az and Frodo's Dojo, their perspective on it. So.
did you go to jail?
Can you say that again?
After you were finished with this February interview, did you go to jail?
I don't know what you.
After you left that interview, when you're in the blue jumpsuit, did they take you to jail?
Huh?
After you left the interview on February 21st with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you go to jail?
Did they take me back to the jail?
Did they take you back to the jail?
I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay. And were you released in March of 2015 from your probation matter?
After y'all false arrest me,
Were you released from jail in March of 2015 from the probation?
I was released. I don't know when.
Okay. After March of 2015, before June, did you ever go back to jail? Between March of 2015 and June, do you recall going back to jail?
I went to jail every time the police saw me.
Okay. Did you ever go back to the Fulton County Jail between March and June?
Huh?
So back in 2015,
Right.
you got out after this probation violation, correct? You got out of jail, correct?
Yeah, I got out.
Okay. And we know the next time you went to jail was in June because they arrested you at your house, correct?
No, they locked me up at Deshaun house.
Excuse me, at Deshaun's house, correct?
Right.
So I'm asking, between the time you were released in March and the time that you got arrested in June at Deshaun's house, did you go back to jail at any other time between when you were released and when you got locked up?
Yeah, I think I went to jail like 3-4 days after I got out.
Okay. And was that in Henry County?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how long you stayed in Henry County?
It went no day or nothing. I stayed in there for a little minute.
When you say a little minute, would that be about a month?
Probably, yeah, I think so, a month. Another time y'all false arrested me.
That was in Henry County, correct, that you got arrested?
Yep.
You know Henry County's down in Fulton County, correct?
But I never been here in Canada a day in my life, so why they locking me up? Because y'all told them to.
That's a different county, correct?
Y'all all work together.
Is Henry County a different county? Okay.
And this was disavow for Miss Nurse earlier.
Now,
Leave
during
Henry
this
County
time
alone.
between March and
Oh man, I think this is a good time to have this conversation here. I saw a lot more Melnick commentary coming in through the chat. Big deal. And I'm losing the chat now. I'll see it in a second. Yeah, there we go. Nini says, I told y'all Melnick was a crappy lawyer. We also have some questions in the chat. You know, that maybe, thanks to Positive Q, I'm sure Melnick is in communication with Woody. Why now suspend Melnick's license from 2019? The state of Georgia didn't want Woody represented. Is this a scenario where two things can be true at the same time? Because I'm kind of leaning towards that. You know, Melnick missed giving his clients a date for an appearance, and it caused them to be paying a child support amount that they might not have to pay for years following after this 2019 miscommunication, mistake, failure to follow up and do your diligence and communicate with your client. But I still think, you know, is it Melnick's fault that they plan to do these ex parte meetings? I say meetings because it's June 7th now and the 10th, when they knew he was going to be on a vacation. Is it Melnick's fault that they didn't look and see that a witness that they wanted to speak with probably has an attorney? I still think that's all on the state. I think that is all on the state. But at the same time, last week when we had the Zoom call where Melnick showed up, he spoke briefly with Kenneth Copeland. You know, maybe we don't know how much was actually discussed during that brief catch-up time. And then yesterday, if Melnick was in the courtroom later in the afternoon, when Copeland asked, and it was really Hilton that answered, am I protected from federal prosecution? Was Melnick there? Was he paying attention? You know, I think it's possible maybe he was over it. Maybe he wasn't really paying attention. But also that the state messed up and were trying to be shady in approaching and speaking to a witness without their lawyer, without notifying their lawyer. So I think it's possible two things are true. I'm convinced, my own conclusion is that the state was acting shady in trying to talk to witness Copeland. And I think it might seem possible if Melnick is failing to communicate with a client about something pretty important. Yeah, maybe he's a little bit more lackadaisical. I don't know. Not trying to disparage anybody, but it was really interesting what happened yesterday with those questions about federal prosecution. Yeah, and this is the thing too, it's still suspect. So even this thing that's coming down on him today, is it just because they move slowly? When did the client, I don't think the client brought any attention to it until 2020, the year after, when they had learned that, hey, I might not have to be paying this child support amount. I'm realizing it now. Then I'm just a person, right? So I have to figure out how I can even try to complain about something with proper channels to follow. So it's still possible that this issue could take this long to actually sort itself out and for there to be any repercussions coming down. But it's just so coincidental. Like, come on. It would be different if you told me, hey, this 2019 bar issue, you know, 4 months ago this happened. Melnick's license happened to be suspended. Nothing to do with this ex parte meeting and them trying to speak with Kenneth Copeland. It's just so coincidental that exactly on August 13th this comes down. Very odd. I agree, MG Law. And I think a lot of people are saying it could be both things being true. I don't know what we're talking about, but Jay Hilo is saying, legal vices, can you be more Pacific? Good old Korean lawyer. Be more Pacific. And G. Lander says, I vote Ash Merchant's spouse take Melnick's place, so get John Merchant in the building. That could be good. I think the Merchants are very sharp and detail oriented, based on I know just a little bit about their work. FFS says they twin them. So I don't really think they're matching though, you guys. Do you think they called each other and said to wear purple? And Love interpreted that, okay, this is purple. Even though it's kind of pink, I want it to be purple. It's her truth, her color. It's purple. Because if they coordinated this to wear the same colors, if they said wear purple, that is not purple. Or maybe they said wear pink and Hilton is a little bit colorblind. What do you guys think? And S. Satchel, thanks for the 5. Yes, Young Stoner Life Records is a record label. It's confirmation of some of Woody's testimony. So they are, like, undoubtedly a record label. They do stuff that's for the music. They do these tours. They're at concerts. They do promotions. You know, they hang out at the studio in some way or another. And the state's trying to say, well, the studio also is a spot where people go and discuss the things that they're doing in furtherance of the criminal street gang activity. And, you know, they're trying to take all of these things, and it's possible that those things could be used. You know? Can't separate necessarily all the time. Music and drugs can have an overlap. Drugs and crime can have an overlap. You can just bring it full circle. So whether it's a record label or not, they're also trying to establish it as a gang. So thank you for the 5. Patrick Taylor said, great job deciphering my stroke text. Sorry. No problem at all. No problem at all. I've had a lot of practice deciphering difficult to read text messages in my lifetime. Mark Harris says, what time is her Perry Mason moment expected? Friday when Judge Whitaker cuts her off and tells her, you've been going too long, this is enough. It'll be the opposite of a Perry Mason moment. Patrick, I agree. Woody is already feeling paranoid today, and they take his attorney. Exactly. That's why the timing is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. And King Divine, this is how simple it is to me. This is how I understood what Woody was saying from the start. That there is no gang that has both Crips and Bloods within it. It just doesn't make sense. It's not logical. So that's exactly how I heard it even before Copeland said, look, and YSL's not a gang. I keep telling you this. So thank you, King Divine. You said it so succinctly there. And then Sheeny Beanie says, so Melnick is suspended for 6 months for failure to notify, but Love and Hilton get to have unlimited Brady violations. Yeah, but they have to take a class. They have to do a replay of a training. So they're not completely in the clear. They have to watch like an hour, 2-hour video at their leisure. Like, that's so difficult and so hard. Such a cruel punishment. Fulton County is absolutely wild. Thank you, Sheeny Beanie. Let's see what else. This part of the replay, do you guys want to go to another section? Let me know.
In June, were you still being accused of killing Nut?
I don't know.
Did you still believe that people thought you killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Also during this time, isn't it true that you thought that Thug was trying to kill you as well?
Huh?
Between March of 2015 and June of 2015, did you believe that Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
When you get arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated. Is that fair to say?
Can you say that again?
When you got arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated, correct?
I was.
Okay. You were upset that people were blaming you for something that you didn't do, correct?
No, I was upset. Y'all kept locking me up, and I was trying to get it. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell the police you were upset because people kept blaming you for something that you did not do?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
And you also told the police that you thought Thug was trying to kill you, correct?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
Okay. And it was during That June interview that you gave it all up, didn't you?
Gave what all up?
That you told about everything that happened the night of Donovan Thompson's murder.
I had no time to I don't recall.
Yeah, I think when I try to fast forward, it just buffers for me. So I think maybe I just shouldn't try to do it that way, and I should just click a timeline indicator.
You told the investigators that they were trying to kill you.
That who was trying to kill me?
That Thug and them were trying to kill you.
I don't recall.
Do you recall, did you ever text Thug's sister, Dolly, to ask her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall
that
telling the
phone number part.
detectives that you texted Max and asked her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall what I done told these people. But I'm not gonna tell them the truth. Keep telling you that.
And were you concerned that they were trying to kill you because you had told on them?
If I done told on them, they would have been in jail if they did anything that I was telling on them about.
Did you tell the detectives that they were trying to kill you because they think you told on them?
And I'm like that.
Okay. Matter of fact, Detective Gates asked you, why is everybody in the world trying to kill you? And your response is, they think I told on them.
If you get in front of the police, play stupid, mislead them. I don't recall what I done told them. That's why I can't tell you, yeah, I remember telling them this. I don't recall.
Okay. And you actually provided the detectives with Dolly's phone number, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And Dolly's phone number at the time ended in 1990, correct?
I guess. I don't know.
And I'm calling her Dolly, but you actually called her Max, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told the detective that her name is actually Dolly White on Instagram.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives that you called her and you asked her, your brother trying to get me killed, what the hell have I did to him?
I don't recall nothing I done made up and told the police.
And her response to you was just stop listening to everybody.
I'm delusional like that.
If you're delusional, why would you need to tell the detectives about a text message?
Because it's just how I am. I'm going to justify myself. I'm already think ahead of time. I'm already try to make myself be prepared. I don't recall what I done told these people. I told you time after time after time. I done made this stuff up. I done made it all up. I done made it all up. And you still want to ignore it.
And when the detectives asked you, why would they be trying to kill you? You said, listen, when Nut got killed and police called me down here, I came down here and I told them, look, I don't know what the hell's going on. These police acting like they think I killed this man. I keep telling them this.
So they were trying to kill me. If he got killed in January and I got locked up in June, I would have, if there was truth, if they were trying to kill me. So they mean they were trying to kill me. And you said if they were trying to kill me, why ain't nobody kill me? Because last time I checked, I was in Mechanicsville every single day. So y'all gonna go off without a lie to the police then? At this point, we wasting time right now.
Isn't that one of the questions you asked the police? I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm always in Mechanicsville.
Keep it on. I don't know what you talk about. I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
And also, when they asked you, who thought you were talking to the police or snitching, you told them that Thug was right there. Thug was there every time that you answered the phone to talk to the police.
I had to be the stupidest person in the world to answer a phone for the police in front of anybody. Why would I answer the phone in front of anybody with the police? That don't even make sense. You can just tell the police anything, they can go for it.
Okay. But did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in
I don't
front of
recall
Thug?
what. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in front of Thug? So that's why they think you were snitching.
So they think I was snitching, and like you said, I was still around them. And you want them to be killers or whatever you want them to be. Why I didn't die? Why I'm not dead? Why?
Didn't you ask that same question to Detective Gaither?
I don't know what I don't ask them, but it's just
And you said the same thing. I'm in Mechanicsville every day. So if they want me to be killed, why haven't they killed me yet? That's the same question you asked Detective Gaither, correct?
you telling me or you asking me?
I'm asking you that what you also told Detective Gaither.
You ask me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you can't pick and choose what I'm telling the truth about or what I'm lying about. I can't say the word what I'm trying to say because you don't want me cursing.
Okay. So the point is, did you tell Detective Gaither the same thing you're telling here is, why haven't they killed me yet? I've been in Mechanicsville every single day.
I tell the investigators anything so that I'm innocent, I look innocent, and I ain't guilty of nothing. Are we clear?
I understand what you're saying today.
Okay.
Let's talk about what you told the police back in 2015. Back in 2015, because you still haven't answered this question. Did you tell the detectives the same thing that you're saying here today, which is, I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm in Mechanicsville every day.
So, what you saying?
I'm answer that question. Did you tell the detective the same thing you're
I
saying?
don't know what I don't told the investigator. I asked them that 30,000 times already. I don't recall what I don't told them. But what I'm telling you is, if somebody gonna kill me or somebody wanted to kill me, it wasn't hard to kill me. I was outside, still ill.
All right. During the same interview, you were concerned that Thug did not want you hanging around him anymore, correct?
I'm talking to the police. They're trying to tie this man into me.
Okay. Did you tell the police in that interview he think he did something, he got rid of me? And they asked you, what do you mean? He ain't want me hanging around him no more. I'm like, what the hell? You feel what I'm saying? What the hell? This N-word don't want me around? I get to asking Shannon and them, and Shannon's like, I don't know.
If 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 they wanted me dead, they knew where I laid my head at. They could have easily called me and be like, come here and kill me if they were living like that.
Okay. And then they asked you, why does it matter to Thug if he talking to the police or not? If he had no say-so with what happened with Nut, you know what's going on? And your response is, between us, I want to say they had something to do with it. Who was they?
Don't
All of
pull.
them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Don't pull them in my shenanigans. I keep telling you that. Y'all got me here to be truthful.
All right. And when you said all of them, and Detective Gates asked you Thug and who? And you said Shannon and Beezy. All of them been acting funny towards me.
I don't know if you know, which you already know. I don't run behind nobody. So when the investigators are questioning me, I'm going to say whatever to spend them to get them off of me.
Okay. And at that point, they asked you, how long have you known Shannon? And you said, longer than Thug has. And they asked, have you known Shannon for a good part of your adult life? And you said, we went to school together.
Because I knew my motive. My motive was to put the blame on them to get it off of me.
And then they asked you, you tell them, I'm going to tell you the truth. They did it.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the police.
And you said, I can't say who did it. And they said, who is they?
You finished?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And your response is, I can't say who did it. This is how I know did it. Thug and them don't know which one did it. I was at the house. And you begin going into what happened on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
Okay. You told the police back in this June 10th, 2015 interview, baby mama, she woke up. And I'm like, where you at? She at the Family Dollar on Auburn. And she's on the way. And you're telling the detective, this is the night of the murder. Do you remember this?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And he said, is it true? After that night, the murder happened, I called Thug. He always answered for me. I FaceTime him. He hung it up. I'm like, damn, I called D. And D like, where you at?
I don't recall nothing I told the police. I made it all up.
And they clarified, D, is that the Mickey-on?
You asking me?
I am.
I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
And then she said, yeah, the Mickey-on. I don't talk to the one from Cleveland. D. I don't talk from D on Cleveland.
Oh,
I'm about to get.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You want to take a break?
No, you good.
Okay. I'm about to get this car, this white Charger. Do you recall telling the detectives that you were going to get your brother's white Charger?
I tell the investigators anything long as it ain't telling on myself.
Okay. He said, all right, I go to my brother's house. He gonna give me the car, and I pulled up to the green store.
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
You then told him again, I called Thug, I ain't called D, and he didn't answer.
I think you just asked me that, and I just told you I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
Okay. You then tell the detectives, I pull up at the green store, I talked to Little Reddy, me and Little Reddy talking, and D said he was on Cleveland. So then you went over to Cleveland.
I don't even know who Loretta is, but I don't recall nothing I talked to, none that I told the detectives or whatever y'all want me to say.
Okay. You then tell the detectives that you leave from Mechanicsville and you pull up to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And do you recall going to the McDonald's?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And you told the detectives when you pulled up to McDonald's that D was with Bentley and them, correct?
I don't recall nothing.
And is Bentley OG Bentley?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And when they asked you who else was with you, you told them Nard. And you said, hold on, I think I'm lying. It was a white Jeep. It was Nard, D, Bentley, Shannon, and Ye. And all of them were in the Jeep.
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
Okay. Do you recall being at the McDonald's and seeing Demekion, Nard, Bentley, and Shannon in a white Nitro?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And this was the Nitro that Bentley has.
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And do you recall D getting out of the vehicle and getting into your car?
I don't recall nothing.
And you told the detectives that D got out, and when D got out of the car, he got in the car with you.
I don't know how many times I gotta keep telling you I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that when D got in your car, he told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
Is it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Demekion said they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
And when he said that, that's when Nard got into your car.
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And is it true that once Nard got into the car, you stopped talking about the murder with Demekion?
I don't recall nothing.
Right. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
I don't recall.
Okay. Once Nard got in the call, did you have some concern about why D stopped talking?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told the detectives when Nard got in the call, I'm like, D stopped talking. And I'm like, why the hell D stopped talking? I ain't say nothing. I'm in the car riding.
I don't recall.
While you were in the call with D and Nard, did Moonsung call you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it true that you told the detectives Moonsung FaceTime you and said, Nut just got shot, boy?
Nothing I said was true. Why you keep asking me, is it true? I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
And your response to Moonsung was, I'm like, I just heard it, boy. He said your name on Instagram. And you said, I'm just getting out of the house. I ain't had no parts of it.
Yeah. I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives? That after once Moonsung called you, he said to you, I just heard it, boy. He said your name.
I'm sorry.
He said your name on Instagram. I'm just getting out of the house. I didn't have any parts of it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you, who was Nard?
I don't recall.
Do you know who Nard is?
When you asked me that back there, what I told you?
Do you know who Nard is?
No, I told you back there I didn't know who Nard was.
Have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
My question to you is, have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall.
And when they asked you who Nard was, is it true you told the police that Nard was locked up?
I don't recall.
And they asked you what he was locked up for, and you told them what he was locked up for.
I don't recall.
Then they continued to get more information. When Nard got into the car, you said, D, stop talking. Once you left McDonald's, where did you go?
I don't recall. I don't even recall going to McDonald's. I don't recall nothing that you talking about. I don't recall no lie that I told the investigators. You got me here to tell the truth, but you keep asking me about some lies I don't made up.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives y'all got on the expressway?
Nothing I said is true. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told the detectives that they followed you, that you were following the Nitro up to Thug's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true, then you said you followed them to Thug's house, and you said once you dropped off Demikion and Nard at Thug's house.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall going to Thug's house the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Did you tell? Isn't it true you told the detective? So we followed him to Thug's house. He stayed downtown at the Sky House.
I don't recall.
Did Thug stay at the Sky House back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that once you got to Thug's house, that Nard got out of the car?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you told the detectives that once you got to Thug's house, Nard got out of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Is it true that when Nard got out of the vehicle, Demikion told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Is it true that's what you told the detectives? That once Nard got out of the car, Demikion told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall. No lie I told the police.
And isn't it true that when Demikion told you they just killed Nut, he pointed in the direction of Thug, Nard, and Shannon, who was getting out of the car?
I tell the police anything get them out my face.
And
I do not recall one thing I told the police.
and isn't it true you told detectives, your response is, I'm like who? And he just pointed towards Nard and them.
I don't recall.
Is it true that you then told Demikion, you know what, I'm not going to get caught up in all of this?
I don't recall.
After that, then they asked you, why do they think that you did it?
I don't recall.
And your response was, because me and Kel get into it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you, what does Nard have to do with it?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, this is what I want to tell you. I think Thug and Nut had problems with each other.
I don't recall.
And weren't you telling the detectives information that you learned from Demikion?
I don't recall.
And they actually asked you if Demikion would come down there and talk with them, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told them, I don't think he's going to come down because when you gave them Demikion's number the first time, Demikion never called them.
I don't recall.
And you actually told the detectives you encouraged Demikion to call the police.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, I told D, I love you too much. I helped you. These niggas not for you, bro. And you going to go with them.
I don't recall.
Didn't D tell you that they hid the car and the guns after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Isn't that what you told the detectives, that D told you that they hid the car and the guns?
I tell the detectives anything they want to hear. If they go for it, they go for it. I don't recall.
And didn't you tell the detective it was a gray car?
I don't know. I don't recall what I told them.
And you said you knew what the car was because you had saw the car on video.
I don't recall what I don't told them.
And they asked you whether or not it was a Pontiac. And you told them that it was not a Pontiac.
I tell them anything. As long as I throw them out, that's all that matter.
You also told them that it was a rental vehicle, correct?
I tell them anything to throw them off.
Did
And
you guys
although you're
want to?
telling us today,
I mean, did you guys want to look over the Instagram stuff with Woody? Is there even a replay? Oh, it's just short. So it's him and Teddy, and it says me and my attorney. I don't know if they're playing like a song. Yeah, they're playing Young Boy, so I'm not gonna do that. So wasn't gonna play the song there. Don't want to get a strike or anything. But yeah, just Seti and Woody, and the caption said my attorney. I don't know if you guys want to go to a different part of this. We're approaching the end of lunch too, so as long as they're back on time. We've got like 10 minutes to go. Or we could scope around and look at that Georgia Supreme Court decision with Melnick. It was a bit long. No, no motions. And if not, there was a part when they came back from a break too. Let's see if we can find where that first break was. And then Woody came back. He came right out with some quotables after this happened. So let's get the jury back in. Let's try here.
Any of Thug's songs?
Huh?
Did Thug mention you in any of his songs back in 2015?
Back in 2015?
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detectives that he put your name in these songs and he doesn't know, you don't know why he put your name in these songs?
I didn't like him rapping about me.
Okay. Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Huh?
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Cause it's my life. Like, don't be lying on me.
Okay, so we can do the live. I didn't know he had two accounts. No, he's just eating.
The same shit.
That's what they said.
No, I'm gonna read the whole thing.
Oh, you talking about me?
Yeah. It's something he didn't do or something he did do or something. I don't know, I was reading it. They did not let them go out.
They had TMZ up here yesterday. You said it makes sense.
Yeah. This shit is generating bread. And the fact I knew, because nigga, you got 2 months off. I didn't even know about the hell of shit that she was saying. What the fuck? For real? Damn. I had a couple of damn moments when she was talking. Like, damn.
Trying to judge.
Yeah.
No, I be lost like that. Don't nobody say nothing to me. I just, don't you tell me you got the Connor Court.
They can't pick you up.
Yeah, I mean, I be driving down here.
She better say that they was for yeah, they pick you up.
Yeah, I see, but she asked me questions. She lied. She just trying to trap me up. So I'm gonna go along with her lies.
Oh yeah, she had a second you were
Cause she be trying to do stuff for the media. Like they want somebody to trap me or do something to me. I'm standing on top of their stupid ass too. At this point, I'm giving a damn
like
right now.
They go in on me. What?
Hey, they said you got a big forehead. That's why you behind it with a hat. Let me see.
No.
Oh, God damn, boy.
Yeah,
You
that's
got a
City in the
big forehead.
background.
You got a goddamn.
Someone one of your exes, she gonna get the other head too.
Ooh-wee.
Ran to you about it. Well, I know you not to. Your shit don't even fit your body.
How the hell you gotta sew your shirt in and put that motherfucker on? That nigga, you always gotta laugh your big bald head ass.
But you don't want to start no real session, trust me.
But
your pants
head,
go on your ass
you
crack.
to your mama Gucci up.
Your pants go all the way up your ass crack, nigga. So we not
What the
talking.
hell you looking back there for, bro? What type of time you on?
You know what I'm saying?
That LA.
Basketball. Did you have the gun that Quinn?
So I just linked to it if you guys want to continue watching it. I don't like to just like snipe people's stuff, so just shared the link in the chat if you want to watch it on the channel it's actually being broadcast from. We've got a couple minutes to kill, so we'll just keep hearing more I don't recall.
Darius Zachary purchased for you?
I had a basketball.
Isn't it true that you also had the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had my shirt off. I was playing basketball.
Where was the gun at?
You tell me.
Isn't it true that the gun was sitting on a bench and the basketball court in an H&M bag?
I was playing basketball.
And isn't it true that you were trying to sell that gun that day, that you had it at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I ain't have no gun.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that you gave them the gun to sell and that they were going to sell the gun, that you were trying to sell your gun that day that you got caught with the gun at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I tell investigators anything.
Matter of fact, isn't it true that you told the detective, when I was locked up, I called one of my partners and he was like, get some money, can you help me out? He was like, yeah. When I got out, they brought me the gun back. And I was like, I don't want it. I was still trying to sell it. That is why, that is what I had, you know what I mean? When I got the gun, I got it from the green store. I went up to the park to go play basketball, but I was waiting on them to come and get it. Little D and them, so his brother pulled up. They actually waiting on who to come and get it. You talking about Demikian or Quindarius? You said Little D from Cleveland. He was supposed to pull up and get it.
Cap, I tell the investigators anything to get them off me. I didn't have no gun. I didn't know nothing about the gun. When they said something about the gun, I was confused, shot, lost. That's why they let me go that same day.
And matter of fact, they wanted to make sure that they were correct, that you were both talking about the same gun. And Detective Gates said, I'm talking about the one from the Dunbar Center. He said, that is what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Sorry. That is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday, and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Detective Gaither wanted to clarify that the gun she was referencing was the gun from the Dunbar Center. And your response was, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday, and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say it one more time?
Sure. Isn't it true that Detective Gaither wanted to make sure that you both were talking about the same gun? So you clarified for her and said, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County on Monday, and police got me for the gun on Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
I don't recall.
Now, back in June of 2015, were you still hanging with both Shannon and Demikian in June of 2015?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in that interview, 1 minute D is with Shannon, and then when D's not with Shannon, him and me are together?
I don't recall. Nothing I told the investigators. I would tell them anything to get them off of me.
Back in 2015, did you get all of your information from Little D from Cleveland? Excuse me, Little D from Mechanicsville.
Say that again?
Back in 2015, because you were locked up from parts of time, did you get all of your information from Little D from Mechanicsville?
I'm Mr. Make Believe. I make it up. I don't recall. Nothing I done made up. I keep telling you that.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in the same June 2015 interview, I get all my information through Little D, and they clarified which Little D, and you said Mechanicsville. And they said, so Demikian, and you said yes.
I don't recall. Nothing I don't say, whatever I made up to the police.
Okay. Do you recall saying that he's always in the midst of everybody. Everyone talks through him. You know what I mean? I can always just ask. I can call Lil D right now, and he will sit here and tell me what's going on.
Nah, I don't recall nothing, but I do know that I tell Ladie what to say. So if I told the investigators go ask Ladie something, it's because I don't told Ladie to be prepared for it.
Now, in 2015, did you know someone by the name of Valerie or V?
Who?
Valerie.
Who?
Did you know someone by the name of Valerie?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that it was Valerie who told you that Thug wanted to kill you?
I don't recall. Nothing I done made up to the police.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Valerie got into a car while you were at a baby shower and told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
That wasn't true. I made it up. If I did say that, if I didn't say it, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
Isn't it also true though on a jail call
Hey, can
after
one of y'all hear me?
June 10th, 2015, you told Max that Valerie told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
Because I told you one thing, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, is it true? Well, let me ask you this. After Valerie told you or that Thug was trying to kill you, did you try to reach out to Monte or Yet Gotti?
No, I don't got nothing else to say.
Oh, okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives in this same June 2015 interview, you saw Monte and
They're still not
Detective
back
Gaither
from
asked you
lunch. I
which
have the screen
Monte?
up in another
Your
tab.
response, Yak. Like day before yesterday, went to the graveyard. When I seen him, he was at my cousin's house. I was like, damn man, we grew up together. They asked you, what is Yak's real name? Do you know? You said no. Detective Gaither, you said you grew up with him. Your response, I just know his first name, Monte. Don't know the last name. You said to Monte, MFers told me that Thug planned on killing me. And Monte's response to you was, hell nah, bro, I never heard that. He denied it. He said, person was never, you said that people will never say it. Word
All
was,
right, I
I
see
was
the
talking
camera
to the
wiggling,
police too
so we
much.
can tune
You
back
feel what
over
I'm
there.
saying?
So once I was released from Henry County Jail, everybody was asking me, did I hear the song? I mean, everybody was telling me that Thug had put out the song Halftime. And the police wasn't targeting me again. That's why they got me the next day. I was mad. I was like, damn, this nigga telling on me, putting me in his song. So I was mad at him, and I started plotting against him. I was telling.
Yeah, so that was one last important part from Woody. He did get mad about Thug putting out that song in June, even though it was recorded before everything. Because once they put that song out, they came to Copeland looking at Copeland. So we are back over to the live stream. It seems like they wouldn't be starting back on time if Woody was just still on live with whoever. So gotta get the witness back. But we're here. We won't miss anything as it starts. Yeah, I think that's confusing too. Like, you know, they hear something and then they suggest it to a witness, and then the witness, now they have something to go off of. And then for Woody specifically, he specifically says, take what they say, I take the time to learn what they're trying to hear, and I figure out what I need to tell them to give them what they want. So he's definitely going to take them feeding him, cook with it a little bit, and serve it back to them. And thank you, Dandelion Bee. It's good to see you. I think I gotta move the captions. Let me move the captions.
And can y'all make sure Mr. Copeland's on the way in?
Gotta make sure we get our witness back.
I did nudge the temperature up a little bit. It's a little cold even for me right now. Right. Yeah.
I think you're right, Wigs and Wine. Prosecution knew about this ongoing issue with the bar in Melnick, so they could call him incompetent and knew they had something to back him up. G. Lander calling how they're focusing on song lyrics. They're gonna arrest the guy that sang "I Shot the Sheriff."
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Tillman. Y'all be seated.
May I speak, Young?
Oh,
I was told that Mr. Melnick been suspended, and I don't want to speak without my attorney.
All right. Let me excuse y'all back again. All right, give us just a
so
second.
he didn't know, or maybe like I don't know. He probably knew he wasn't there, but anytime he says "May I speak," it's gonna be something.
Yeah, that was brought to our attention fairly recently as well. The thing
Define
is,
fairly
he's going to be
recently.
suspended for 6 months from practicing. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, but do you have another attorney that you want to engage, or would you like for me to find a volunteer, basically?
I would like for you to find one.
All right. Well, I had already actually the public defender's office had been in contact with me to try to find somebody without a conflict, and they have found somebody named Charles Engelberger. So let me try to get in touch with him and see if he can get down here and consult with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so if you want to just step out for now, and I'll take a recess and see what I can get done. All right.
There we go, another recess. Shout out to Woody for that. I think that is a smart move for any defendant to do. Yeah, I think it's possible that Woody just found out, might not have questioned why he didn't see Melnick in the room. So Melnick got, and maybe this is a good time since we're on a recess for this reason. And this came down from the Georgia Supreme Court today. But it's stemming back to 2019. So let me pull up the document. And we know that, Woody was just, if you left during the lunch break, Woody was live with Seti Nash, and Seti Nash was asking him, because Seti's at the courthouse, Seti was asking him, I guess, if he knew about Melnick. I came into the feed mid-conversation, and they were talking about Melnick no longer, being able to practice law for the next 6 months. Let's see. I had closed the tab. Okay, so this is the decision from the Georgia Supreme Court. You can see that it is dated today. And thank you so much, Chris Hayes. We're going to go over this. I just want to pull the chat down so the whole screen can be visible. And again, I'm listening to the court feed in the background, so I'll hear it if they come back. And you guys will tell me in the chat anyway. I know you will. So this is 25 pages, but if we skim through it, the point is the lawyer's supposed to act with a reasonable diligence and promptness in representing a client. That includes promptly informing the client of any decision or circumstance with respect to which the client's informed consent, as defined in Rule 1.0, is required by these rules. They need to reasonably consult with the client about the means by which the client's objectives are to be accomplished, keep their client reasonably informed about the status of the matter, promptly comply with reasonable requests for information, and consult with the client about any relevant limitation on the lawyer's conduct when the lawyer knows that the client expects assistance not permitted by the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct or other law. And B, a lawyer shall explain a matter to the extent reasonably necessary to permit the client to make informed decisions regarding the representation. So in May of 2017, Melnick began representing a client in a matter in Rockdale County. This is it was filed by the father of the client's child. The father was paying child support via an income deduction order and was seeking a reduction in child support, as well as to legitimate the child and obtain visitation. During that time, Melnick was a solo practitioner with no full-time staff and no case management software. He handled between 50 and 80 cases at any given time and was in court 17 out of 20 days each month. He used a software program to manage his calendar and communicated with his clients primarily after typical business hours. Which kind of makes sense. We remember that June 6th email from Melnick came in at like 6 p.m. or something like that. So that's consistent. Let's see. In March 2018, Melnick, his client, the father, and the father's attorney participated in a voluntary mediation where the parties were able to reach an agreement on reduction in child support. However, the parties still needed to agree on visitation and prepare a parenting plan. The parties agreed that the father's reduced child support payment would become effective on April 1st, 2018, and that if a new income deduction order was not in place by April 1st, 2018, Melnick's client would reimburse the father each month for the difference between the child support amount paid pursuant to the income deduction order and the reduced amount agreed upon at mediation. After the mediation, the parties notified the court that they had reached a settlement and would be submitting a final order. So the court removed the case from the trial calendar. The father's attorney emailed Melnick a draft consent agreement about a month after the mediation and asked that Melnick's clients begin reimbursing her client for the child support overpayment. Almost a month later, Melnick responded, "Please call me." The two attorneys exchanged a few emails during May and June about a visitation schedule and the amount of the reimbursement. In early August, the father's attorney sent Melnick a revised consent agreement with a parenting plan included. A week later, Melnick responded that the parenting plan was fine, but that he was not going to agree to the refund of child support since April. The father can take that up with child support. The following day, Friday, Melnick emailed the father's attorney that he believed that it would not be proper for his client to send the reimbursement to the father's attorney. The following Monday, the father's attorney filed a motion to enforce the settlement agreement. The motion also sought an award of attorney's fees for having to file the motion. Melnick did not send his client a copy of the motion or otherwise inform his client about it. He also did not file a response to the motion because he felt it was unnecessary. Melnick planned to handle the attorney fees issue at the hearing and believed he could prevail pretty easily on it. And these phrases are in quotes here. So unnecessary and pretty easily are both in quotes, suggesting that, Melnick is seen saying these things in correspondence somewhere. The trial court scheduled a hearing on the motion for January 8th, 2019. So here we go. Melnick did not tell his client about this hearing. Because he had a conflict for that date, he emailed a conflict letter to the judge's administrative assistant 5 days before the hearing was scheduled in an attempt to comply with the Uniform Superior Court Rule 17.1. While the judge's assistant acknowledged receipt of the conflict letter, Melnick did not follow up with the court to determine if the hearing would be rescheduled. So he didn't even check. And we're going to read this footnote here. This rule, 17.1b, requires that a lawyer who has a scheduling conflict provide written notice of the conflict to opposing counsel, to the clerk of each court, and to the judge before whom each action is set for a hearing, and that such notice is expected to be given such that it will be received at least 7 days prior to the date of conflict. Now, in this, remember, this situation involves someone that he's, it's a defendant, it's a party in a case that's actually calendared. The court conducted the hearing on January 8th. After Melnick was finished with the other matters for which he was scheduled to be in court on that day, he called the court and was told the hearings were done. He did not ask about the outcome of the hearing and did not contact his client to tell her he had not attended it. On January 15, 2019, the court issued a final order enforcing the settlement and ordering Melnick's client to reimburse, within 30 days, $2,820 to the father for child support overpayment, as well as pay $809.93 and attorney fees related to the motion to enforce. After the trial court issued the January 15th order, Melnick did not notify the client about the order, did not tell her she had to pay a total of $3,629.93 within 30 days, and did not send her a copy of the order. So the client ends up becoming aware of this on January 15th, of this January 15th order, when after the amount she was receiving in child support decreased, she went to the courthouse and obtained a copy of the order. That was also when she became aware of the January 8th hearing and motion to enforce. Melnick never filed a motion to withdraw from the case, nor did he terminate his representation. The client retained new counsel, who contacted Melnick and raised the possibility of the client filing a malpractice action against him. Melnick discussed settlement with the client's new counsel, and after the client filed a grievance with the state bar, Melnick paid the client $3,500 and obtained a release. So now they're going to go into Special Master's report, their findings, what they see. And just so you know, we're still looking at a wall in the courtroom. Nothing started back up yet. And what are you guys seeing so far? What are you guys thinking so far? Yeah, Mark Lyon. So this is right away when Woody asked, like, "Hey, can I speak?" That's the sign something's coming. He says, "Hey, can I speak? I just found out Melnick is suspended." Well, like, what's up? But Mark Lyon says, "If the court's aware, why not promptly advise the witness?" I don't know. That's weird, and that we found out fairly recently was a little odd. You don't want him to be represented in an ex parte. Is it making sure that we had a stand-in for that when Melnick couldn't be there? but he's on the stand, and he knew he had an attorney in the courtroom yesterday. Nobody even inquired, like, hey, where's your attorney? Okay, court is back, so we will circle back to that ruling later if you guys want. And thank you, Mark Lyon. Thank you again, Chris Hayes, as well. And maybe that's true, SJK, that Melnick should have been in court today to notify them and his client, if he cared, you know? Are we going back off the... Okay, we're zooming back into the seal. Yeah, get it in focus. Get a good view of the state of Georgia seal. But that's true. I mean, Melnick could have notified his existing clients. He could have said something. I still don't think that, like, the judge could have said something. The state could have said something. I guess even the defense attorneys could have inquired, really. I don't see a reason why they couldn't. It might be strategic for them not to. And Twan, okay, so great. We have a recap. So, juror had a nosebleed. So, about 30 minutes before they were going to take lunch anyway, they call a recess because the juror's nose is bleeding, and then they just go into lunch. We come back from lunch. During lunch, Woody was on Instagram Live with Seti Nash, and we heard a brief conversation where they were talking about Melnick. So it seems like Woody learned during lunch that Melnick was suspended. So when everybody gets back into the courtroom after lunch, Woody goes, "Can I speak?" And then he asks, he says, you know, "I just found out Attorney Melnick has been suspended. I don't want to be speaking without an attorney." And Whitaker's like, okay. Well, previously I had inquired to see if maybe there could be like a someone from the public defender's office, if they could find someone for you. So let's take a recess until we sort that out. And we almost just came back, but then we panned back out to the seal. So welcome back, Twan. Glad we had a little bit more than I don't recall to recap you with. And then Sheeny Beanie says, they pushed the suspension through. No way this is a coincidence. They need to be investigated for conspiracy. Show the metadata paper trail. And I just think the day timing is suspicious. I'm not thinking it's suspicious that something like this could take a couple years for anything to actually be done about it. You know, things move slow. But the day, the day for this to be, Woody takes a stand again yesterday after 2 months. And then today this happened. And then nobody informs him. Nobody informs him. Oh my gosh. Okay, so hold on. I see Kayla. Oh, the comments are moving. He's gone to several courtrooms today. So I'm scrolling back up to see if you mean Melnick. I assume Melnick. I feel like that's a safe assumption that you mean Melnick. And you're staying away. Might be smart. Especially, you know, you'd be caught up for a few days because the state says, and I don't know if they're really going to stick to it, but they want to continue direct examination through Friday. So and then Lola Dane, thanks Lola, says, not Melnick being a DB. Deadbeat? Trial has so many failures. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the DB. But absolutely, this trial has like so much going on. Like, what else is gonna happen? Yeah, and I agree with this, that no matter what happened, that was a pretty, you know, couple steps there that were missed. It wasn't just like we forgot to tell you about a hearing date. Oh my gosh, oopsie. We also didn't give you the order. We didn't tell you what happened. We didn't tell you what you were obligated to do within the next 30 days. Nita Beta, I need all these lawyers benefiting from this to step up for Woody or stop. It's not fair to Woody for us to be laughing if this is our brother. And I do wonder if they're going to be able to appoint someone. What was the name they said, you guys? Charles Engelberger? Was it Engelberger? Hold on, let's see. Okay, I definitely spelled that wrong, but Google's gonna help me out. Because maybe this was the name. Is this Georgia? Let's see if this is Georgia. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Marietta. So there we go. And it's just a stock photo, so we can't see what he looks like. Let me see if I can get a picture to see if we recognize who they are. Oh, and that's crazy too, you know, thinking about the amount of people that have been involved in this indictment, just this indictment, maybe Copeland's previous cases. You know, all of the good attorneys that we know would have a conflict if they represent Woody. They're all booked. They're all booked up. Yeah, I'm not really finding anything that's giving me a picture of the guy. So we just have a stock image. But we'll see if he comes into court. We'll see if he's a familiar face, if we recognize him from anywhere else. I feel like I'd remember that name. Maybe this is him. There's a tiny, tiny picture. Oh my god, it's not zooming in. Does anyone recognize him? Oh, okay. My brain didn't go there. Thank you. It seems obvious now that you say it. That's true, Nick Starr will be there tomorrow. He can become an extra unindicted co-conspirator. This doesn't look like Melnick. The haircut maybe, like the hairline. Yeah, probably not. Oh yeah, should we do an all caps vent? We have a 60-second all caps vent. Go ahead. You guys can use all caps for watching the timer. But yeah, so if this is the same, does it say from Georgia? I mean, that's not the most common name. Bunch of 5-star reviews though. Aggressive and successful. Chuck, he goes by Chuck, is a really good attorney. So Chuck Engelberger. An attorney you can trust, very skilled and knowledgeable. I've hired Chuck many times over 15 years and have never lost. Hire with confidence. Amazing attorney. So, lots of stuff here. We're not going to read all of it. If you're looking for a lawyer to fight for you, well, you just found him. Incredible attorney. Strongly recommend. Reliable and knowledgeable. And again, you know, this could be something like you go out of your way to ask a client to leave your review. You don't go out of your way to ask people that didn't like you to leave a review. But still, you know. The random things when there's an all caps vent. You guys just let it all out. Engelberger. I always love that people use the all caps venting as a chance to just go, ah. All right, guys, we are ending the all caps. Thank you to the mods for holding it down. Hope I don't drive them crazy when I allow all caps. Because YouTube is funky about certain things. I can't explain the logic. Shamika. Just saying cheese. Yeah, the vents are always fun. You guys just, whatever's on the top of your head, just let it out. Engelberger versus Nothing Burger. Nightmare Trial. Who's saying arthritis cream? Yes. So, right when we get back from lunch, Melnick said, "Can I speak?" Says that he just found out that Melnick was suspended and doesn't feel comfortable doing this without an attorney present. And then Whitaker said she's going to double check on an inquiry she made previously to see if maybe someone from the public defender's office could work out, you know, providing someone to represent a witness on the stand. And she gave the name Charles Engelberger, who's just this guy we're looking at on the screen. So that's where we are at. That's where we are at. I don't know if anything else exciting has gone down. And I guess it would depend on if they're able to get in touch with this guy. Like maybe he's not at the courthouse right now. Maybe he's not there. So can you imagine if that's all we get today? We gotta end early. Oh, I hear noise. Let's go back.
Go on this in a minute, but the attorney is happy to help, but not available until the morning. So I'm going to pass along his contact information, Mr. Copeland, and they can plan to be here in the morning. Question for the state. In the meantime, do you have any witnesses that you could get here that are, you know, like hour-long witnesses whose place in the story does not
Yes,
really
the
matter
answer.
that much? Like, I think you had some people listed as records custodians and things like that. Any chance we could fill the day with something useful while we've got the jury here?
Judge, the two witnesses that we did have on deck to come next were similarly situated. They were Mr. Slade, who's attorney, left town yesterday afternoon, and Mr. Zachary, who said that he is in North Carolina.
Right. So what I'm asking is there
Somebody
a
else.
chance you can take some witnesses out of order who aren't integral to the progression of the story that you're telling, but whose testimony you need to get for, you know, whatever reason? Like you've got some phone record custodians, which I don't know why y'all can't agree to that coming in anyway without a witness, but people like that.
So, Your Honor, the records custodian, for the records that they have to bring in, we do not have business record certs. And so
Okay.
in prior discussion, I believe that the defense were going to object to those records without having the custodian. Those custodians are out of town, Your Honor. And so
Okay.
we would need time in order to
All
fly
right.
them in.
So it sounds like then that we're just gonna have to release the jury for the day and pick back up in the morning with testimony, which doesn't mean y'all are all getting released. Maybe we can get some non-jury things done for the afternoon. But let's get Mr. Copeland in here. I'll give him this contact information. Then we'll get the jury in. I'll release them.
Judge, when we approached with the member of the defense,
We approach right as you're getting the jury.
with the question,
Come on.
Ah. I hope this camera pans and shows Nick Starro in the courtroom tomorrow. For no reason other than just like us to be like, oh my god, Nick Starro! When are they gonna do? When are they gonna do this thing with the Operation Planters PowerPoint? Because at the end of the day, yesterday Love was still insisting that she doesn't remember it happening the way Steele says. Do you think Carrington, like, when he walks down, he gives, like, signals, like, rolls his eyes to the other defense attorneys to convey what just happened? And guys, Nick Starro is another, he covers more than just YSL. Also, he's another YSL streamer. This is his channel. I just pasted in the chat. He does labor law. He's a Swede. He is currently in the United States and he plans to be in the courtroom tomorrow. So his channel is totally worth following. He's also documenting some of the stuff he's doing while traveling, but he'll actually be live and in person tomorrow. And yes, that's true. He does law, but he's not actually a lawyer. There is an important distinction with that in Sweden. And I can't find his travel channel. He has a separate channel where he's putting... This is the road trip channel. Oh yeah, and he hates Miss Love. It's great. It's so great. That's very important.
All right, Mr. Copeland, during the break, I was able to speak with Mr. Engelberger, and he is happy to represent you. I've got his name and his phone number written down on this sheet of paper, which I'm going to provide to you, and you can call and speak with him this afternoon. And he is available beginning at 8:45 in the morning. So what we'll do is plan to pick up there tomorrow with you and with him available for you. And in the meantime, between now and then, you go ahead and give him a call and y'all can talk about whatever you need to talk with him about, okay? All right, so we'll see you at 8:45 tomorrow.
You can give me enough time to talk with him?
Yeah, you can talk with him for the next,
Oh, it's not today?
yeah,
Oh, so he
yeah,
available?
yeah, he's available today. He'll be waiting for your call.
I'm not gonna have any problem with him, is it?
I mean, I don't know why you should.
Okay,
All right,
you take care.
see you in the morning.
You be safe.
Okay, you too.
I know.
All right, let's get the jury in and I'll excuse them for the day until 9 tomorrow.
And then MG Law, Nick will say he's not a lawyer, he just does labor law. So that's why I said it that way. What is Love going on about? She changed her nail color though.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a little bit of a scheduling and procedural hiccup, I guess. So I am going to need to release y'all for the day and have you come back at 9 in the morning to pick back up. We're going to stay and get some other work done, but I'm going to release y'all. I'm going to remind y'all that you are to only decide. We all good? Okay. Decide this case based upon the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So do not try to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Do not refer to any kind of reference, either old school or online, to try to get information about legal terms, people, places, events, anything like that. Do not talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. And we will see you all in the morning. Y'all have a good afternoon and evening. And thank you for your time. Sorry, it was a short day today. Y'all are excused. See y'all at 9.
Thank you, Army Nurse. She says, no, don't like what's going on with Woody, Melnick suspended, a judge appointing a lawyer. Something is not right here. How didn't somebody tell him this morning? Or even inquire? Like, it just... They've been so cautious with Woody in other ways, on purpose for a good reason. Why didn't something dawn on anybody to say something today?
Okay, so state, I don't know what tomorrow holds. None of us do about this trial or anything else, but make sure that you've got some other witnesses lined up just in the event that who can get here quickly in the event that, you know, things take some other turn in the morning. Scheduling wise, I think I had mentioned yesterday that next week, I wasn't sure whether it was Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday. But regardless of what they were told at this point, a juror has a family funeral that they have to travel for on Friday. I've confirmed that. So that will be a non-jury week in its entirety next week. All right. For us right now, I am hoping that there are some things that we were going to be doing next week that we can just go ahead and tackle today since we all are here anyway. So, well, I think Ms. Love, you were, I think, the one that was maybe taking the lead on the PowerPoint,
Yes, PowerPoint.
issue. And I know you hadn't filed a written response yet, but can you just
Of course
kind of
not.
provide us with what your position is on that? And maybe we can as in I, can make a decision on that issue.
So Judge, what I said yesterday and what I was asking before was the need for the time to locate within the videos of those proceedings, the period that we addressed the PowerPoint. So I had received just some of the transcript of one of the days that we addressed it. And I think that we were addressing the PowerPoint in the context of other objections, maybe that there had been mounted to another witness's testimony. I think it may have been D'Angelo White. So the judge at that point had sort of responded to, it may have been commentary by Mr. Sharp regarding reviewing some evidence the night before. I may have these dates and these times sort of conflated with one another, but I believe that when he brought up the PowerPoint, we had not yet argued it or talked about it. And my memory is that I said to the court that we weren't intending to introduce that PowerPoint through this, and as I was walking away, I think I said something like through this witness or at this time or today or something qualifying the assertion that we weren't intending.
You should know
Okay.
what you said.
Basically, if your position is we think that it is admissible, what I'm asking for you to do now is tell me why you believe it's admissible, and I'll just make the decision. Okay, can you do that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, Mr. Steele attached it to his motion. or
There we go.
supplemented
Jurist,
motion.
not a lawyer. Good to see you, Nick. We're all hoping to see the camera
I've
pan
looked
on you
at-
in the court tomorrow.
And I mean, maybe it would be helpful, Mr. Steele, if you just quickly summarize your position as to its
Just-
inadmissibility.
Just play the tape from court. Just play it. Play the clip.
Your Honor. This is motion in limine number 49 supplement. It was refiled on August 9th of 2024 on behalf of Mr. Williams. And it was originally filed, and Mr. Adams and I just made it more current.
Right.
But, and that was originally filed on April 17, 2024. It is my opinion, my memory, and I checked the law and crime video, YouTube, that Judge Glanville, and that was a lot of our hearings. I don't know if you watched it, but it was a lot of hectic things, but Judge Glanville excluded it. And the state specifically said they're not going to use it. And to me, I just don't see the admissibility under 401, 2, 3. Because slide 1, it's titled YSL versus Inglewood Family Bloods. That is not the name of this case. I don't know why that would go up in front of the jury.
I think there are like 80 something or more slides, and I'm not necessarily asking you to go through the details of each slide, just if you can summarize right now.
Okay.
And it may be that we have to get into the slide by slide
Okay. Well,
position, but
it's basically a closing argument. That's really the summary as I would give it. It is something that the state would, over objection, use in their closing argument. And if the court allowed it, maybe that's okay. But for evidence coming in through a supposed gang expert, who I'll be objecting to in addition, he already testified as an expert, and he's a third supposed expert to testify. But there are things,
Supposed
Mr. Williams'
expert.
home was illegally searched on the July 15, 2015 date. They have slides in there referencing that. They have slides on information that has not come into this trial on supposed investigation and corroboration by law enforcement. I've never seen a corroboration. It's just like a trial by a theory, and that's throughout. And I'm objecting to the entirety of it. And I don't know why any witness, expert or lay person, would be allowed to use this type of demonstrative device to say, let me explain to you the guilt of these people, when specifically even an expert cannot talk about the mens rea or the intention of a party. That's always within the breast of the jury. And this has multiple people, not just Mr. Williams, joining and committing crimes and saying what their intent was by their association. So I hope I've given you a summary, but if you want to go slide by slide, and a lot of information in those slides are not coming into this trial. The state has not called many witnesses that they said they were going to call, like Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Quan, Mr. Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams, a producer, performer known as Birdman. They have this information in that slide, and it's just a confrontation clause violation.
All right. Good several reasons given there. Even though he's under the weather.
Presentation is meant as an aid for the jury to assist them or allow them to see how it is that Detective Dennis reached the conclusions that we expect will testify about in this case. There are instances where he references hearsay, what would be considered hearsay, but which he is allowed to use to form an opinion and to present an opinion. The slides that Mr. Steele references that have to do with matters that have been excluded from this trial, of course we can see that those would come out and that we would not be attempting to introduce slides that show the inside of Defendant Williams' home as a result of the 2015 search of his home. But there is to exclude the demonstrative that we would be seeking to use through our expert. I don't hear a reason or any basis in law for the just all-out exclusion of information that we believe would be useful to the jury and that Detective Dennis relied on in coming to the conclusion that he did. Much of what is in the PowerPoint does summarize investigations that he conducted. It references persons that he interacted with. It references acts that occurred, investigations that occurred, and again, people that were either self-identifying one way or the other, or that referenced another person as identifying a different way. So we would ask that the court, based on what Mr. Steele has presented, just the fact that he doesn't think that it's admissible or it's a closing argument, that the court deny his motion that he not be allowed at all to use the PowerPoint.
All right. In fairness to Mr. Steele, he's ready to go slide by slide, and I asked him to summarize. So it's not that I asked him to summarize the argument. That's not
So
all
he's ready.
he would have to say. But this appears to me to have maybe originally been some sort of a law enforcement briefing. Is that what this was?
In terms of the investigation, of course, started out sort of as you know, them talking and law enforcement, various agencies talking amongst one another and briefing themselves. But in the end, this PowerPoint was something that was used by Detective Dennis in, you know, discussing the investigation with the district attorney's office, and that we believe as well would be useful in allowing the jury to digest pieces of information that he would be presenting through his testimony. Well, I could go through this one.
So tell me which slides you think you are absolutely concede are not going to be used. I mean, I'm just looking at one right now. It's I
She's not
think slide
prepared.
number 36. It's got a lot of pictures, and it says a rap dispute between Lil Wayne and Birdman spilled over into Atlanta once rapper and YSL 30 Deep leader Young Thug got involved. I mean, how is that not totally conclusory and something that maybe this jury is supposed to be deciding? And that's just, you know, the one I happen to be scrolling onto right now.
Your Honor, the information that is in the letters, in the words rather, that are on the slide, we would concede removing that as conclusory, but Detective Dennis has shared, and I believe would share information regarding what law enforcement learned throughout this investigation as related to not just the Lil Wayne bus shooting, but how that related to YSL and members of YSL, and what the artist that goes by the name of Birdman, what they learned.
So you're saying all the words would be removed?
Not on this slide right here. I'm not saying all the words, Judge. I want to be really clear. I'm not speaking about all the words. And I don't think that it's necessary for all the words to be removed from this PowerPoint.
You need to be clear on what you want to do.
Tell or identify the ones that I can see would be, you know, should be removed. I can, if the court permits me the time to go through it and look at those and pull those out, I can do that. But what we had was a whole hog objection to the entirety of the PowerPoint and an assertion that it was inadmissible overall.
Well, I mean, you're, I think at this point making the argument that you think it would be a demonstrative aid to, is this Dennis who's going to be testifying to this?
It is.
And
We can sort of.
so let's look at like slide number 22. We've got people pictured up here who some, but not all of them were charged. I have no idea whether they were convicted. We got lots of shots of, you know, weaponry. I mean, there just looks like there's a whole lot that's not going to be appropriate or admissible. If you,
So what we're looking at, the slide that I have.
can you pull that mic over towards you? I think some of the people are having a hard time hearing.
So the slide that I'm looking at as number 22, I think is different than the one that the court is looking at as 22. So I'm not certain why. I'm looking at one that has Miss Entrevia Smith, Kelvin Wild, San Antonio Sledge on it. So it's different than the
Okay.
one that the court is looking
He
at.
might be using the motion pages.
I would ask that the court, if we're gonna,
I mean, it's again, it's just kind of an example. So I think that maybe if this is gonna have to be a slide by slide thing, that y'all get on the same page as to what PowerPoint you are even intending to use, and then you take out all of the ones that you concede and acknowledge are not admissible or would be overly prejudicial under the 403 standard. Take out all the words that you think that is not appropriate, and then get that back to me and I can look at it slide by slide. But
I think that would be good. I think I would ask for permission to do exactly that, Judge, as opposed to, because yes, I can do that, and I would ask for permission to do that.
You should
okay,
have
I'm
already
gonna
done
need
that.
that done by Friday.
Not another Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we can't do that today. We'll be doing that next week.
And we will look
All
at
right,
that. We will look at the
on
video
the
of Glanville excluding it.
measure to suppress recently filed as to Mr. Ryan's statement from 2019. It looks to me, now that it's been further particularized, that there's an argument that he was not Mirandized. I don't know. I haven't seen the statement yet. I don't know if the state's position is he wasn't in custody at the time and therefore Miranda rights weren't required. I'm going to need an answer to that. I also need the statement from one side or the other so that I can have that, the benefit of actually being able to see the statement. Okay, so y'all get that to me as soon as you can. That ought to be an easy click something and send the email. And is the state, do you, I mean, I assume y'all are familiar with the statement they're talking about, and it was not used in his 2021 trial, but I think Ms. Love, you represented that you might want to use it in this trial. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. Do you know whether y'all's position is that he wasn't in custody, or do you know what you're going to be arguing on that?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. We were actually going back and forth, and I'm having trouble getting onto our server. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Can you pull it up? Are you on the server? Your Honor, could the court give me a 10-minute recess? I wasn't expecting to argue this part of it, and I just need to sign into our server.
I mean, I understand that all of this is on the fly at this point. We weren't going to take it up until next week, and now I'm trying to get something accomplished while we've got this unexpected free time. I don't think we need a recess for that. You just be working on that, and maybe I'll ask one of your co-counsel to address the next issue.
They want a recess for everything to
Actually,
keep
I can
preparing.
ask see all the way around there. Is Mr. Harvey with us? Okay, who's here? Can you speak to, remind me your name? Try it one more time.
Lamar Gardner.
Okay, Mr. Gardner. Okay. Mr. Harvey had filed a couple of days ago a motion to exclude kind of, I guess, what he phrased untimely disclosed co-conspirator or alleged co-conspirator statements. Would you be able to identify specifically which co-conspirator statements he's saying were late identified?
I wouldn't be able to, but if you give me a minute, I can find out. which
Okay.
ones.
And then maybe today would be a good time to start looking at that exhibit list, and on the exhibits that there is not agreement on, kind of figure out, have those been admitted or have those not? Is that something you think we could all tackle today?
Have they turned it over?
We could try.
We can do the first part. We are almost finished with it, but we can do a chunk of it.
Okay. All right, I'm going to step off for just a second. Y'all stay here and keep working. I'll be right back.
Perfect. So you guys are asking what happened to Woody. So he came back from lunch and mentioned that he found out that Melnick was suspended, his attorney was suspended, said he wasn't comfortable doing this without an attorney, he wanted an attorney, and Whitaker helped find him one, but that attorney is not going to be available until tomorrow. So Whitaker said, cool, we'll send the jury home for the day. We'll try to work on other issues. And then the state's not ready for anything once again. So there's that. We could toggle over and watch this clip of the exclusion real quick. Again, I have the court in the background, so I'll be able to hear it. Steele did take a written transcript of what happened. He titled Judge Glanville as recused judge. And the text transcription catches more than you might hear listening, so we'll speed through it and then watch the video clip. So this is back on April 17th, 2024. All right, counsels, I have several things I'm going to mark as the court's exhibits in order. One of them is a motion in limine that was filed in regards to some buyout regarding the redaction of out-of-court statements of D'Angelo White and law enforcement officer filed last night at 9:49 p.m. by Mr. Shart on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. Sorry, just checking if they came back. They didn't. I'm also in possession of Defendant Williams' motion to adopt and adds to Stillwell's motion in limine filed on 4/17 at 8:39 a.m. I'm also in possession of Mr. Williams' motion in limine number 49, which talks about the PowerPoint slide presentation of some 105 pages. It's entitled Operation Planters, and goes through and has different slides therein. And then there's a pause. There's a long pause. And then Judge Glanville says, no, we're excluding that, Your Honor. And I'm going to exclude the PowerPoint that you all submitted. We're not even using it, Your Honor. Well, you're not going to wholesale introduce it. We had no intention, Your Honor. Let's be really clear. We do not intend to introduce that PowerPoint today. So Steele cites two clips. The first is just where he reads this first blurb that we're going to talk about all of this stuff. And the gap between them is Shard addressing the first two things that relate to Shard. But this clip here, Steele only timestamps it to get through this part. But if we continue playing it, here's what happens.
The focus is on why didn't we file this stuff months ago, and let's wind it out and air it out at that point in time, okay? So I'm going to ask the state their issue on this. Are you cutting this out? Did you have discussions with Mr. Sharp? Madam?
We did have discussions.
When?
Well, this morning.
That's too late. The evidence is excluded. The evidence is excluded. I'm going to exclude because I told you that this was going to happen.
Because we reached out to them.
No. We're excluding that,
Your Honor.
and I'm going to exclude the PowerPoint that you all submitted. Well, you're not.
And pausing it there because he explicitly says we're going to exclude the PowerPoint. This is already in the motion that Love is supposed to respond to. She's been asked about this in open court yesterday already. She gave an excuse yesterday. She doesn't recall it going that way. If she did go and look and prepare for this, she is just flat out lying. Because today she's trying to argue, oh, I think that was talking about something with D'Angelo White, and it wasn't about the PowerPoint. But what did Glanville just say just there? I'm excluding the PowerPoint, and he's holding it up.
You're not going to wholesale introduce it.
We had no intention. Your Honor,
All right.
let's be real clear. We did not intend to introduce this PowerPoint today. I personally reached out via telephone and called at least 2 members of the defense team and asked them to call me back. And I would like
But you all should not be identifying this stuff the moment of trial while the jury's sitting in a box. This is the last. I am not going to tolerate this any further. If you don't get together with your colleagues and flag issues and resolve them promptly, and if I have to take them up, remember, I can exclude them. We'll work the weekends, or we'll do a combination of both. So this time, I'm going to exclude those 2 sections.
Your Honor, Mr. Atkins, he confronted this witness with those sections. I last week let them know that we were introducing that.
If the exhibit's not ready and you haven't made, and you, no, well, Mr. Shart's got objections to it.
But Judge, Mr. Sharp can get in and have our evidence excluded every day that he makes an objection
No.
at midnight, and then comes in and says.
Well, then you all should have gotten your stuff together before then. Some of our juries, please. Some of our juries. Have a seat, madam. Have a seat. You better exclude that, and next time, make sure you're prepared. Make sure you're prepared next time.
Look at everyone's face.
I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm just not. We are starting right now. It's 1:20. So
We have talked to them. We have said we don't agree.
then file a motion and get it before me, and we'll take it up. Both of you all have equally responsibility to do that.
The information they are seeking.
Oh, it's going to be inadmissible right now.
I'm saying, Judge, that you said to file a motion. There's nothing.
I'm not going to have any more discussion about this, madam. I'm not.
Talked to them this morning
I don't.
about that.
Well, you know what?
And I attempted to try to talk to them earlier this week.
Well, then that's why we have to.
Your Honor, so the court punishes the state because the defense.
I'm not punishing anybody, but but prior preparation prevents poor performance.
Be prepared, Judge. That's why I sent them what I sent them last week, a whole week and a half ago, 2 weeks. Your
I'm
Honor.
not, well.
And I have said I would like to discuss.
Our jury's coming in, madam. Our jury's coming in. Have a seat.
Look at all their faces. Another day. Steel is so over it back in April. And before that, but still.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
So we'll flip over. We'll go back to today's actual court. But yeah. So Whitaker hasn't ruled on this. Whitaker has not ruled on this. But I mean, if we look at the, let me open it back up because I'd closed it. The supplement that Brian Steele just filed, I think that was Friday, the 9th. If we look back at this, he got the relevant parts in the transcript. I'm going to exclude the PowerPoint. I'm going to exclude the PowerPoint. And Love is trying to make her argument. I don't think he excluded the PowerPoint. And he wasn't excluding it for everything. So, and not for nothing, but a quick look at the PowerPoint This is the title slide that we just heard Brian take issue with. You can hardly read it because it's like red font over a city skyline. But YSL/30 Deep versus Inglewood Family Bloods. And these symbols all kind of like help bolster your argument, right? You're putting all these organizations on top of it. That gives it credibility just because. And then again, so this is a PDF. There were 4 pages of PDF. So I think the confusion over slide 22, maybe Whitaker went to this one, which is actually page 22 of the document. This slide here. But in any case, like you've got all of this characterization of everything. And Love may have actually been talking about, or other way around. Yeah, this would have been actual slide 22. And this is what Love started to read out loud. So either way, like this is what they're talking about. And guys, I don't know why nobody uses the mic, especially Love. That's what we're working with. That's what we've got. I don't even remember. Why are we on a break right now in the court? What did we take a break for? Yeah. I mean, they're doing a great job. They've got it all straight. And Tywayne, exactly. How long
All
did
right,
they
Ms.
know
Webb,
about the
were you able to
Melnick
get on the
thing?
server? Okay.
Oh, the server.
So can you tell, and if you don't know right now, that's fine, but if you do know about the statement,
So he gave a statement, after he read his rights, Ms. DeWilliams just sent over, what she called a particularized, motion.
Okay.
Regarding the statements. So I was reading what she had written.
use your mic, please.
I was just reading what Ms. DeWilliams sent over just now, that she had labeled a particularized.
Ms. T. Williams, did you not provide that to opposing counsel when you emailed it to the court? Or is this yet another new one?
It just came
I'm
through on me.
confused.
I don't,
Is it the motion or is it the statement?
so what just came through on my email, was labeled particularized Jackson Deno motion.
Right.
So I was reading that.
It may just be the same title. I think this is the statement itself, which I had asked somebody to send. So thank you, Misty Williams. And I would think you would have been copied with the.
I'm sure I was. I
Okay.
got that.
All right. If you're not already just generally familiar with it, that's fine. I'll look at the statement and wait for your response, and we'll deal with it on next week. Go ahead.
So the question the court had initially asked was it in custody, and
Right.
was it one that we intended to use? So the first part was, it is a custodial statement. And it was one that for the sake of brevity, at one point, we were pondering with not using it, but under the circumstances, he was convicted of this murder, and given that he was convicted of the murder, and the evidence we intended to put up in addition to the conviction, there were considerations we were making in terms of brevity. Like, do we use it? Do we not use it? Do we use portions of it?
That is fantastic to hear that y'all are making considerations based on brevity. I encourage that wholeheartedly. Go ahead.
And so, in as much as there's a need to have a Jackson Dental statement, just because of that possibility and, you know, that uncertainty.
Okay. Okay, but you're saying it was custodial and that he was Mirandized?
He was Mirandized. I think maybe the issue is that the issue may be the, you know, was it a full, like Miranda? Was it, you know, like, was he fully apprised of his Miranda rights?
Okay, well, I mean, I guess we'll take that up next week.
I love her face.
And I don't know, Misty Williams, was I misunderstanding what you said in your motion? I thought you said that he was not given any Miranda rights at all. Or warnings, not rights, but warnings.
Is this on? Okay. He wasn't given his full Miranda warnings at all.
Okay, but that's not exactly what you said in your motion.
And then also they have a procedure they're supposed to follow, and Detective Hogan did not follow those procedures.
Okay, that's also not in your motion.
Would you like me to redo my motion?
You don't have to redo your motion as long as I know what it is actually arguing. But, I mean, you ought to try to get it right to begin with.
Uh-oh.
So we're going to be on the calendar for next week, Your Honor,
Yeah, but I told y'all that yesterday. That's not a surprise.
on Monday?
I don't know when we'll get to it. We're going to be working all week next week. Be prepared to deal with it on Monday.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that's that. We'll deal with that on Monday. I have the statement now, so, and I understand what your argument is.
Dang, that chair in the background looks beat up. Was that Love's old chair?
And if there's anything about a procedure that you mentioned that they didn't follow a procedural that they were supposed to follow, if you've got law that it's legally required, then please have that at the ready. All right. Okay. Do we know yet, which of the co-conspirator statements, are asserted to have been late disclosed?
Not the three particular that he mentioned in the motion, Your Honor. I'm still waiting on a response for the exact three statements, but I do know that those statements were provided outside of the November 5th, 2023. State filed a supplemental motion to introduce co-conspirator statements. I think in generally, he's objecting to any of them, any statements that were provided outside of that November 5th date. But speaking to the three that he mentioned in his recently filed motion, I still have not received that information yet.
All right, so we'll wait on that as well. And there's some, I think, allusion in there to wiretaps. So I don't know if there are statements that were contained within wiretaps. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that, I guess, further as well next week. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, as the Harvey rule is in effect, my stance has been that, and really this has been my stance, and I believe it's other attorneys' stance since way back over a year ago, is the ball has been in the state's court to identify hearsay exceptions that they contend falls under the co-conspirator exception. They did file a motion that was timely that identified three, and we've discussed those three. But at this point at trial, and I know we discussed this last week, my recollection, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. My recollection is that we discussed this last week, and the state was to provide specificity on the statements that they plan to use. So
That's right. And
we still don't.
has
My
that
knowledge,
still
no.
not been done?
John, we provided, a host of the statements from the wiretap
Almost.
that we've identified, I think over 200. There's clips, there's small statements, but the point of it is that the statements contained with the wiretaps, within the wiretaps and the jail calls were statements that, defense counsel referenced to the court were things that they were objecting to as we were ongoing, since they were all turned over and everyone had to review all the same batch of evidence. So we've turned over, a number of statements that were contained within those wiretaps that count from our standpoint as co-conspirators.
Okay.
Statements. And that may or may not be what, Mr. Shard is referencing now. That is the only thing I can think that he's referencing now, since that's what we most recently turned over for the court's instruction. And we're, continuing to, go through and make sure that we identify.
Okay, I mean, it ought to be that, I know that's not what you were referencing. You were referencing that there was a universe of three identified and dealt with, and now there's more. But with regard to what's in the wiretaps and jail calls, now that y'all have identified them with particularity, we can deal with them. I do think it sounded like y'all were sort of doing it in a rolling way with regard to some of that. So that's fine. We'll take those up individually. Are there any other potential co-conspirator statements that have not been particularly identified now?
So there may be others in the, Instagram, the Instagram and in the phone dumps. And as far as the wiretaps and the jail calls, we had, as I said, provided a number of those, and we were supplementing as we went through and identified any more.
All right, didn't I give you a deadline?
You did,
I don't
you
recall.
You provided some by that deadline, but not all?
We listened to and provided, they are correct, there are thousands of pages. And we have identified, we've gotten through up to a certain point, those wiretap calls. We have identified up to that point, and we were
This is painful.
providing, since they had them, we were trying to at least identify as many of all of the ones that they have had since the beginning as we could. And we were continuing to supplement them as we saw them. We indeed went through, we have made the best effort that we can to comply with the court's instructions to identify those calls that we consider co-conspirator statements. We've been doing that with the wiretaps, the phone calls, the jail records, the phone dumps, and the Instagram records as well. So we've been continuing to identify those that fall into that category.
Okay, so you had a deadline, the deadline has passed, and I mean, at some point, a deadline needs to mean something. Why y'all don't already know what evidence you're gonna use is beyond me, but.
Judge, I can say that as a result of the volume.
Stop talking. It's not gonna help.
We had identified, obviously, pieces of evidence that were more discrete, that were smaller in number. But as far as the wiretaps, of course, we've had teams working on.
Okay, but I mean, the wiretap, that you said you've done that now, so what about the rest of it? The Instagrams and the phone calls, and you said there might be more in those.
Yes, we're still going through all of anything that we found or find past the point that we served the initial link, we are providing that as well. We are, from our position, of course, the court has given us a deadline. Of course, we're trying to comply with that deadline. When we provided information to the defense, and in as much as there's something at the very end that, by happenstance, someone has seen that we have not yet identified, that we did not yet lay eyes on, that is in some way inculpatory. The volume of calls, our position is we turn it over, we should not be precluded from using it, but we are trying to comply with every instruction that the court has given us. We are making our very best effort to do that. And we believe that as the court has said, we are aware that we have these ongoing obligations. This is not information that we've not turned over. This does not fall into that category.
Yeah, I understand that it is somewhere in the, universe of discovery that's been provided, but it has not been identified as here is a co-conspirator, what we assert to be a co-conspirator statement, because there is essentially a standing objection demanding that before anything gets admitted as a co-conspirator statement, the state establish the prerequisites for its admission as a co-conspirator statement. And so I have to make a ruling on each of those things. And until it's identified, I can't possibly make a ruling because we don't know what we're talking about. And I don't honestly think that my directive that there needs to be a deadline is the first one that's been issued in this case. I believe Judge Linville had also said this all needs to get done at this point.
Yeah, we just looked at a video of that.
To the wiretap information and the information that we're going through now and identifying co-conspirator statements from, that was a matter that, just by nature of the way that we were proceeding with the case, that was addressed as we proceeded.
Okay, well.
But we do have, and we have identified, and we can discuss, I think, over 100 if we were to start now and start
All right.
talking about them.
So at some point, there just has to be some kind of management of this case. It just cannot, I guess it could be, but it seems not practical that the case is going to go on forever because you're going to use every possible piece of evidence that you can uncover. That's no way to try a case. And it's not fair to the other side of any case to not know, for the most part, going into the trial, what the evidence is going to be. And we've had this discussion before, but y'all also, aside from that, y'all have got to kind of get a handle on what your case is going to be and decide
day 110.
what needs to be culled and what really needs to be presented.
Your Honor, the only reason that I can say that the reason that we want and feverishly seek to look at it all is that we don't want to be precluded in the event that, we don't anticipate playing every single co-conspirator statement that exists in these wiretaps.
Right.
But in the event that there is one that is particularly important, and it's one that we didn't say by this date, we're going to use this one, because we had not yet
Right.
found that one, smoking call or whatever it is. Our position is just that it
Okay.
disadvantages that, just to an extent that we did not make the call. We feel that we should be allowed to at least access those that not whole hog all thousands and we will, narrow them down. you
Okay.
know,
All right.
But we've identified ones that we.
All right, well,
This has
get
been
the rest
14
of them
minutes.
identified and that identification information to the state by the end of this week.
Your Honor,
That's
may I
14 minutes.
respond briefly, just so
That we'll
we're all
never
on the
get
same
back.
page? I don't mean to go tit for tat. That's not my intent here. But if the state is referring to the email sent to us on on August 9th of 2024, at 11:23 p.m., from what I can see, there's approximately 150 to 200 calls off the wiretap. They are not, some of these calls are 15 minutes. It's not about me listening to it. That's fine. I've already listened to this stuff. But just attaching a 15-minute call, a 10-minute call, doesn't necessarily indicate what co-conspirator statement you're intending to introduce. So there's just not a lot of specificity. Now, some of them are shorter.
My guess is from what Ms. Love just said, she wants to cover all her bases. And so if there is anything said by that person in that call, she wants to be able to potentially use it. So I think she's saying every bit of it might be a co-conspirator statement. Am I wrong?
No.
I'm not wrong.
Well, if the intent is to litigate that, then I think I'm stating the obvious. It creates a whole lot of outside the presence of the jury litigation about stuff because the state is not, and the state control this case. They controlled when to indict it, and they.
Well, y'all did file, I don't know who it was, but a speedy trial demand. But you're right, they indicted it. So they knew a speedy could have been filed and they needed to be ready. I don't know that everybody filed one, but did everybody?
I filed one. It wasn't recognized by the court.
You did not file one.
I did, but it
You're
was,
right. Yeah, I think it was within the period where everything was stayed. Is that what happened?
He filed a constitutional speedy.
no, I filed a statutory speedy.
Okay.
And
Anyway, at least some people have filed a statutory speedy that was recognized, and y'all are all being tried together, so that drug the whole case to trial at the same time. However, you're right that once the state indicted, they knew a speedy could be filed and needed to be ready to go, or either sever people out. It doesn't require a response.
It
It's a
just is.
statement of fact. Okay.
So thank you, Drea. Miss Angela
So-
DeWilliams, why didn't she talk to the
Can
state the way
we
she talked to Miss
start on
DeWilliams?
the exhibit list? I
That
don't
was
think there were
pissing me
that
off.
many that were in dispute.
Your Honor, excuse me, I don't believe we have the exhibit list yet. Is that correct, Ms. Hilton?
Oh, no. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not being clear. One of the things that was proposed, I think by Mr. Steele, was why don't we take a chance to look at all of the exhibits that have been admitted so far and make sure we're on the same page about that. And I don't think there was that much dispute about that. So I'm thinking, let's do that right now. Y'all do have that, right?
The
Yes.
state was going to provide the list that we believe is the list of admitted exhibits. And so I'm getting ready to forward what we've created, but it's individual by the acts as they came in. And so I'm getting ready to forward that to everyone, but we were actually having printed copies brought down so that everyone could actually physically have one in their hand. And so that's what we were hoping would be down here by the time you finish, but I can forward what we have and it'll just take a little more time because it'll be electronic.
All right, so It seems that Mr. Steele's, what was it? It was like an Excel spreadsheet that was provided is pretty organized and orderly. Have y'all not tried to kind of match up what y'all have to that?
We have been matching that up. There are instances where electronic exhibits were shown to witnesses that we don't have a printed copy of to confirm that it was the exact exhibit that was admitted. There were instances where changes were made. There were multiple instances where the court required redactions, but we did not.
All right. So we're not ready on that either.
Of course.
So I think it may be that we actually need the prior court reporter in court one day for that next week. So why don't I figure out which day is the best day for her to do that? But that is something else y'all need to be ready to go with on Monday.
They're going to run out of time next week to get this stuff
So-
done if they're prepared next week.
I mean, I think I've been through my whole list of what's outstanding, and there doesn't seem to be anything we can accomplish today. Yes, sir.
84 Aries. I think I need Olive Garden myself.
If I may, Your Honor, last week we painstakingly went through transcripts
Yes.
and redacted certain things. My understanding is that the state was going to have a printout. I think over our objection, their plan is to just pause the sound during redacted periods. But my understanding is they were going to provide a transcript with all the redactions after Your Honor's rulings, so we could review them and just make sure we're 100%. And if there's
Right.
an issue, we're not bringing it to you at the last minute
Okay.
with the jurors in the box.
All right.
So I don't believe that we've been provided the redacted transcripts yet, or the state's version of the redacted transcripts, and we would like to at least have those so we could review them prior to them being
Okay.
played.
And is that correct that y'all plan to just pause the parts that are redacted? So y'all better be really good on the trigger with that. There are some parts where it's like, part of a sentence, but not the next sentence.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, with evidence reviewer, it was a challenge to convert to the MP4 so it can be clean. It was distorted because we tried doing that previously. So that is the state's plan. I will send over the highlighted versions of the transcript that's redacted in a moment, as soon as I finish sending over the exhibit list.
Okay, so y'all can't just, there's no way that y'all can either put something together that is just the unredacted part or fuzz out
So
the redacted part?
does the court mean for the video?
I mean, I don't know how y'all are intended to play it. If you're intending, I don't know how you're intending to play it.
So, Your Honor, we're playing it through evidence reviewer, and we have successfully muted the portions of the video where it has continued to play in front of the juror, but it's very easy, and we have successfully done it on multiple occasions,
Okay.
muted the sound while the video continues to play for a couple of reasons.
Okay.
One, to allow the jury to see what's going on during that time, but two, to make certain they don't hear what is being said.
All right, so I'm glad to hear that it's muted at least, so there's no possibility or very little possibility that they'll hear something they're not supposed to hear. And so y'all have done that with video already where they're seeing that something else is going on that they're not privy to?
Yes, we've done that on multiple occasions.
And we also, at
That's
times,
something that everybody agreed to?
No, we objected to that because it appeared to us that if the jury's sitting in the box and they're watching a video.
They're
and-
going, wonder what they're saying now.
Exactly.
So have y'all provided any explanation for that?
No, because the same way that if we were to cut it out and it skips to a
Uh-huh.
part of the video, the jury would be wondering, wait, that didn't make sense. It skipped to an unrelated part. So even if
So
we
just instruct
had the
them.
ability to cut out and cut and splice, it would be as choppy as it is.
Just
And on
instruct
other
them.
occasions, the jury,
So let me ask you this, if it's like a 2-minute redaction, are we just sitting in silence for 2 minutes?
No,
What's
generally-
going on?
will, In some instances, if it's a small redaction, we'll let it play. But like 2 minutes, we'll fast forward and say on the record, we are fast forwarding to from here to here. We'll mute it and say, Your Honor, we're stopping at this point and we're picking up at that point. And that's what we do.
Why
We
can't you
literally
just say
just
that?
take the advancing button and
She wants
advance
to
it to the
accidentally
point
play
in
something.
the future that we're playing.
But let me just say, it really has not played out that smoothly in the past. Yes, there have been some occurrences where they've been able to mute it and
Yeah.
it goes smoothly, but in other instances, yes, we're sitting here for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then in other instances where they try to skip ahead, they skip ahead, but then it's not quite far enough or it's too far, then got to come back a little bit. So it hasn't been played
Yeah,
out that
and I
smooth.
mean, we got a lot of videos to get through, it sounds like. So can y'all endeavor to find out whether maybe even if you have to outsource it to somewhere else, you could put something together that's spliced, because that is a whole lot better than, I mean, it may sound like, oh, wait, that's weird, but that's better than, well, something's going on here.
So we've spliced, we have done that. We've actually taken the videos that have to be played through evidence reviewer, and we've formatted it, converted it, just as Ms. Hilton said, into an MP4 format.
Right.
That does not play smoothly
Right.
at all.
Okay, and I hear you saying that y'all do not have the ability to do that, but I mean, people put big multi-million-dollar trials on all the time. There are all kinds of outside, I don't know what they are, but companies who do things like
Outside
this.
agitators.
Can y'all look into whether y'all can get that done? Because that would be a way, way better way to do it, both time-wise and in terms of the jury not seeing and wondering, well, what's going on right now? Both of those reasons. Y'all see what you can do about that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And while we're kind of just on the topic of that, is your plan to play, like, you know, for instance, we went through 5 statements, video statements of Mr. Copeland outside the presence of the jury to determine what parts were admissible and what parts were not.
Well, there we go. Hope you enjoyed
and
your venting session.
Ms.
It was
Hilton,
needed.
you've asked him about at least parts of all 5 of those statements. Is the plan ultimately to then play the entirety minus the redacted portions of all of those statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Judge,
yes.
can I, if I may direct a question to the state, just to make sure I'm clear. So we're talking about obviously the videos, but we're also talking about the redacted transcript as well, the actual physical transcript.
Okay, now, I thought y'all had told me that no, you didn't intend to pass out transcripts like to the jury. Is that right?
Straight.
No, Judge, no. We said that we would correct the transcript
Right.
and redact them so that
For the benefit of the other side. We're not planning to give transcripts to the jury, are we?
No,
Okay.
well, no. We were asking to do that. I think there was an objection. I just wanted to be clear. We never said that we were not, because we would be asking that the court simply instruct the jury that the transcripts are not evidence. I think that when the objection was raised, it was that the transcripts were different
Okay.
and that they didn't want them to be reading something that was not actually being said. And our position is that the court has the ability and, you know, generally does instruct the jury, what you hear is the evidence, not what you're looking at. So
Okay.
that was the reason that that was another reason that we were endeavoring to get them as accurate as we could and to get an agreement on it. I thought that the court had said, before we give anything to
Right.
the jury, we wanted to get as much an agreement.
Y'all at
as we
least get
could.
agreement as to what everybody thinks is being said.
Yeah, our position was that we are absolutely objecting to the jury getting the physical transcripts. I think the discussions we were having was that once we had made a decision as to what was being redacted,
Right.
we were going to get a physical copy of the transcript. And so my question was, because I heard Ms. Hilton say a little while ago something about the highlighted portions, and I just wanted to be clear that I think what she's sending to us, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that they're going to send us the transcript, and perhaps the portions that have been redacted out are going to be highlighted so we can identify that. Am I correct about that, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, you are.
Okay. But if you intend to ask the court to let the jurors have a transcript as kind of a listening aid, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I know that is what we all used to do back in the old days. And there are definitely things on all of these that are difficult to discern what's being said. But we all also recognize that the transcription of at least some people's statements was far less than accurate. So are y'all planning to have them retranscribed or corrected or something?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
reason that when I said any transcript before we even offer or ask to be passed out to the jury,
Okay.
we would correct and share with the defense and get some kind of consensus, even if it isn't an exact consensus, before we even ask the court to pass it out to the jury. The highlighted portions that Ms. Hilton was
Okay.
giving was just to aid in our discussions and agreement
Okay.
with regard to the redacted.
Okay, well, we got Mr. Copeland on the stand right now. And I hope that by Friday we are finished with him. Because that's a lot of days of one person's testimony.
They're gonna blame today as why they can't finish.
But if part of that is you're planning to play for him his statements to present him with his prior inconsistencies, they need to have seen the redacted videos, seen the redacted transcripts, and had a chance to review that for themselves and digest it. And it's Tuesday.
So before we before we attempted to pass it out, we would indeed give them time to digest it, understanding that it is Tuesday. We had been working on the redacted video portion, in that we were planning to do it one way, but the
All
court,
right. When do you expect to be able to get this to them? Everything that has to do with Mr. Copeland's video statements that are going to get played.
So, Your Honor, the state intends to give them 3 of the transcripts that has redaction, which
Okay.
what we talked about last week. I can provide that to them this afternoon.
Perfect.
As far as a transcript that we were going to give to the jury, the only transcript at this point that has been fully corrected and ready is the June 10th
Okay.
interview. So that's the only one that we would intend to give to the jury, is the June 10th interview. And we
Alright.
have that with the corrections that we will give to defense counsel today.
Also this afternoon. Okay.
Your Honor. As far as the video, we would have to find the outsourcing of it when we leave here today
Okay.
to determine how long that will take and if we can.
Okay.
If we cannot, then we're prepared to move forward in the fashion that we discussed earlier.
Okay. Well, that's definitely less than ideal.
it has not gone as bad as, honestly, the playing, the pausing, the muting of the videos. The muting of the videos has not been the problem. It has been sometimes when it was when we were doing the MP4 that we were advancing and it was starting and stopping because of server issues.
Okay, it's still less than ideal, so I
But be
understand you're
prepared,
saying
like,
I may not be
it's
able to
not an
get this
excuse.
together in the next 2 days, but for
Holy
all of
moly.
the remaining witnesses, if you can't, honestly, if you can for him, I'd rather you do it for him as well, but I'm just sure that can be done. I'm sure there is somebody out there that can splice it as needed, but have it where it is still something that can be heard and understood, so. Okay.
Yeah, like literally not
So,
everything is caused by a
anything
server
else?
issue.
If not, I'll just go. Y'all can do your work and I can do things like other cases or listen to the statement or things like that to get ready for next week. So anything else today?
Your Honor, I'll file a particularized Bruton motion for Mr. Kendrick's statement.
Okay, did you just file that
Co-defendant
today?
statements
No,
to
I will do
police
it though. I
that
have the.
Oh, you're
time-
planning to.
inculpate a
Yes, I have the
co-defendant.
timestamps like the court wanted.
Perfect.
I'm just trying to make sure it works, and I'll include other people here, and I'll send it to them first as a rough draft to make sure that I didn't miss anything for their
Okay.
clients. And then with regards to next Tuesday morning, just as a reminder, your honorable court has allowed me,
Yes.
I just wanted to.
Thank you for reminding me
Oh,
of
thank
that.
you.
And,
Thank you.
and you'd be back with us by when?
I think I'm the second case on the calendar, so 12 o'clock. 12.
Okay,
But
all
I
right.
better check though their schedule.
Okay, so, Mr. Steele had asked and I had permitted him to, he's got an oral argument in another case, before one of our appellate courts scheduled for Tuesday morning. And I had said, yes, I'll excuse you to do that since I knew we were non-jury anyway next week. So then it sounds like both Monday and Tuesday will be starting, at noon instead of, or let's just say 12:30 instead of in the morning time. All right. All right. Okay,
So, last
so
day is
let's
next
adjourn for the day. We'll be back
Oh, we
at
got an early day
8:45
today.
in the morning. Y'all have lots of work to do, especially y'all on this side. All right, thank y'all.
So 8:45 a.m. tomorrow, same as today, and then next week she said noon. I don't know if that means every day, but it seems like it means every day. Thank you for Drea coming in clutch with Miss D. That threw me off saying Miss D, but it's Angela DeWilliams is that attorney's name, and I'm still stunned that we got such a stern. You should have included, the full argument in your motion, which fair enough, that's true, right? But oh my, please. Because that was involving an issue that, cool, there's a motion issue. It wasn't complete. The motion wasn't complete.